of John Leslie the other day, where loads of people stood up and said he's not that sort of person. He doesn't go around groping people. But if somebody groped you, you know, and they just sort of went beep beep like that kind of thing. I mean, 90% of people in the real world just go, oh, just go away, grow up, for goodness sake. You know, but John Leslie, again, another case thrown out of court. There's obviously some people who think that he's obviously fair game for it, and so they come up with all this baloney, you know. So in a room full of people, he goes, beep, beep, on her boobies, and this was 8 years ago. She decides to take it to court. You know, who is she? Who is she? Why should people be allowed to sort of, you know, bring him down and try to bring him down, and yet they remain anonymous? Doesn't make any sense to me. It was like, there's a woman in one of the papers today. She appeared on a television programme, which in itself spells, I'm desperate. It's like, have you seen Celebrity Dates with the bloke who answers the telephone? Hello, Celebrity Dating Agency. I mean, seriously, it's the most pitiful programme I've ever seen on the television. And this woman appears on a programme and she marries somebody she doesn't know. And surprise, surprise, Kel Surprise, she's now done a story. She said, oh, I'm destined to be lonely. I thought, well, you know, you're obviously an attention seeker. Yeah, John Leslie was found not guilty. Nobody saw it. A room full of people, they saw him there. They might not have known her, but they went, we didn't see him do anything at all. 8 years ago. Can you remember everything you did 8 years ago? I can't remember everything I did last week. Thank you very much indeed. So poor old John Lee. One of the critics today says in the paper, why don't they just leave him alone to get on with his life? It's as simple as that. Some of these people, if you do get people who sort of build up an idea in their mind that something happened, and so they go, I mean, her testament in court was so unreliable. You know, people were going, she's just contradicting herself. It was almost as if she'd sort of just decided to make up a story. But at the same time, he gets put in the papers again. His father goes into court with him. I think Anthea Turner and Connie Huck and Fern Britton as well go into court and defend him, saying he's not like that. I mean, there are people in the business. I mean, I have known of people, not with us anymore, actually, who did used to try it on with everybody. They did. I mean, irrespective of what you thought Jimmy Savile was, and I think we all know what he was, there were loads of other people doing it because you could get away with it. I can remember going to see Freddie Starr at the London Palladium, and he was a right little so-and-so. Strangely enough, my friend Ray Reynolds sent me a DVD of him on the Royal Variety Performance, which turned him from an average comic into an overnight star. He came on and he ripped that place apart. Now, I was no big fan of Freddie Starr, but he did everything. He did impressions, of Mick Jagger, he did all sorts of things, and he brought the house down. He absolutely brought the house down. It's, you know, when they say, it's like in the show 42nd Street, the ingenue gets to play the big part because the main lead falls sick, and she goes from being chorus to the star. And I saw that. I witnessed that with Catherine Zeta-Jones. She went on stage, 42nd Street, Theatre Royal Drury Lane, and the star fell ill, which is the story of the thing, but really did fall ill, and she was the only one who knew the part. And she went on stage that night as an unknown, and she came off a star. The whole company were clapping and whooping and cheering. You know, it was just amazing. It was something you see very, very rarely. Very rarely. But with Freddie Starr, it was a Royal Variety Performance, and he tore it apart. Absolutely tore it apart. And I go to see him at the Palladium some years after that. And I was never a big fan of this sort of, you can't even call it northern humour. It was just a bit dated. And there was a woman singing. It was like a variety type show, but he had to invade somebody else's space. You couldn't keep him off stage. He thought that his God-given place was on stage, even if it meant screwing up somebody else's act. And I remember talking to the person whose act he invaded. He said it was so annoying that he would just walk on stage and sort of get comedy laughs where they're trying to sort of do it. And then he did a thing with making a woman out of clay. But of course, he was only doing the top half, and it was boobies and rolling and all that kind of stuff. I left in the interval. It was a bit too dated for me. I should imagine you have to be fairly piddled to enjoy something like that, and I wasn't piddled at the time. Thank you very much indeed. Founder of the Spencer Davis Group has died at 81. I knew Noreen would know that because she knows all. I mean, we've lost quite a number of people, and she reminded me this morning because Spencer Davis was 81. He went in for, I think, pneumonia or something. Anyway, it developed, and that was the best. That's the third musician in a few weeks, because we lost Wayne Fontana. Pamela, Pamela, remember the day. The Tremolos, Dave, and Spencer Davis. So, not good. Mind you, I know people of 81. I know people of 81, and they look as fine as you could ever look. Some people look quite old for their age. I don't think I look my age. I don't like to think that I look my age. I think that's the idea. Because when people say, act your age, I said, I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Act your age. What are you supposed to be at 66? Pile of dust? I don't know. Very worrying. Jeff Bridges has announced he's been diagnosed with lymphoma, but he says the prognosis is good. And Claire Balding said her father didn't believe she could be a presenter. Why? Because she's a woman. And guess what's going to batter Britain today? 40-mile-an-hour winds, rain and everything else. Yes, it's Storm Barbara. No, obviously not. Weren't quick on that one. We'd left that one. No, it's no good playing it now. You've missed the point. You've missed it completely. God, if that had been the Nick Ferrari programme, you'd be found hanging outside from a tree. And he only said to me at the beginning of the programme, he said, don't worry, we got sort of eight little clips of Barbara Windsor. And so I do a slow... Do you notice I did a right slow link into it? And of course later on today, Storm... And he still sat there staring into the distance. No, well, there won't be a next time. I'm not doing it ever again. No. How can you miss the first one at the beginning of the programme? It's only 4:10. You're only going to get worse. You're not going to get better. You're not... Why would it be a later story? Well, it's not on the list. It's second page, top story. We're not doing it again now. Definitely not doing it. I'm not doing it at all. I should do something completely different. Something completely different, but I'm not doing that. 2 page 3 has-beens debate an underground trend. I don't know how they managed to pick these two old has-beens. One's called Rhiannon Sugden, claimed to fame she sells stories on people. And Nicola McLean, who she turns up on the Jeremy Vine show. Perhaps he has her on there because it's a bit of a joke, because she's not really the full ticket. Storm Barbara is going to batter Britain later on today, and again twice in a programme. God in heaven, your finger should have been on that button like it was super glued there. Don't want it now. Don't want to do it now. I've now done it twice in a matter of, within a minute of doing the last, and it still didn't come up to it. Outrageous. Outrageous. Step singer H, tragedy, isn't he, has told Anne Widdecombe to foxtrot off because she's not in favour of two people of the same sex dancing together. But, you have to accept H, whose real name is Ian, you have to accept that she's entitled to an opinion. If she doesn't want something like it doesn't have to happen. In her world, she doesn't do things like that. Queen Victoria never believed in the word lesbian. She never believed that lesbians existed. She didn't think it was possible that lesbians... She accepted gay men, but she didn't accept lesbians at all. Queen Victoria was well known for not liking lesbians. And some of whom might be called Barbara. Anyway, we do...
Cheeky.
No, we didn't do the Storm thing, did we? No, yeah, but it was the wrong time. It was the wrong time. I mean, honestly, I don't know why we bother. We rehearse this programme to within an inch of its life. So we sit here and I go, I'm then going to say, oh, and of course, so-and-so is going to happen later on today. And you then manage to find this on the computer, hugely complicated, and then you play it and we all go, ha, 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 ha. That's called production. No, unfortunately, not this morning. The word production has gone out of the window. It's a bit like joining a gym, which is 30 seconds away from where you live, and you can't manage to go there. For reasons, but it's hardly worth bothering to pay. Hardly worth paying to join a gym if you're not going to go there. Put your little shorts on and your little T-shirt and do some sit-ups and everything. Oh, God, you're exhausted, aren't you? So I've got one who's not with it and the other one who's completely exhausted through doing nothing. Nothing. We can't work out what he's done. He didn't know what he hadn't done either, but it's made him very tired. So we gave him a little bit of a sugar rush, and that lasted for about a minute, which is a lot quicker than the Storm Barbara, which we weren't playing anymore.
Can you see them?
No, it's the moment is gone. It's no good doing it now. Now it sounds like an interruption. Now it sounds like I'm trying to do a programme, award-winning, and you're sort of there, sort of obviously trying to hold it up. I'm there trying to get an award, obviously not this year, but maybe next year, and all I'm getting is sort of, putting up double-barrelled gates in front of me. Am I sharing the award with you? No, when I get the award, you won't be here. will you? You'll have passed out. You'll have sort of left this world to go and sit on a cloud with a load of other people. They'll go, who's joined us on the cloud today? Luke's here. Oh, lovely. Which Luke would that be? The one who was tired and then died. Remember that one? They were sitting on a cloud. Again, with Dale, who'd be going, hi. So you work with Steve. And Luke would be going, yeah, can I have your autograph? That'll be like that. Heaven must be absolutely awash with people like Luke, you know, who left us too early, and then they sort of get up there, and then they start sort of going around trying to, you know, befriend the people who are famous, you know. He'd be bumping into all sorts of people, like, you know, Attila the Hun, and Karl Marx, and people like that. Do you think we'd be friends with Dale if he came in? Well, he's not likely to come in, is he? Unless you know something I don't know. Well, I went to the wrong funeral. He's not really dead at all. Mind you, I did think when somebody told me, I thought, no, we were only talking about this a little while ago. We were talking about how we would spend our years sitting on a porch in Florida, rocking backwards and forwards, looking like a scene out of Steel Magnolias. And that was never likely to happen, was it? I mean, because he didn't have a porch on the house, but they do have loads of places where you can eat lovely food. Oh, dear. Paul says, did you know Storm Barbara's going to lash Britain today? No, again, we missed it. Because I have just said it. That was my voice. My voix coming out and speaking the words to you, and it was wasted. 3 times. 2 you've done, which I didn't cue you for. 3 you've missed completely. I'm not telling you. Eric. Storm Eric. Could be Storm Corey, to be honest with you. And by the time we get to the end of this programme, if indeed we get to the end of this programme, without there being, let's just call it casualties, you know, I like to sort of think that one of us is at least in charge. Do you know that whose catchphrase was that? Which well-known entertainer who's not with us anymore's catchphrase was, I'm in charge. Who's that? Do you know, it's hopeless, isn't it, really? I can sit here and I stare into the void, you know, and the void is sitting there looking vacant. If I was driving a 10-ton truck at the moment, I'd have managed to get 2 producers for the price of 1. Yes, how fantastic. Kenny Everett, no. Bruce Forsyth was well, there we go. Bruce Forsyth, there you go. Storm Bruce. And higher, lower, good game. And all that kind of stuff, you know. Do you do any impressions, Luke? You don't do... You don't do a good Steve Allen impression, and if you do it, you'll never work again. OK? I'm just warning you of that now. Because they were picking on Henry. Well, I wasn't, but Ian Dale said, if you ask Henry nicely, he does an impression of Clive Bull. Well, I've heard his impression of Clive. Doesn't sound anything like Clive Bull. I sound more like, well, Sheila Fogarty on a good day, but I mean, you know, didn't sound at all like Clive. No, I didn't think so, no. I remember talking to a well-known impressionist, Rory Bremner, and he started speaking in this funny voice. And I sort of looked a bit vacant, and I said, who's that? He said, it's you. I've never been more hurt in my entire life. Never been more hurt. But I thought, no, be brave, Steve. Be brave. At some point in his career, you're going to be doing Storm Rory, you know, and we'll be finding sort of little clips of him doing impressions of people. But again, the producer won't pick up on that one. Because why? Because he's got dyslexic fingers. And dyslexic fingers means that he has no idea which button to press, which slide fader to touch, which light's supposed to come on, because he's colourblind as well. You can imagine the handicap we start with. I'm doing a break, and I'll do it when I'm ready for it, all right? Nothing worse is that, honestly, I've worked with amateurs, but by God, this morning's taken the biscuit. In fact, he's taken 3 biscuits, and he's taken the satsumas, and you've taken all the other things, and he's taken the blueberries. Can you believe it, honestly? You go out of your way to feed the boy, and how does he repay you? With nothing. Nothing at all. Yeah, sorry? You're wilting away. Well, why is it? I don't understand what's the matter with you this morning. Why? You haven't exactly... Yeah, but you're not supposed to be eating the food. You're supposed to be fasting. I only gave you that thing as a bit of a treat. I mean, what do you want? Do you want some toffees or sweets or chocolates? Oh, God, honestly. This is what I have to put up with, ladies and gentlemen. You're all right sitting there at home, you know, snug as a bug, in a rug, and I'm sitting here with 2 people who, you know, to be brutally honest, they're a bit vacant this morning. You know, we're having a bit of a session. In a minute, it will all sort of, you know, make itself better. But at the moment, it's just gone wrong. I had such high hopes for the programme this morning. I bounced out of bed at home, had a couple of cups of tea, had a little shave, Well, I just put some milk on and the cat licked it off, but I mean, that was as good as. And I remember thinking, oh, it'll be nice if we'd go in, we'd do all our gags about the storm and all that kind of stuff, and it would all sound professional. And it was doing so well until we started the show at 4, and it was tits up after that, I'm afraid. I mean, honestly. I mean, I've done my best. I've fed him, watered, you know, the whole business, you know. I don't know. Perhaps I'm too easy on them. Perhaps that's the thing. Perhaps I'm too nice. Not physically possible. Be too nice. We've had a word, we've had a meeting, and we think we've sorted it out, so I'm all by myself this morning, which is quite nice, isn't it? They were last seen cantering around Leicester Square on their horses. Dances with Wolves. Was that where Whip Crack Away came from? Did you ever see the film Cat Ballou? It's a hanging day in Woe City, Wyoming. Woe City, Wyoming. Cat Ballou was a murderess in the film. It's a great film, actually. Or did you ever remember the I was born under a wandering star? Did you ever see that one? How old are you two? I mean, what age am I working with today? What are they giving me? It's like going into Toys R Us and getting the 2 remaining gonks off the shelf and them sitting them down in front of you, and they go, these are your producers. And you go, can I get somebody else? Is there anybody else available? Sadly not. Eddie says, I'm trying to get shaved and I can't stop laughing. I'm like that, looking in front of the mirror. I get the same thing. You stand in front of the mirror. Do you do wet shave then? See, I do dry shave, so I can do that sitting in front of the television, which is good. There's a bloke in the paper today. I don't like him already. I wish I did, but I don't. I don't know him. His name's Jason Holton. And he eats. And he eats. And he eats. He weighs about 50 stone. He says he's not been out of his flat for more than 5 years. And as far as I'm concerned, people like this are a drain. Why are they serving him food when he's 50 stone? How many firemen did it take to get him out of his bedroom? 30. 30 firemen. They had to take him out on a lift. 30 firemen. What a waste of money. So he was 25 stone, and he's ballooned to more than 50 stone. He has 10,000 calories eaten daily on his takeaway bonanzas. Now, as far as I'm concerned, this person is a drain on our society. So we've taken 30 firemen to get him out. They've had to remove the window to get him out in his bed. He tells of his trauma as he gets medical help. I'm sorry, when you read what he eats, you think to yourself, I'm sorry, he's obviously, needs taking in. They need to sort of wire his jaws up or something. So for brunch, because he's obviously not, he doesn't do breakfast, he has a large doner and chips. No pitta, no salad, no sauce from the local kebab shop. If he's hungry, he'll order an extra regular portion of doner meat, and to chase that down, he has a Pop-Tart. Afternoon, 3 large tubs of chicken chow mein, prawn crackers and prawn toast from the Chinese takeaway, washed down with a Pop-Tart. In the evening, 2 cheese sandwiches, 2 chocolate bars, 3 packs of crisps, 2 French hen, 3 turtle doves, and then a Pop-Tart chaser, and drinking 1.5 litres of pure orange juice a day and 5 cans of Diet Coke. And you wonder why you've got to 50 stone. I mean, seriously. The complications, the strain on your heart, you're going to be dead within a short space of time. What would it take to stop you eating, apart from issuing all the local takeaways with an order? If you supply food to this man, you're going to be prosecuted. OK? He's 50 stone. 50 stone. He can have, further weight gain. It does become uncomfortable. As well as a heavy ache, the skin feels tight and hard. Folds develop. Skin infections set in. There's no cure, but healthy eating. But quite clearly, when he's gone from large doner and chips, to be honest with you, it looks lovely. But you can't have that every single day. 50 stone. Shouldn't imagine he's seen his willy in years. Must be donkey's years. Ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it. And so 30 firefighters to get him out. At one stage, because all these people are generally, they can't wait to tell you about their thing. He was actually sent to a New Jersey fat camp, and he managed to lose a few stone. He said, as I've got older, life has got more difficult. Well, whose fault is that? These people always blame everybody else, don't they? I suppose eating, he says, has always brought me comfort. No, it's brought you 50 stone. His situation's worse because he suffers with water retention, blood pressure, He says, I'm very stressed. Well, yes. Well, that's your problem. You know, God knows, what more can we do? What more can we do? He said, I take self-responsibility for my situation, but if it wasn't for food delivery apps, I'd never... Well, then somebody should take away his telephone. Take away his telephone. Start the way you mean to go on. You can't have... When you look at a picture of him, he's only young. You know, he's 30. But of course, you know what it is? I'm Britain's fattest man at 30. And they love that thing, don't they? They love a title. They love a title. So he has 2 takeaways a day with Pop-Tart chasers. I don't think I've ever had a Pop-Tart in my life. Seen a few. Mainly turn up on Love Island, don't they? But, and here's, oh look, Harry and Meghan. Actually, one of the people who's been writing about Harry says he's deeply unhappy. Not at all surprised. She's getting all the coverage, which is what she wanted in the first place. You seriously believe she was ever going to be walking behind Harry? No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. Amanda and Alicia's fury over the wage gap. This is on Britain's Got Talent. Alicia Dixon gets £450,000 per... I don't know if that's per series or whatever. Anyway, it seems quite a bit of money to me. Amanda Holden gets £700,000. David Walliams gets £1.5 million, and Simon Cowell gets £2.5 million. So why don't the girls earn the same as the boys? I don't know. I think if you do a similar job or something that's nearly identical, like sit on a panel, then you should get the same money. Why would you not get the same money? But it doesn't work like that, does it? Really, which is a great shame. But I mean, $700,000 a year, people can get by on that. Posties can now pick up people's parcels for sending on their rounds as well as delivering them. Do you remember I told you I'd ordered stuff from America, and and it hadn't turned up, and it was about 8 weeks, and I remember thinking it's obviously got nicked along the way, or it's fallen, or something like that. I'm never going to see it. Blow me down yesterday. The postman turns up, Darren, and he said, I've got two parcels for you. And I went, yes. And then it turned out the thing that I was notified by, which was down in Southampton at their post office, it was something I'd sent to my brother, which is very nice. So, although he hasn't contacted me yet, so I'm hoping it was for him because it came from around that particular area. And then they tried to deliver my Christmas tree yesterday from Hermes, and I unfortunately I wasn't in at the time, and they said there's nowhere to leave it. I thought, well, he's obviously not very adventurous, the delivery man, because there's loads of places to leave it. You know, you could just push a door buzzer and it'll be left inside because it's all on CCTV. And so I've stuck a note on the door. You know, ring Lynn, and she'll sort of take it in, because this is the tree we're waiting for. And then this morning I came outside and they're putting up the Christmas lights in Twickenham. On all the posts, they've sort of twisted lights around and they flash and twinkle and stuff like that. It's very exciting, isn't it? Very, very exciting. Because I feel as though we're getting into the festive spirit of things. And we have a festive poem this morning. You won't like it. It's rubbish. Seriously, it's the worst poem I've ever read. It's the same line repeated 5 times. It didn't make any sense the first time round. And he proudly gives it to me in between trying to explain. We've got all these clips of Barbara Windsor, which we're never going to hear the light of day. But no, I'm sure. But I'm sure by the time we get to the weekend, he'll be perfect on his production skills. That's what I'm hoping anyway. But I'm doing a break. Don't point at the clock to me like I've gone blind. I can see. That's your job, is it? The other thing was your job, and you didn't manage that. Now all of a sudden there's something like tell him the time, and they go, it's my job to do that. So the other thing was obviously my job. Perhaps you should have loaded it into the machine and I'll push the button from in here. I could do Nick Abbott. I can be Nick Abbott. Somebody says you're in a very bad mood this morning, Steve. No, I'm not. I just sound like I'm in a bad mood for the last 35 years. So the assistant producer's going to Brighton. Apparently he's celebrating some ridiculous scenario with a girlfriend. They've been going out together for 3 years, and apparently this warrants a trip to Brighton. Because obviously they're not going to spend much money on it, because you never know, it might finish at Christmas. And no, there's no point, is there, really? It's also much cheaper if you finish with somebody before Christmas. So they're going to go up this thing. He said, have you ever seen this before? It's in Brighton. It's the only thing they've got there. They've got a burnt-out pier. They've got another pier. They've got loads of yobbos, and then they've got the viewing tower, which you sort of go up there and you stand, and it sort of goes to the top of this tower, and then people point out the window like they've never seen a view before. Obviously, people who've lived in a bivouac or something on the top of Everest, and they open the thing, look at that, there's a view from the top of Everest. And this thing, do you what? They do anything you like. 29 quid for yoga. Why don't you just stay at home? You know, make it a lot cheaper. Then you could save the money, and then you could sort of... In fact, if you eat enough food, you can join that 50-stone bloke, who's British, by the way. He's British, and he's only 30. He's only 30. But it's a It's a terrible waste, isn't it? And he's sort of there, I was trapped in my flat. Well, I mean, why is that anybody's fault but your own? The amount of food he has as takeaways, it's quite phenomenal. It's an addiction. But he's been to a boot camp, a fat camp, they call America, because America's got loads of fast food places. And the trouble is, it's fast until it descends into your stomach, and then it stays there. But as a child, he was chubby, and he's ordered kebabs and chips and Chinese meals direct to his door through apps. He spends around 10 grand a year. Well, wait a minute, he's obviously not working, so who's paying for it? We are. Don't tell me he's on benefits. I couldn't bear it. Because I can't see him actually managing to actually get up and out of bed and do something. Somebody says, does he walk round the bedroom? I don't think he walks anywhere. Otherwise, he could walk down the stairs. I think he is marooned in the bed. It's costing us a small fortune. And Patrick says, as you mentioned, Doris Day, with the Deadwood stage, whip, crack away, whip, crack away. Now I shout it from the highest hill, even told the golden daffodil. And I saw that, I Googled her, says Patrick, and she died last year. 97. And, yes, she must have loved cake because she was divorced 5 times. Yet she was 97. I loved her. I thought she was great. Steve, your top 3 impressions are Christine Lampard, how are you? Zippy, oh, yippee, and Frank's... What? Oh, that was all right, yeah. Frank Spencer. A very bit of trouble. Betty, little Jessica's here. She's done a whoopsie. Prince, yeah, my Prince Charles is brilliant. I mean, that's almost uncanny. He might as well be in the room with me. Seriously. Unlike your girlfriend and up the tower that moves in Brighton. Are you going to buy a sandwich and eat it from the top and go, oh, look, we can take a picture of a view. Get a meal deal up the tower. Yeah. How are you getting down there? Will you be driving? Oh, no, you haven't got a car. Will you be going by Chuff Chuff? Oh, you're driving? Well, nowhere to park in Brighton. Why don't you take the train and then you can relax? Then you can have a sherbet down there. That would be better. And it's not so expensive. You must better get, a seasonal discount ticket or something. Go for a night or two. A night or, well, you won't get two travel lodge rooms at this short notice. I'm hoping you're getting 2 travel lodge rooms. I'm hoping we're not going to be just one room in a Premier Inn or something like that. You're not even married, for goodness sake. I don't know why you'd be doing that. No, you don't want to stay down in Brighton. You get very depressed. Hotel. Oh, you've already booked the hotel. The hotel's called Swimming Pool. I know what swimming pools are called. They're called swimming pools. You don't have to tell me it's called a swimming pool because it's got water in it. In my place, we call it a bath, but obviously where you are, that's called a swimming pool. Lovely. And so, middle of bloody winter and it's got a swimming pool. How useful will that be? That'll be great. What's Brighton like? Full of ghastly students. Very bohemian chic. There's a lot of people walking around in clothes that have seen better days. Yeah, because we're like students, yeah. Dodgy cigarette, mate. Dodgy cigarette. That's what it's full of. Brighton is full of that. And then there's a very gay place called Camptown. I've got the Brighton Pavilion. You can do that. You'll like it in there. You'll like it in there. It was the Prince Regent's, but you can get... It's all been done up. It's very lovely inside. Very bohemian chic. You'll like it. They've got a Bills down there and everything else. And the Brighton Pavilion's lovely. It's very near the seafront. Oh, that's where you're staying, is it? The Queen's Hotel. How wise. How wise. And so, here we go. Oh, look. Have you noticed? They all show... Oh, look at the furniture. Oh, dear. Not sure about that. And yes. Oh, well, that looks better, the one on the left-hand side. Oh, there's one that's got a kitchen in it. In your room. Oh, it's an apartment, they do. And how much is this going to... Oh, there is a swimming pool. Look, they will show you a picture of a swimming pool like we've never seen one before. Marvellous. How much is this... A sauna, yes, well, that'll be useful for you, won't it? And, look, and one towel hanging up. Obviously, you have to fight over the one towel. But I'm wet. Oh, dry yourself off in the sauna. And look, you won't go anywhere near the gymnasium, I shouldn't imagine. And how much is this place a night? How much? £200? Are you allowed to take the room home with you? I mean, 100? They must have a travel lodge down there, which you can do it for about 49 quid or something. You won't use the swimming pool? Why would you use the swimming pool? You won't use it. Well, you definitely won't use the gym. I mean, what are you going to do with that? Oh, I know. Is that it there? That's the pier, isn't it? So the Queen's Hotel. Are you actually on the seafront, or are you... How lovely, honestly. Is your room overlooking the sea, or are they... Hopefully you're going to be upgraded. Not after this programme, I tell you. No chance. So, at the moment, you're sort of at the back looking over the pipeworks, are you? Yeah. Tell him you work on a radio station in London. Yes, my email... Yeah, no, don't say you know Steve Allen. But tell him your email address is LBC. It's a radio station in London. You get LBC down here, don't you? We're a national station. Oh, right, you a presenter? Could be. And, there's no point in just saying I'm an assistant. But it looks very nice, doesn't it? Looks very nice. Get there. How far away is it from Brighton? Well, how far away from the town centre are you? I mean, are you near Hove? Oh, 5-minute walk. Well, there you go. You won't be using the gymnasium, will you? You'll be walking every day. And then coming back and going to the girlfriend. Swim? And she'll be going, you're having a laugh. You won't be swimming, will you? There's an arcade. What, an amusement arcade? Yeah, the whole of the pier is an arcade. From the moment you walk into the front bit to the back, it's one huge arcade. Do you like penny arcades? Yeah. She's really in for a rough time, isn't she, your girlfriend? We're going to Brighton so that he can play the penny arcade. And he's booked a hotel with a swimming pool and a gymnasium. And but we haven't actually booked any posh restaurants of a meal because it's costing £200, which is like a lot of money. A lot for two people. You know, I'd go by train. We've actually found another hotel. In fact, my friend Rich has done it. He says, you might like the Hotel Peli Rocco. Do you want to have a look at that one? It's spelled... Here we go, I have to spell it for them, Rich. P-E-L-I-R-O-C-C-O. Hotel Peli Rocco. Is it... Well, show me a picture and I'll tell you whether it's... I can tell by looking at hotels whether they're expensive. I can tell. Hotel. Look at this. Look, England's most rock and roll hotel. Oh, look at that. That's a bit nice, isn't it? But actually, if it's a rock and roll hotel and Rich has stayed there, it's not going to... Oh, it's a bit nice, isn't it? Look at that. You can see somebody showering in your mirror. That'll be nice. And is that a bed? That is freaky, isn't it? That's in one of the squares. I can tell by looking out of the window there. I know exactly where that is. That's a nice room, a little boudoir. Kind of, no, not a boudoir. I'm talking boudoir. No swimming pool. Well, it would be if you let the bathroom flood. But, and how much is it? How much is it? Oh, look, they do nibbles. They do everything. Oh, Scotch eggs. Love a Scotch egg. That's the sort of place that Rick could stay in. He wouldn't do modern. He'd actually do more trendy. He'd be... Look at these rooms. They are all different. It's in one of the garden squares. I think I know which one it's in, actually. And, oh, look, you get a woman in that room just wearing her bra and knickers. There'll be three of us in that relationship. Very exciting. So, as I say, it won't last till Christmas, this relationship. It's all looking a bit suspect at the moment. But it doesn't say how much it is. Yeah, have a look. Oh, it looks nice, though, doesn't it? If Rich has stayed there, it does get the seal of approval. Paul says, have you started cycling to work? No. Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, says, your producers are definitely overpaid. £200 a night for a room. I'm not paying that for a week. I know. I think he's won the lottery. To be honest with you, I think he's a lottery winner. He's just kept it quiet. But definitely. Somebody says, London's poor drivers with older cars will be charged £27.50 a day if they do expand the congestion charge, says Roger. The lanes are nice, so's Chocky Wocky Doodah. I thought it had gone. I thought Chocky Wocky Doodah closed. Can you find Chocky Wocky Doodah in Brighton? I thought, because I used to go in there all the time. I don't think it's there. I don't think it's there anymore. I think... What, Chocky Wocky? C-H-O-C-C-Y... Wocky Doodah. There you go, Chocky Wocky Doodah. They are, it's closed. I thought so. They've ceased trading. In fact, they haven't traded for... Oh, God, for years. Yeah. Photo share by blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it closed a long time ago. And the reason was they've supplied... I mean, I used to buy all sorts of things in there. I loved it. I thought it was great. So they were established in the lanes. They ran another shop in Covent Garden, and both shops have now closed. They've been put into voluntary redundancy. Challenging trading conditions. I used to buy... They used to do also... They made... Not a recommendation. Jordan's wedding cake. They do all sorts of things made out of chocolate, and they used to do naked Santas. Bless you. Wash your hands. Naked Santas for Christmas, which was Santa Claus with a little pair of briefs on in chocolate. They were really cool. I used to give them away to people as sort of presents. People I didn't like. And I go in there and buy loads of their sort of stuff. They were good fun, actually. But no, I thought they'd ceased trading ages ago. Steve, another great feature of Brighton, says Tony in Newark, is they've got a nudist beach. Yes, I don't really see Luke going on a nudist beach. It's bad enough, with clothes on, let alone with them off. Thank you very much indeed. And apparently, somebody else reminded me that there is a nudist beach in Brighton. There are other. You can do the lanes. The lanes are nice. You've done the lanes. You can go and buy a piece of jewellery. Not. And no, it's quite expensive. Lots of little jewellers and things like that. Yes, you pay to go in the pavilion. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's well worth going. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Queen Victoria used to go down. People used to take the air in Brighton. It was said to be very good for you, the sea air. And the Prince Regent had the Brighton Pavilion built. And you'll see things, you think, oh, that's bamboo, but it's painted to look like bamboo. It's very luxurious. Very, very luxurious. It's literally, as you head down the hill, if you were driving, if you're going to get the train, you arrive in the middle of Brighton anyway, and then you sort of go down and the sea's straight ahead of you, and if you just look to the right, you'll see the Brighton Pavilion. It's sort of, have a look. If you've not seen a picture of it, get it. Yeah, I'm doing a break. I'm just talking to Luke, okay, about Brighton Pavilion. Put in Brighton Pavilion, okay, on Google, in your own time, no immediate rush. Apart from we've got the news coming up in about 10 minutes. Quite like... What, how do you mean what? Just put... Yeah, but have a look. Put up the pictures for me, so I can see the pictures. It's very nice. Very, very nice. There you go, let's have a look. Yeah, what... Oh, dear, the Royal Pavilion... Yeah, I mean, it's... Look. It's lovely. It really is lovely. I think it's fantastic. Yeah. And it's got... Yeah, there you go. Look, that's it. It looks like the Taj Mahal, doesn't it? I think it was probably modelled on that, but the rooms inside are stunning. And it's all been done up. They spent a small fortune, and they brought stuff back again. Really lovely. I love it. I love it. I mean, it might not be your sort of thing, but I mean, to be honest with you, I think and that's the sort of place I could live in. I mean, just looking at the chandelier alone, and they've got so many different types of chandelier. Now I'll take a break. It's... 8 minutes to 5, right, we've kind of dispensed with Bright. They've had to book the swimming pool, believe it or not. They've booked the swimming pool, and he told me proudly, we've booked breakfast as well. A bit of a rarity in this day and age. He's never seen breakfast before. It'll arrive on a tray, and they'll go, what would you like to eat? They go, full English? Yeah, I'll have the full English, I think. Will that be delivered to the room? Yes. So you can have your orange juice and your cup of tea. Yeah, you'll be fasting for breakfast. You can pop it in a bag and in your pocket and then take it home with you. Eat it on the train. But definitely don't drive down there. What's the point of that? Take the train, let the train take the strain, and then you can have a few drinks and things like that, because we know what your driving's like. It's a bit like, sort of journey down there, isn't it? And you can get up the other end with your little cases and sort of get a taxi to the hotel. We're staying at the hotel with the swimming pool. Because there can't be many of those, can there? Hotels with swimming pools, unless they've had a flood. And so that's quite nice. But, I mean, you book breakfast and everything, so sounds fantastic. And you're going down there for what reason? Is there some reason that you're going? Anniversary. Oh, right, 3 years. 3 years of sheer misery and hell. And you're going... Sorry? Do I believe in romance? What a ridiculous question is that on a Wednesday morning? Of course I don't believe in romance. What for? It's very expensive. It's very, very expensive. You don't have to do that. I mean, put it this way, it'll be finished in less than a year. These things, they don't last. They never do last. Because can you believe they're living together? Don't say anything. They're living together, not married. It's a bit like Fawlty Towers. Remember that, the Fawlty Towers one, where there was a couple living together in a room. He said, separate rooms, Sybil. She said, what for? He said, not married, not married. But nowadays it seems to be quite normal, doesn't it, for sort of young people who are sort of living together, that they go away for these naughty... Years ago, it was called Naughty Weekends, wasn't it? And people used to put down things like Mr. and Mrs. Smith in the book, because if you weren't married, they wouldn't let you have a double room, which I thought was very sensible. Very sensible. We don't want to encourage that kind of thing, do we? Definitely not. But he's going down there whether he wants to go or not. And when are you going on this extravagant, all-expenses-paid trip of a lifetime? Mid-November. Fabulous. It sounds wonderful, honestly. You'll be knee-deep in snow. The cars won't go anywhere at all. And they say, terribly sorry, the pool's frozen over. It's like, why did you pick Brighton? Is there any particular reason? Really? Oh, the arcade. You like the arcades, do you? Dodgems. Yes. Yes. I was trying to explain to him something else. I can't be bothered to explain to you. It's too complicated. And it was like pulling teeth. That's right. It was a line in the poem. And the line was, delight us. And he went, delighted? I went, no, delight us. Well, it took about 10 minutes for it to register, and even then I'm not sure it's gone in, because the word is, your branch is green, delight us. He thought it sounded like, well, he didn't think it sounded like that. And he kept repeating it incorrectly, which was beginning to get on my nerves. You know, I'm generally a very tolerant sort of person. Very, very tolerant. But once you've explained something 3 times to him, you know, and it still hasn't sunk in. Steve, do you know the history of Epsom salts? Of course. The history of Epsom salts? Absolutely. I mean, I thought that was well known, wasn't it, Kevin? Did you know that? I mean, I assume the reason you're asking is because there is a family connection. And I mean, technically, I have to do it technically. It's like it's a natural occurring magnesium and sulfate mineral compound. The chemical name, I can't remember actually now, I've forgotten it. I think it's magnesium sulfate heptahydrate. And it was discovered in the English town where it was discovered. It was bubbling up in water from an underground stream. I think in about sort of the late 1600s, something like that. What? People always seem surprised. Yes, it was discovered in the English town. They found it in a shop window. They went, oh, look, they're selling Epsom salts in Epsom, which was very good. I mean, according to Jim Hill, who I've spoken to over the years, the president of the Epsom Salt Council, who was founded in 1993, he noticed that the wounds on an animal who waded in the Epsom salted water seemed to heal more quickly. And so that was why. Very bitter, you two, very bitter. You'll be sitting on the naughty step between the two of you. Have to take it in turns. And book, probably, I should imagine. It's very near Guildford, isn't it? No, Croydon. It's near Croydon. I get confused with sort of maps. But it's nice, and it looks quite nice. There's two domestic producers, I think, in America, and that's Giles and PQ Corporation. And again, I've been in contact with both of them actually. They are FDA proved, yes, and USP. And USP. See, you forgot USP. Funny that, isn't it? Always remember. It's funny. Everybody always remembers FDA. They never remember USP because most people think it's a carrier. You know. Which it probably could be. But no, we used to have Epsom salts quite a lot as children. Quite a lot. In fact, I think our house was built on Epsom salts, which was lovely. If we got hungry, we just used to lick the walls. We never did anything at all, actually. We were the only family in our road who had an Epsom salt house. It was lovely. Seriously, people, at Christmas time, if we lit a little tea light and put it in the window, the entire house lit up. It was quite something to watch. They used to say, you know, that Allen family, they've not wasted any money on lights this Christmas, have they? As we'd sit there with our one blooming tea light, illuminating the house of Epsom salts. I don't know what I'm here for, actually. I think I'm taking money under false pretences. It can't be right, can it, that we get paid for this? It's not right. It's not right. Of course, if it hadn't been for Storm Barbara... All right, forget it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Bouncing baby food.
No. We missed it. It only works when I go da. And then it doesn't work when we get this long pregnant pause, by which time I could have given birth, and we end up with. It's just no. It doesn't work. So you're not concentrating today. How did I put you off? I queued to it. Steve, says Matthew, I used to have a flat next to the Queen's Hotel. It's adjacent to the West Pier, but okay. More Hove than Brighton, says Matthew. So, there you go. Used to live next door to it. So, that's nice, isn't it? You'll have him knocking on your bedroom door saying, hello. Please wish me a very happy birthday. Steve, says Connie, I'm 53 today and my birthday wish is only health and happiness. Shocking video about the fat man lifted out through the window by the fire brigade. Looked pretty dangerous as well. He's 50 stone. That's the only way they can get him out on a crane from the fire brigade. I mean, that's got to cost a foot. Who pays for it? We do. but he can spend $10,000 a year on his takeaways. I think somebody needs to sort of hypnotise him to stop him eating October. Jane Moore, talking today about all sorts of things, including John Leslie. She says when a jury takes just 23 minutes to mull over the details of a week-long trial, you know that the verdict of guilt or innocence is pretty clear-cut. In John Leslie's case, it was the latter, and yet again he walked free from Southwark Crown Court after being accused of sexual assault. The judge told him, for the second time, leave this court without a stain on your character. Do you know that John Leslie's not his real name? Did you know that? I didn't know that either. That's the first time I learnt it. I can't remember exactly what it is now, because they actually put it in there. And I was going to read it, and I thought, who's that? Perhaps I'm talking about the wrong person. His real name is... We shall find out. Well, that would be useful. Yes, no, it's not in the paper, no. No, it's not. No, you're wrong. And I don't think John Leslie comes into it at all. I'm pretty certain. Here we go, John Leslie... wait a minute. Born John Leslie Stott. Yeah, I think, because they actually said to him, Mr. Stott. And I remember thinking, who are they talking to? Who are they talking to? So he's just used his first two names, which actually sounds good. It's funny how you think of him as John Leslie, don't you? But he went out with Abby Titmus, and who became a star for some reason for making this film with John Leslie. Born in Edinburgh, the brother of Grant Stott. Which doesn't mean anything at all to me, I'm afraid. But, Jane Moore writes a very interesting piece about him. She says, I happened to meet him. He appeared on his old show this morning, and as Loose Women is in the next show, I rushed out to greet him. And the strain of the past few years was all too apparent. He must be sick to death of it. Somebody else comes out. But as some of the other columnists have said, somebody gropes you or touches your bottom or, ooh, like that kind of thing. It's done in fun. If it sounds malicious or it looks malicious, well, then fair enough. But he's not that sort of person, and that's what the people went into court to say. She says, time now, surely, to let him live the rest of his life in peace. It is. What a wait. A week for a trial. A week. God knows who's paying for that. Who's paying for that? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, Britons have... Oh, no, I'm going to tell you that... Oh, I'll tell you this. What are the things that we're most proud of? The top 10 inventions. 10... The aeroplane, which reminds me, I saw a lovely thing in the paper the other day. No, it wasn't. It was on my phone. And it was the airlines flying around the world where you don't have to sit in a seat. You can book a suite. One of these airliners has got, it's a 2-bedroom suite with, you've got your own television, bathroom, everything, and a double bed that pulls out, and you get your own butler, and you get somebody who cooks all your own food. I thought, blimey. It's come a long way since I was sort of crammed into an aeroplane. Number 9, anaesthesia. Anaesthetic, OK? Which is very good. Without that, can you imagine? That's what they used to have to do years ago. If you were having an operation, they would basically get you drunk. They would feed you a bottle of whiskey, and then they would do the operation. If they were cutting off your leg, they would literally tip enough booze down you so you didn't feel the pain. Yeah, right. I don't think so. The next one, computers, number 7. Where would we be without computers? Where would this programme be without computers? Because we use them for everything. Absolutely everything. Also, number 6, the television, then the internet, a light bulb, very useful. Vaccinations, yes, that's number 3. Number 2 is telephone. And number 1, electricity. Electricity. The idea of sort of flicking a switch and on it comes. And I've seen houses before after they put in the electricity, and it was sort of quite amazing to look at. Quite amazing. So Alexander Graham Bell, 2,000 people couldn't name Alexander Graham Bell as the person behind the telephone. 1 in 5 didn't know that Thomas Edison developed the light bulb. That's why what you should do is go to the Science Museum. They've got all these things there, all these inventions over the years. It's great. It's a fantastic museum. But don't pay because, we've been paid for it. It's for tourists. You can just go through. They don't make you pay. Well, they certainly shouldn't do. They're not allowed to. It's supposed to be voluntary. But if you don't want to pay, don't pay. I always say if I'm going into the Science Museum, we're going to the shop. And then just go through the barrier. And that's it. So that's my trick for getting in there without having to pay. Because I don't think we should have to pay. I really don't. So just say, just go into the shop. And you can go and see all the different things that they demonstrate. You'll find something to buy, Luke. Probably one of those alien voice changer helmets that you put on. Hello, Steve. You know, and that would be very funny. Or, Steve, eight, you know. Don't know who that's supposed to be. I've got no idea, actually, but it was very funny for me. Hope it was as good for you. Steve, the Lion and Lobster pub in Hove is great, says Bex. I don't think Luke's a drinker. Really, not many. And if he is, then you should definitely not take the car, because otherwise how can you enjoy Brighton? Then you can go out and look at the lights on the pier, and that's rivetingly exciting. And you can watch and see the waves crashing on. You can walk along the beach, yeah. It's all stones. There's no sand in Brighton at all. I think they sold it years ago. They've just got stones. Parking is impossible, Steve, in Brighton. And beat the junior idiot over the head with a train timetable. I think he might go by train. He might have taken my advice. He's just not keen on walking down the high street with his stuff in one of those little shopping basket on wheels. You know. Yeah. Yeah. I assume you knew him. Do you know him? Yeah, a bit rude, he says. Big G. He's bigger than you, actually, Big G. Yeah, oh, Corey, yeah. I've got it in for you now, I tell you. Don't hold out much hope of you lasting on the programme very much longer. And then Paul says maybe you could treat Luke to an afternoon tea in Brighton. I don't think so. Why would I'm not going on this day trip away. Didn't we have a wonderful time the day we went to Brighton? On the way back, I toggle with Jack and No, I don't. Yeah, I can tag it. It'd be like you could be sort of William and your girlfriend could be Catherine and I could be Prince Harry. I could just sort of tag along behind the two of you. Oh, are we stopping soon? No. You always get the kids, don't you? The father's walking ahead with the other one, and the kids being practically dragged along the pavement because they haven't got enough energy to walk. But parking is impossible in Brighton. You don't want to have to do things like that. Get the train and then sort of fork out a bit. Spend a bit of money. Go on, but treat her to a taxi. Don't make her walk from the station. You know, that would be a bit mean. So 3 years, good Lord. Do you remember where you met? Oh, you met in Brighton? Oh, you didn't meet in Brighton. You just said that for an effect, did you? You met at uni. What's that? Is that a town? Is that a town in the Midlands or something? We're going to stay in uni. And you the first date was Brighton, was it? Oh, how lovely. I'm so bored already. And so that's great, isn't it? So you've gone back to your old stomping ground of what it was only 3 years ago. God, do you think it's changed a bit since then? It's not like from the Blitz, is it? It's sort of... No, that's good to go back to that same place. Do you have a sort of a place which is sort of your place kind of thing? You know, we met in this bar and this was our tune that I played on the jukebox. Do you have that? Do you have an hour tune? You don't? All right. You didn't sort of meet over a crescendo of the 1812 overture or something? Probably more about something by ABBA or something. Can't see it being anything else. I'm sure it'll be lovely. As long as it doesn't rain, you're fine. Because Brighton's miserable at the best of times, as you know. But no, there's other places you can go to. Like stay in your hotel room and wish it away. That'd be the best thing to do, wouldn't it? Steve, 84850, steve@lbs.co.uk. Sorry? You've seen it? Okay. It's another snowflake. It was a snowflake. I love the idea that Luke might ring you, says Shane in Sydney, from his room and show you around the hotel room. So people do that, don't they? I've had friends of mine, they go, oh, look, you know, and you get FaceTime up on your phone and then you start moving the phone around the room. And then you suddenly realise that you can't do that because you're in the shower. And it doesn't quite work the same, does it? Many's the time I've done that. You pick up the phone and go, hello? I don't think about it. Never think about things like that at all. But no, I mean, I should imagine if they do go down to Brighton, which they'd have to because they're booked, the last thing they're thinking about is contacting Steve Allen. You know, hello, Steve. We're on because he's northern. We're on holiday in Brighton, and it's great. It's great. You can rent a cat for your room and things like that, just to make you feel at home. And just outside the door, there's Whippet, and sometimes we take Whippet down to pier. It's, you know, landlord's got dog. It's lovely. I don't know. Is it too early to put the tree up today, the Christmas tree? I can't work out if I think it's too early to put it up. I mean, we are sort of heading towards the end of October, November. I don't know. I'll think about that one. Oh, we've got the Christmas poem of the day, which is, I think it's by somebody called Ernst Anschutz. Oh, I love the way you're smiling. You're smiling because he hasn't heard me read it yet. It's called O Christmas Tree, and it will become fairly apparent in about less than a nanosecond why it's called O Christmas Tree. O Christmas tree, your branches green delight us. O Christmas tree, your branches green delight us. They're green when summer days are bright, they're green when winter snow is white. O Christmas tree, your branches green delight us. It's really good, isn't it? It's a song. It's one. Oh Christmas tree, your branches green delight us. Oh Christmas tree, your branches green delight us. They're green when summer days are bright, they're green when winter snow is white. Oh Christmas tree, but it used to be called O Tannenbaum. Oh Tannenbaum, oh Tannenbaum. I'm obviously older than I thought if I remember things. Apparently coffee bars and boutiques opposite the Grand Hotel in Brighton, the posher part. Well, opposite the Grand Hotel is the sea. So how there's a boutique there, I've got no idea. Nikki says there's nothing wrong with ABBA. No, if you like that kind of thing, it's fantastic. Jack says, hope you're well, can't sleep right now, probably not good for my 9 a.m. seminar this morning. Thank goodness it's online. Loads of those are online, aren't they now? Really? See, put the Christmas tree up, says Shane. I was at Westfield Shopping Centre, Bondi Junction yesterday. They had all their decorations up. Yes, I mean, I don't think you can ever sort of do that. And have them up too early. I think you can put trees up and stuff like that whenever you feel like it. Martin says, Steve, when would we be getting the Barbara Storm this afternoon? I have no idea, actually. Again, we missed it. It doesn't matter. Seriously. I'll have to start doing the impressions myself on the programme. Is there no reason why not? Man United ace, Aaron Wan-Bissaka, I think that's how you pronounce it, but knowing my lack of football, it probably isn't, is at the centre of claims he's fathered a child behind his girlfriend's back. He's a £55 million defender. His partner, Rihanna Bentley, has now publicly dumped him, saying she wished him the best of joy with his new bundle of joy. And she also posted online a private conversation in which she accused him of making her feel below a human. Crikey. But he's been going out with an American model. What sort of model? I think you can guess when you see the photograph. What is it in footballers and the page 3 types? They seem to go for these ones, don't they, really? And, but anyway, it's all... You can't trust... Why would you ever want to trust a footballer? Listen, Gary Lineker the other day, he's a former footballer, isn't he? Went out not wearing his mask, shopping in Marks and Spencer's, I think in Barnes or somewhere like that. I mean, really? Dreadful old hypocrites, aren't they? And the page 3 legends. This is Nicola McLean. I mean, dear Lord above, it's very embarrassing. She says, when I can finally get back on the red carpet... Why would they put you on the red carpet, dear? You're just a girl who gets her boobs out. You're not worthy of the red carpet at all. She says, not only does a peekaboo thong look cheeky, sexy and iconic, it's also an unapologetic message of female empowerment. What a load of cobblers, honestly. They come up, what is it, this female empowerment? There's no such thing. The Spice Girls, they used to go, yeah, I'll tell you what you want, what you really, really want, and that's a male manager. And that's how it worked. Rhiannon Sugden... You know, really not an interesting person, but like selling stories on people intimately, or ironically, more famous than she is. And that's how they make their living, these people. But Nicola McLean, oh, dear me, bad enough. Noel and Liam Gallagher used to sing Christmas carols to Alex Higgins, apparently, because the legend would give them money. Wow. Seems quite nice. He was always drunk, and he was only 61 when he died in the year 2010. They became friends with the Gallaghers, and they would invite him to the band's concerts. But that's booze, isn't it? Amir Khan has been slammed by fans for flaunting his wealth on video. They're obviously not fans then, are they? If you're a fan of somebody, why would you worry? Why would you worry about him sort of saying, this is my house, this is my car and all that sort of thing? My friend Ian says, I think Oh Christmas Tree is one of the songs my Steve Allen Christmas Tree plays. When it does play music, UK to US, voltage issues permitting. Because I bought him the tree, we had to find a voltage reducer that he could have. But the boxer returned from Bolton from trips to Dubai and Pakistan saying, hate the rain, go away. And then he posted a video outside his £1.3 million pad in Bolton. God, that's a one-bedroom flat round our way. But then he panned to his £300,000 Lamborghini Aventador and a £350,000 Rolls-Royce Phantom. One fan said, bro, you showing off all of your cars, rain is just an excuse. And then somebody said, try being more humble. They're obviously not fans, these are snowflakes, aren't they? Snowflakes who sort of write things because they are tragic. Very, very tragic. Very sad, lonely people. They don't have anybody else to talk to. They don't have any friends. So really we should feel sorry for them. We really should. It's, poor little souls, honestly. Steve, we bought a 6-foot fibre optic willow tree from Studio Cars. Put it up already, says Ian. It looks quite good. Yes, good. Hope you have a brolly with you. It's chucking it down, says Sue. Not here, it's not. Not here, it's not. It's bone dry outside, isn't it, Corey? Is it bone dry? Have a look. Stick your hand out the window. It's bone dry. Yeah, no rain for us. Should we find out? Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently raining and 15 degrees. Expect cloudy skies starting in the afternoon and rain in the evening. Today's high will be 16 degrees and the low will be 14.
Chance of rain? 100%. 100%. Typical. The day I've got my diabetes thing. A syringe full of blood. Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure that'll be absolutely fine. I'm sure. I always like to go, yeah, that's great. My friend Ian retweeted Twickenham getting ready for its lights. They're not the best I've ever seen, but they look a little bit better than they were last year. So if it rains, it rains. It's only a bit of water. Step singer H has told Anne Widdecombe to foxtrot off after she spoke out against Strictly's first same-sex pairing. But you know that she would. You know that she would. Of course she would. She's like that. She's not the biggest gay fan going, and yet most of her male friends turn out to be gay. He blasted the archaic former show star and one-time government minister as a bigot. The outspoken Brexit Party MEP says, I don't think it's what viewers from Strictly, especially families, are looking for. But Ian H. Watkinson says your archaic views just create more bigots. Foxtrot off. I think that's a little play on words. Pip Schofield never borrows money. That's always a good sign, isn't it, really? Because he believes he was killed in a past life over a debt that got his family murdered. He recalled the horrifying incident as a struggling husband in the 17th century after he was regressed by a spiritualist. Right. More madness coming out. More madness. Also, Marcus Rashford has called on his 3.4 million fans to lobby MPs into backing his Feed the School Children campaign today. They've already said no. They can't afford to do it. It's as simple as that. I mean, I suppose he could actually do it. He seems he has got 250,000 fans signing his online petition calling for a government U-turn. I doubt they'll do it. In fact, I'd be very, very surprised. Internet money star Taz Taylor has slammed major record labels for ripping off young producers and taking credit for their hard work. I never know who these people are. I don't know. Have you ever heard of Taz Taylor? Internet money star. She's got a very peculiar hairstyle. That's all I can tell you. Have you ever read the Christmas Tree book? I don't think so, no. When a family pick a Christmas tree from the woods, had their Christmas day, got rid of it once Christmas was over. The tree was sad. At the end of the story, they retrieve the tree. I'm sure I read that when I was a child, says Sidcup Julie. I don't remember it. I've seen the Griswolds going out buying their, Christmas tree, which they had to go and cut down, which I thought was very good. Steve, did you see Gemma Collins' Diva Forever? No, because she's a fraud. She's a fake. She's not a diva at all. Divas are sort of people like opera stars, not talentless nobodies. Seriously. So I wouldn't want to watch the programme. I've been watching a little bit of Towie, but only because it seems to come on at all times of the day and night. And so I watched a little bit of it, and I felt a bit sorry for these people. They always gets in the car and then they start talking about their boyfriends or their girlfriends, and and it's the abbreviation of words which makes me absolutely die laughing. So not doing that. Helen says it's raining in Twickenham. Raining in Twickenham. That's lovely. Oh, sorry. And, Steve, I could hug you. Each time I hear the Spice Girls claim they empowered women, I despair, says Dulcie. who's in Crosby. They didn't empower women at all. They were an assembled group by men. Men put that group together. They had to give them something to hang it on. Now, don't get me wrong, I thought they were great. I thought they were absolutely great. But I just didn't... I didn't get this sort of empowering women. You know, I just don't get that. I mean, what do I know? I'm only a man. Another one here, which says, it's raining in Twickenham, no sign of Storm Barbara yet. No, unfortunately not. There is no storm of that persuasion coming in. I know. I waited till he got up and walked to the end of the room. He does it to exercise himself. I think his legs are in danger of dropping off. He's got... We walked together the other day. Well, I say walked. He walked behind me, knowing his place. Oh, here we go. What now?
This thing.
That's that thing, is it? Thank you. It's very nice of you. Thank you. To say something, haven't you? Try and make it. I've just realised actually on the Christmas song this morning, we actually got a picture of a Christmas tree. I'm looking at, because I like watching all the shopping channels and their Christmas trees. Ideal World's Christmas trees look like they're last year's rejects. Very thin, very spindly, very naff. I think QVC are doing a lot better. But also you need presents wrapped properly. You know, properly wrapped in glitter paper and stuff like that, because it reflects on television. It looks nice. Absolutely hissing down in Biggleswade, says Jez. It's funny. Well, they've said 100% chance. 100% chance of rain today, which is lovely. Also, an angry mother booted out her bathroom fitters mid-job after she found a plumber fast asleep on the floor. Rachel Ferguson paid more than £2,000 up front. The bathroom in West Lothian was torn out after she signed a deal with Supreme Wet Wall Bathrooms. The work started last Monday and was due to finish yesterday, but the job was hit by delays. And at one point, the plumber took a chance to have a nap. So we're now stuck with half a bathroom, she said. That's the problem. Once you get rid of them, they ain't coming back again. Bit difficult. Former Love Island Megan Barton Hanson has relaunched herself as a sexpert. And what is she? 21 or something, an expert. Just because you paint yourself out to be a little bit of a tart, it doesn't mean to say you're an expert, I'm afraid. We all know how useless Jordan is in that department. Basically means, says Dawn Neeson, she's flogging sex toys and knickers. One piece of advice to ask your partner what sort of adult material they like to watch, and maybe role play it. Tried that with a husband, says Dawn. The answer was Spurs v West Ham. Gave a whole new meaning to keepy uppy. Honestly, you have to laugh, don't you? You have to laugh. Also, RAF pilots must use gender-neutral titles if asked by colleagues. These include Z, per and her instead of he, she and him. Meanwhile, Devon and Cornwall police have shared an inclusivity cartoon of a gender-neutral tomato trying to identify whether it's a fruit or a vegetable. Because it's a fruit, isn't it, a tomato? I think it's a fruit. Not a vegetable. Perish the thought, says Dawn Neeson, that either organisation actually concentrate on getting the job done. Seriously, we are turning into a nation of mamby-pambies. I mean, seriously. It really is very sad and tragic. Britain's World War... Oh, we've got the news coming up. Britain's World War II code breakers played less of a role in defeating the Nazis than people think. I think they were brilliant at Bletchley. Go there. There's a day out. There's a day, Bletchley. Or a day out to Windsor. That's quite nice. You go down to Windsor, cross over into Eton, which is very pretty. If you're lucky and the boys are at school, you get to see them in top hats and everything else. So that's all well worth it. I'm just trying to think of sort of things you can do on a day off. Monica says, I'm at a coffee shop now. How many triple espressos to deliver with you and your producers? Please don't. You're spoiling them. Don't spoil them. I'll never get any work out of them. Bad enough as it is at the moment, trying to get one of them to push buttons. We're having a lot of trouble with that. I'll tell you, there'll be a meeting after the programme. It'll be a 20-minute meeting. Probably Zoom it, I should imagine. I'll do it from the bus. He can do it from waiting down by the embankment. And I could eat a sausage now. I could eat one of those sausages with sort of the cheese in the middle of it. Just can't have it, can I? It's so funny when you watch Sky News now. They're all socially distancing. All socially distancing. KK Burley, I think that's par for the course, isn't it, really? You have to sort of socially distance. They can't be together. But if you watch the television... What? If you watch the television programmes, it looks as though they are together all these... Even this morning, Pip and Holly Boobs, they're actually distanced But when you see it, it looks like they're sitting together, but they've got a screen between them. Like the boys here have got a screen between them. We've just about managed to fit Luke in the middle of the two screens, and that's good. Won't be calling out the fire brigade on him when he falls sick in his bedroom, trying to winch him out, because he does actually have the gift of walking at the moment, which is good, isn't it? You like walking, don't you? Very good for you. A lot of walking to do in Brighton, if you don't take the car. But also, please, I promise you, do not take the car down there. You'll regret it. Get a taxi from the station. There'll be loads of taxis around. You're only going, it's a little local journey. And then you can sort of go there. Then you can get tiddly, have a bit of fun, you know. Taking the car down there, you'll worry about it. It'll cost you a fortune in a car park. So don't do it. News time. Let's get down to the news desk at 5:31. And here with the headlines. Company to have your company nice this Wednesday morning. Rain, go away. But at least I was reassured that we will be celebrating Christmas in Twickenham as they were putting the lights up today, which is quite nice. They should, I mean, listen, we need a bit of a boost, don't we? We really do. Just to clarify, Holly and Phil do not have a screen. Yes, they did. I've got a picture of them. I'm looking at it right now. They were hugging through a screen. I'm looking at it right now, a photograph of them here. I can see it quite clearly. And unless I've gone blind and I'm seeing things, no, I can definitely see it. Definitely see it. And Monica, I just want to wake them up. I'm awake since 3 a.m. Why should they sleep on the job? Do you know, I never understand people who can't, get up early in the morning. Admittedly, you have to it takes a bit of work, actually, but still nice. Still nice. Cambridge is a great day out, too. Is it? Cambridge is quite pretty. I think so. After, punting? So it never interested me, punting. I'm really not interested. It's like if you go to Venice. I'm not interested in, you're likely to bump into Melanie Sykes, which of course is the bad news. And the second, you get some gondola who they have them in, if you ever go to Las Vegas, if you've ever been to the Venetian, they have gondolas there going through the hotel. Inside the hotel, yeah. Although they cheat it, they have to sing as well. The gondolas sing inside the Venetian hotel. But the gondola that you're on, it's powered underneath, it's connected to a track. It's water. You go through it. It's almost like a ride. Have a look. You have a look at they call them gondolas at the Venetian Hotel, and you can see it. You can see the thing that it's hooked onto underneath, and they sing, just one cornetto, give it to me, delicious. Yeah, you can see how big it. Oh, it's huge. Bearing in mind, this is inside the hotel. I mean, you seriously can't believe. But all these things. So he's not actually rowing it anywhere in particular. It's just taken on this little track that runs underneath the water. So when you look at stuff in the Venetian Hotel Vegas or any of the other ones, you suddenly realize how big this place is. It is vast. And that, it's fake sky. But in one of the hotels, in Caesar's Palace, the sky goes dark and all the stalls, the lights come on and it goes from night to day. It's absolutely phenomenal. You go to Circus while you're playing all your little penny slot machines, there's people doing acrobats over your head. It's phenomenal. You should go there. You two would like it. And Bacchus comes alive and starts talking to you. They're huge places. Huge. Ask Neil. Neil will tell you how big these places are in Vegas. I think the lobby of Caesar's Palace is bigger than a football pitch. That's just the lobby. It's huge. You'd love it. Cheaper than Brighton. It's just that you probably have to socially isolate when you come back. Who's Neil? One of our listeners. He goes fishing. He's got a lot in common with my brother. They both go and sit on riverbanks and fish and things like that. He's multi-talented. He's been down to loads of our shows, actually, at the Magic Circle. Connie says, the last time we had a storm, it was really scary because I was about to be blown out into the street. Yeah, I mean, I've never had... I've had umbrellas, which you try and push against the storm. I've had things like that before. Somebody says, I've not heard from you in months as I don't get up early for work anymore, so I've missed you. Nice to hear you again, says Reza in Essex. And educated our driver about LBC on the way to Heathrow this morning. He was listening to your show. There's another listener, says Katie and Darren from West Byfleet. We're off to Mallorca for a week. Do you have to self-isolate when you come back from Mallorca? I can't remember. I know that loads of places you go away and when you come back you've got to sit indoors for 2 weeks. And I'm not sure if Mallorca is one of them. I get a bit bit confused by some of the places. So Mallorca, let's have a look. For Spain, blah, 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 the foreign down, preparing your return journey. So there you go. On arrival, travellers entering Spain from the UK will not be required to self-isolate. However, you'll have to undergo a visual health assessment temperature check, so that's okay. If you're returning to the UK from overseas, you'll need to provide your journey and contact details before you travel. Check if you need to self-isolate. So you'll have to find out whether that's... But you'll do that when you're coming back. It's a pain. That's why really nobody's coming in from America, because they've got to self-isolate for 2 weeks. What a pain, isn't it? But got the laptop, seeing how far we can push working from home. A friend of mine took his whole business over to America. He took it all over and he worked from America just on the computer because that's all he needed to do. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve must go to the Venetian Hotel in Vegas. Stayed at Circus Circus. Looks a bit dated now, Circus Circus. The Venetian... I still think the hotels are great. But, you know, unfortunately, the only thing that's a problem over in Vegas is they get a lot of hen and stag parties. And that kind of, it's like it's ruined Dubai, I'm afraid. If you're returning from Spain, you are required to self-isolate on the return, but the FCDO is not advising you to cut short your visit. Contact your tour operator or airline if you have any questions about your return journey. Have you and the producers ever dressed up as Father Christmas and his elves for a Christmas grotto? What's the matter with that one? What's the matter with it? Yeah, I've dressed up as Father Christmas for my Christmas grotto. You can see me on YouTube. Yeah, type in Steve Allen, Christmas Grotto, Fives Company. The crew used to take it in turns to dress up as elves and sit at my feet. You're bound to find it. I don't think there's many things there. Wait a minute. I like looking back at these things occasionally, not all the time. There's there we go. Greetings from the grotto. They built me this grotto. I wasn't really Father Christmas. I was sort of more just reading out people's letters.
Some of your letters, some of them are very
there you
touching.
go.
We've all been touched up.
I've still got that red suit. That's a bit of an embarrassment. It doesn't fit. Doesn't fit.
Picture on the grotto today, and here it is.
So people used to send in all their pictures.
4 years old, and he's from the Mango Tree Nursery. And
not very good. The picture is dreadful, but it didn't look like a snowman at all, did it? But the crew used to want to sit at my feet dressed up as elves with little hats on. They got them all these outfits. But this entire grotto that they built, so it's Fives Company, Greetings from the Grotto, it folds up. It's on wheels. They fold it up. I was the only person on that show that had to change about 4 times during it. Day clothes, first outfit. Second outfit, if we were doing the grotto, then change into the quiz show outfit, which was pre-recorded, but they had to see me going over there wearing the outfit because it's called continuity. I was exhausted at the end of each day. I mean, I've never changed clothes so many times. Never done it, but it was good. Another one here. So I've just seen a light in Windsor Castle. The Queen was in. I thought she's watching telly in the rain. Just like us. Just like us. Yes. I mean, I was watching this great programme, actually, on the Queen and her sister, Margaret. And it was very interesting because as children, they played together. They were very self-sufficient. Very self-sufficient. Margaret, of course, died fairly young. And then not long after her, the Queen Mother died. So the Queen, I mean, I don't know how she holds out. I really don't. And especially with all the troubles going on with the family. God knows what has been spun to her by Andrew. And Harry's definitely not coming back for Christmas. And then I did a joke the other day saying, he's thinking of having his first American Christmas. I said, do you think you can afford a Christmas tree? And some snowflake wrote in and went, are you stupid? Of course you can afford a Christmas tree. I thought, God, honestly, no laughter in that household, nothing but sheer misery. Sheer misery, which is interesting. So you can shop at Bicester. It's a shopping village, isn't it, Bicester? That'd be a good place for you boys to go. You can go and get some cheap clothes, you know. Well, because they had the shopping village at Bicester. No, it's cheap. It's cheap. I mean, it's not cheapo, but it's certainly a lot cheaper than you would pay for stuff normally. It's all the designer shops, and they're sort of banging out last year's stuff at sort of special discount prices, which is good. And Steve, we bought somebody else was telling me about this. Amazing how many people have bought fibre optic lights this year. You see them on the television, and they look fantastic. They look absolutely fantastic. And I like stuff like that. Steve, On this day in 1805, England expects we took on the French and the Spanish off the southwest coast of Spain near Cape Trafalgar. Stunning victory for the English fleet. Not one British ship was lost. 22 of the enemy vessels were sunk. I said to somebody the other day, where do you want to go? And I said, why don't you go to Portsmouth? Go and have a look at the Mary Rose. Go and have a look at the Victory. Have you ever seen the Mary Rose down there? Have you been to the exhibition? Oh, did it on a school trip? Lovely. Burst my bubble, hasn't it, this morning? There's no point in pursuing that one any further. I thought it was amazing. I still talk about it now, and I went down years ago. Have you ever been, Corey? It's fantastic. Get it up. Mary Rose Museum. And you look through at this half a Tudor warship. It's quite amazing. I mean, it really is quite amazing. Look, that's what you're looking at in this huge place. It's just amazing. Yeah, the building is fantastic, very, very futuristic. But they brought the Mary Rose back to life. You've got half a ship. The half that was in the mud was saved. I mean, who'd have believed? And they've got everything from it. Look at it in these cabinets. They've got plates, cutlery. They've got the skeleton of the ship's dog. They've got cannons. They've got everything. It's really very, very atmospheric. They've got outfits of clothing, shoes. Really, really something worth going to see. If you're at a loss and you're thinking, where can we go? Check that it's open. Steve, no, they didn't. Is it too early for Christmas cracker jokes? Yes. Because you shouldn't have pulled a Christmas cracker yet. You shouldn't have done. Christmas crackers are those one things that you have to wait for Christmas Day. You can't have it beforehand, can you? Amir Khan says he might go into politics in Pakistan. So we're all right on that one. The D-Day minesweeper hero Roy, and this is a remarkable war hero, a sub-lieutenant, second in command to a ship that cleared a path for tugs to tow sections of the Mulberry Harbour to Gold Beach. And he's just died. 102 he was. See, there's all these people out there still, and some of them, they get to grand old ages, and then they make the newspapers when they pass on. Polly Hudson, very sarcastic in the column, but we quite like that, actually. I'm very good at that. And Gary Barlow, the celebrity bombshell of the week. My voice feels like it's in a good place right now. He's still very clever, though, isn't he? I think Gary Barlow's incredibly clever. Very clever. Also, they say, you've got magic wand, salt and pepper shakers. This is like in the Harry Potter range of things. They must be running out of things to do, mustn't they, really? And drinking a lot of tea could help lower your blood pressure and combat heart disease. There you go. That's me sorted out straight away. I love it. Also, the story that Darren was doing last night, I wonder if somebody will pick up on it today, or whether it's yesterday's story we did last night. And this is women in the workplace need to be given a right to know what their male colleagues in order to challenge pay discrimination. I mean, I don't think that's quite the same as trying to find out what somebody else is earning, is it? They want to find out whether they're getting paid less for doing the same job than the man is getting. And in many cases, not all, but many cases, the men earn more, I think. But I've never worried about that. I think Darren was saying, do you know what people earn at work and things like that? I mean, it's. Do I know what people earn? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. I say, listen, I'm up here, they're down there. Really doesn't bother me. I've never cared about that, actually. It never it's a case of, if you start worrying about what people are earning at work and whether you're earning the same as them or not the same as them, you never get round to doing the job. You'd be too busy sort of worrying about, they're earning more than I am. I remember once that there was somebody who came in and they were earning more than I was. And I said to my boss, I said, why are they earning more than I am? And he said, because they're only doing one show a week. He said, whereas you're on lots of days a week, so they're only on 1 day a week. I said, I can go 1 day a week if you like. Oh, dear. John in Smithfield says, I don't believe you never pulled a cracker apart from Christmas Day. What about work lunches and parties? Well, to put your mind at ease, John, I don't do work parties. And I don't do work lunches either. And I certainly wouldn't be pulling anything at all, I promise you. Steve, in Bartholomew's Hospital, waiting to have a long operation this morning, listening to you in bed. Isn't that nice? Is that piped in, or you've taken your own radio in? Probably taking your own radio in, which is very good. On the subject of of HMS Victory, Nelson's final words, as related by all three written accounts, were, "Thank God I've done my duty." We could all do that and learn from it at the same time. Yep. Big funeral, I think. Big funeral. Definitely. HMS Victory Portsmouth, amazing watching where Nelson slept on a hammock. What do you think? They had double beds they pulled out from the wall. No, everybody slept on hammocks. I mean, it was a bit ropey-dopey, wasn't it, really? But definitely worth going to Portsmouth. Definitely good. Steve, I stayed in the Wynn for 10 days. It was amazing. 30 floors up looking down the strip. I don't think you'd enjoy Vegas now. They've made weed legal. Oh, no, definitely not in Vegas. Wouldn't be going anywhere near that place at all. Definitely can't think of anything worse. Don't forget, book in advance when you visit the ships. Not possible to walk in, says Monica. Thank you. And Steve, I watched the programme, says Emma. Made me chuckle, the pranks that Lizzie and Margaret got up to as children. Quite enchanting. I know. I mean, I thought it was just a nice little programme. I like programmes like that, where you get to see, behind the scene. Behind the scene, which was very good. Very good indeed. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. He said, Steve, that's fantastic. About to have my Tetley tea today, which is lovely. Tony's a Tesco driver. Tony is a Tesco driver. Somebody's got to be. I've often wondered what it must be like to drive some of these enormous rigs. How you get them from A to B is never ending, isn't it? Also, this is Spencer Davis, who's in all the papers today. A number of you might remember the hit single, Somebody Help Me, yeah. I thought they were great, actually. Thought they were absolutely great. And they adopted the name the Spencer Davis Group in 1964. And Spencer Davis, who founded, just died at the age of 81. Welsh-born musician. There was Keep On Running. And he was treated for pneumonia. His agent said he was a good friend, highly ethical, very talented, good-hearted, intelligent, generous man. He will be missed. He seems that everybody loves him. Everybody loves him. He leaves behind a partner, June, and 3 adult children. But to be part of sort of, a rock legend is just good in anybody's books, isn't it? And I grew up with that kind of music. Also, Asda are using refills. You've been to Asda recently? You take your own box and you literally fill from barrels and stuff like that, so you don't have to have all the packaging and everything else. And so they use refills and recycling to tackle the UK's plastic blight. And they've done really well. You can fill up your washing up liquid and everything else. They've got pasta shoots. You just see it and then you lift up the handle and it sort of puts stuff in there and then you decide how much you want. And there's loads of different things. If you don't want to go for the packaging, because some people are very good about that. They won't go for packaging because they don't do, the recycling, or they do the recycling, but now there's so much of it to do, it becomes a little bit tedious. Also, what was the other one there was some story. There was some story, and I can't remember what it was, actually. It was something that I was the fastest car in the world is a supercar. It's, I think it's a Tuatara, built in North America, and it got to 331 miles an hour, which is a wee bit faster than I can go. Not that you can ever go anywhere at 331 miles an hour, but that just seems a little bit too fast for me. Just a wee bit too fast. Plus, part 2, the diabetes diet. It all looks lovely. Chicken fajita bake, Moroccan butternut squash stew, which wouldn't do for me. Sweet corn fritters sounds delightful. That does sound delightful. Chocolate mousse also sounds delightful, but it's all good for diabetics, which I think is great. Stacey in Essex says, I'm on my way to Wisbeach for work. Not great conditions for driving in. Yeah, I mean, so far we're bone dry in central London. Out of town might be not as good as that, but in London we're okay at the moment. It'll probably change a little bit later on, in which case Corey's going to get very wet because he didn't bring an umbrella. I didn't bring an umbrella today either. So we just have to assume that we're going to get a little bit wet. Also, the James Bond star Naomi Harris was left shaking in terror when a stalker turned up at her home. But he's been found guilty. And in a letter to court, she didn't turn up quite rightly. She didn't want to see him at all. He's going to be sentenced on Friday. Drunks fitted with tags and speeders may be next. Now, I'm pretty certain Darren did this. Did he do the thing, the drunks being fitted with this thing which tells you? Because he got loads of people. There's quite obviously a lot of people who listen to the radio late at night who drink. who drink quite a lot. I mean, probably in the early hours of the morning, you probably think it tastes better, or I don't know, actually. I've never drunk in the early hours of the morning, even when I went home. Years and years ago, I would never pour myself a drink. I just used to think, I'll go in, I'll have some toast, or something like that, and then I'd just climb into bed. I'd be out for the count. Out for the count. Hancock and the Prime Minister say they're almost full. Manchester's own medical expert disagrees. Ben Spencer in the Daily Mail today says it's time to end the scare tactics. So why won't they tell us the truth about COVID beds? And I don't think we're being told the truth in lots of things. I seriously don't. Robert Hardman, first reporter to take Heathrow's new instant COVID test. His verdict: we keep hearing about game changers. This one really is. So I think you pay £80 and they can do it. Matt says, bone dry in London. I'm in a taxi on Piccadilly and it's hammering it down. Well, it's funny because you're just over the road from us and we're bone dry here in Leicester Square. Can we just have another look out the window? Is it bone dry? Looks like bone dry. And you're in Piccadilly and it's hammering it down. I think you're in a car wash, dear. I think that's what it is. You're in a car wash. You're not actually going anywhere at all. You might be in the cab. Steve, driving a lorry, especially in London, says Tony, is a game changer. I miss the effect in my cab. People are much more polite when you drive a lorry. Can't think why, says Monica. Exactly. You're not going to argue with a lorry, are you? Definitely not. Listen, news at 6 o'clock coming up very shortly. It's Steve Allen's early play, the 21st of October. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC till 7 when Nick Ferrari will be along with breakfast. Talking of Nick Ferrari, his producer Dave has just offered me the use of his umbrella because it's tipping it down. Tipping it down. Luckily, I mean, I've got a cap with me, and I don't know whether or not my coat this morning, I think it might be waterproof, but I'm never too sure with these things. Sometimes they don't call them waterproof, do they? They call them rainproof. And I don't know if this one is. We're going to find out very shortly. I said it's okay, a very kind offer, but I'm all right, actually. Steve, from Lorry in a lorry going to Bristol. It's raining cats and dogs and there's poodles in the road. Thank you. Raining all night in Reading, says Jane. Absolutely love the show. And Ken says, I'm in Leicester Square and it's raining. Yeah, I've just had a quick look out the window, actually. It does look a little bit damp. A little bit damp. Yeah, you're obviously looking at the wrong place, Corey. Well, it's not bone dry out there. It's absolutely tipping down. What you should have done is gone and had a look at Leicester Square at the front. It's no good peering out the window. It's tipping it down. Okay? Yes? Finally agreed on that one? I can't hear you. It's very wet. Yeah. So now they're both going to look out the window. I mean, seriously, it's like working on a children's programme. You look out the window and we go, I mean, I've already told you it's 100% chance of rain today. So we're going to get, yes, oh, push him. La, 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 la. You won't need a shower today, just stand outside. Just stand outside in the rain. I don't mind, I mean, put it this way, I'm not particularly bothered about rain. Not really. It's a bit inconvenient, isn't it, when you you don't know if your coat... Did you bring a coat with you, Corey, today? Have you brought a coat? Yeah. No umbrella. No, I know. I didn't think about the umbrella. I should really check this before I leave home in the morning. Steve, it's not raining in sunny Margate. Yeah, whatever. And Mark says, it's hammering it down in Windsor. This will be a wet journey to Henley. And Brett says, it's pouring in lovely Leighton. E10. Looking forward to this year's Doctor Who Christmas special, The Daleks, devoid of all emotions except hate. Bit like Piers Morgan on wheels, says Mike in Birmingham. So cruel, so cruel. But I'm not, the Daleks were the only things that were fairly frightening in Doctor Who. The rest of it wasn't very frightening at all. And I never followed it after they lost the first few. I got as far as Patrick Troughton and then a few others. And that was about it, I'm afraid. And I've never seen it since. Never seen it since. Raining in Surbiton, says Kevin, and I love it. Colin says, I'm in High Holborn, Drury Lane, chucking it down. I know. It's not much fun for driving, is it? Not much fun. It'll be that storm, which we don't talk about on the programme at all. We never mention it. Mike says, it's tipping down in central London. I'm soaking. And somebody says, I can't believe Spencer Davis was 80. 81, if you please. And I've got another birthday, which I've just missed out. Just missed out on somebody's birthday. And I've now lost the blooming thing, which is a bit of a pain, actually. But it doesn't matter. Manfred Mann turns 80 today. Really? See, I used to think that Manfred Mann was the one who sang all the songs in Manfred Mann, but it wasn't. That was Paul Watsit. Yeah, Manfred Mann did Blinded by the Light, yeah. He used to play, I think he played keyboards, I'm pretty certain, Manfred Mann, because I thought he was the lead singer of the group, but he turned out not to be. Noreen will know these things. And it was Paul, whatever his name was, who was singing in the group. Who was very good. But the funny thing is, you tend to forget that most of these groups now, most of the lead singers, they're in their 80s. Depending on what year they had their hits, and many of them started very young. Paul Jones was vocals and harmonica, and he did 4 years, 62 to 66. And there was also Mike Hugg, Manfred Mann did keyboards. I was right, actually. Tom McGuinness. He didn't go on to do McGuinness Flint today. When I'm Dead and Gone. I don't know. Mike Darbo. I remember Mike Darbo because he had singles by himself. Dave Richmond, Jack Bruce, Klaus Voormann played bass, 66 to 69. They must have been great times for all those groups. Whizzing up and down the motorway in their transit vans, getting to these venues, setting up your gear, playing your few songs. Because I think when the Beatles went over to Germany, they only had one song, and that was My Bonnie. And that was it. And then they sort of gradually started building up a little bit of a repertoire, but it was a bit difficult. But I mean, look at where they went to. Good Lord above. Can't beat it, can you, really? 84850. Graham says, do Global Towers not keep a stock of corporate umbrellas by the reception? No. No, if they did, they'd be missing within about the first day, I should imagine. People love stuff like that. I think they have. I have seen Global umbrellas. I have seen them. I think they sort of issue them out to, obviously, people a lot more deserving than I am. I'll just have to get wet and sit in the corner. But, no, it should be... I mean, I'm hoping by the time we finish at 7, it might have eased off a bit. Because if we get to the front... I know what Corey's going to be like. We'll get to the front door, it'll be chuck it down, and he's like the puppy that you're trying to push out to go to the toilet, you know, or the pussycat. He won't go outside. It's wet, go out. And then what he'll do is he'll sort of quickly do a left, and then sort of run down underneath all the canopies by all the restaurants and things like that, hoping not to get wet. And then when he leaves me at the bus stop, I get left at the bus stop. I have to fend for myself. And then he sort of carries on walking. But the moment he leaves me, he puts his headphones on and he starts singing along to ABBA, you know. Chickachita, how do I know? That was all the ABBA songs. Martin in Margate says, thank you for entertaining us. Well, I wasn't aware I was, but I mean, thank you for mentioning it. Steve, you'd be a very good Doctor Who companion. Better than the one we have now. I couldn't even tell you who Doctor Who's companion. They seem to have lots of different people. Did you know Bruce Springsteen wrote and originally recorded Blinded by the Light? I did not. Wasn't he the one who did Born in the USA? That was that one. Pouring in Southwold. There you go. Southwold. Drizzling in Cambridge. I still think that's quite a good one, actually. And, you know, it's raining cats and dogs and the road is full of poodles. Don't you think? I thought that was quite a clever one, actually. You don't get many. And Jackie says, Steve, it's raining in Blackfriars. Oh, goodness sake. In Sparkford in Somerset, says Ian, it's raining as well. Isn't it nice we can go around the entire country finding out where it's raining and where it's not raining? So, an ancient pear tree. We don't get many ancient pear trees, and this one was 250 years old. Despairing villagers watched in tears as this pear tree was felled to make way for the HS2 rail link. It's 250 years old. It's absolutely a scandal. It had stood near Cubbington since the reign of George III. It was named Britain's Tree of the Year in 2015. Around 30 protesters watched as contractors sawed off branches, then toppled the tree. Karen Lewis, who grew up in the village, said, they've just robbed my childhood memories. I've been crying my eyes out. I mean, I have to be honest, I think that's a bit dramatic, but, you know, who wants HS2? I don't want HS2. It's so far over budget now, it's not even worth bothering. But apparently a petition to save the tree got 21,500 signatures, but the government didn't step in as work started. HS2 says 40 plus saplings grown from the tree's cuttings will be planted nearby. It's not the same. It's not the same. I understand where you're coming from, and I suppose it's as good as you can actually get, but, you know, they wanted the pear tree. Can they just put a corner in or something and it had gone round the pear tree? It is underground, isn't it, most of this thing? Probably not through this thing here, which is a great shame. Great shame. Steve, a friend of mine is divorcing his wife of 35 years. They bought a waterbed last year and they've sadly drifted apart. Have you ever been on a waterbed? Yeah, you might like it, actually. A friend of mine had one, and she said sit on it. And of course, I'm not very good on water anyway. I always keep thinking, Titanic. And I sort of sat on it, and it was heated, the waterbed, and you just basically slosh around on this thing. What happens if it breaks? Well, I suppose you get very wet. But it just didn't kind of appeal to me at all. Just really didn't. Steve, have a look out the window. It's pouring. I can't see a window from here. I could see windows, but I can't see if it's pouring. I don't have that gift, I'm afraid. Steve, it's not raining in Essex, but I don't think we're allowed rain. Now we're in Tier 2. Is that Tesco Tony from the Chatham area? Hi, mate, vegan Lizzie. Oh, now all of a sudden we've turned into two-way family favourites. We're now thanking people. People obviously know each other. Precipitation in Brookwood, Surrey, says Nick. Thank you. And, Steve, book into the Langham across the road. I would. Not in Leicester Square. We have a, what's the hotel here? We don't have, I can't remember what that hotel's called. It's called I can't remember. Does it begin with H? The Hampshire. Yeah, we only have the Hampshire here. I mean, there are other... What's the matter now? No. There are other hotels up the road. The Lanesborough's nice. I've been to the Lanesborough and all these other sort of places. But yeah, it's the Hampshire here, because I've been there for a buffet breakfast, of which they have everything, from smoked salmon to, toast you have to order. You can't do your own toast for some reason. But they do loads of stuff. But it's not cheap. It's about 25 quid. But it's buffet, so you can eat as much as you want. But the trouble is, there is a limit to what you can eat for breakfast. I suddenly worked out years ago that there is a limit to how you think, oh, I'll eat all of that. And then you suddenly realise you can't. You can't. Lovely picture of Billie Piper with then-husband Chris Evans in 2001. She said she spent 3 years of her marriage to Chris getting completely hammered. You have to laugh. He was a very good ligger. He was. He's changed. Everybody changes. More from Mr. Epstein. More damaging revelations in a Pulitzer-nominated author's new book. Epstein Andy in a topless photo shoot on the sleazy island. I mean, it does lurch from one disaster to another, doesn't it? When I went to Paul Cooper's shop the other day, he's not open today, by the way. They close on a Wednesday. He had all these pumpkins. I mean, like loads of pumpkins. Big, small, tiny... tiddly tiny ones, and I said, will you sell them all? And John went, oh God, yeah, we'll sell tons more than this. Is it funny? People like carving them out, and they've got lots of pictures in the paper today of people carving pumpkins. One's been carved to look like Donald Trump, which is quite funny, actually. And they've got all sorts of different pumpkins. So if the kids are going to have a pumpkin, just make sure it's a bit safe. But you can put a light inside it, and then it takes on a whole new meaning. Still to come, marrying a man I'd never met ruined my love life. So having been an exhibitionist to going on the television, she's now, because it didn't work, because she'd never met him before, she's now droning on about it. She fears she's doomed to life as a lonely and childless divorcee. A bit defeatist object, actually, isn't it? But then I never trust anybody who goes on a television programme. They're doing it because they've got egos. HS2, Steve, is overground. Oh, dear. Apparently, the Hampshire Hotel makes the most incredible cocktails, says Sarah. Birthday. I missed a birthday earlier on. Charlie Girling tells me Kim Kardashian West is 40 today. I'm sure you meant to wish her many happy returns. I hadn't actually got round to the birthdays. I did a couple of other little bits and pieces. And Andrew, Hot Priest Scott, is 44. So many happy returns. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. And I hope that you get everything you want, including the rain. Down came the rain. Watched a programme on the Queen and Princess Margaret, really an eye-opener. It is, isn't it? Because I don't think we should see things like that. I think they should keep things secret. I think there are certain things I don't really want to know about, Prince Andrew being one of them, Sarah Ferguson being the other ones, the two ghastly children, and Harry. That's narrowed it down a little bit. Down at Stanford, no hope, says Alison. It's persisting down here. And somebody says, I'm not sure where your other unofficial Essex texter is from, but it's definitely raining in Essex. And Dave says, I can assure you it's persistently pouring here in Barkingside, which is in Essex, as we've still got our Essex postcode. Also, luckily Adele isn't around. She would set fire to the rain. Set fire to the rain. I think that must be a song title. I'm not too sure, actually. Is it a song title? All right. Fire to... It's quite a well-known one, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know it, of course. Not raining in Carmarthen, Steve. We're going into severe lockdown from Friday. Thank goodness for LBC. Well, I mean, we're not going into lockdown on Friday, so we look forward to your company there. And Tesco Tony, we're just going to call him, he says, again from Bartholomew's hospital operation at 8 o'clock. Wow. 8 o'clock? They're doing the operation at 8 o'clock? That's a bit early, isn't it? Mind you, I think I had to be in hospital by about 8 when I had my operation last time for the stents. I think I was in at 8 and they sort of prep you. I say prep you. I think I went in, I think I was second. I was either second or first. I can't remember what it was. But of course, then they keep you in afterwards, after you've had the operation, to make sure you're all right, before they let you go. No, they don't do it by surname. No, not by surname. No, it's done by which one they think... I don't know how they do it, actually. I was going to say which one needs doing the first, but you're all there because you need it doing. Whereas there are other people who get turned away and they say... They call you all in and they go, OK, you can go, you can go, you can go, and you can stay. Because you all go there with the intention of staying. And I think we had it separated, men and women's award, and there was probably about 4 in each one, 4 or 5 in each one. The worst thing was I should have taken a book. I didn't take a book. I should have thought about it, because it was about 3 hours after I'd had the operation that they then decided to let me go. And it was a hot day. I remember it was a boiling hot day. And all I remember thinking is, I need to get out of this this hospital and go and get an ice lolly to calm down. And at the front of the hospital, like all of them, they've got shops where you can get newspapers and little snacks and sweets and stuff like that. And what did they not have? Ice lollies. Didn't even have a fridge. I was really surprised. I thought that'd be the first thing. I definitely want an ice lolly. Will Guyot says, Steve Allen show, got my waders out in God's country, not Swindon. Bless him. He's got waders as well. He got asked. He sent me something the other day, and I wasn't sure I picked it up at the end of the programme. He said, I once got asked in a restaurant what you were like. Interesting, isn't it? People always ask that. He didn't say what the answer was, which is even more embarrassing. Even more embarrassing. Although I did get a very nice message. I didn't get it. I don't know where it went to, actually. John Warrington sent it to me from David McGeechee, who was the promoter of the evening at the theatre in Twickenham, with Steve interviewing Ian Dale. And it turns out that we know similar people. And he says, I'm a fan and a spiker. I'm not going to read it all out. It's too embarrassing. I read it to the boys. Bathed in their adulation. Gushing was. He was very, very gushing. He says, Steve was just so nice. It's not possible, is it, really? Not possible. I don't know what he was expecting. So, tipping down in Tiptree. Kanye's got his work cut out. What sort of present do you buy for somebody like Kim Kardashian? The moon, says Roger. I don't know. Hasn't she had to pay... Didn't Kim Kardashian get robbed? She got robbed when she was in Paris, I think. Hasn't she just had to pay the bodyguards $6 million or something like that? Because she blamed them, and then she blamed... I lost track of it. I didn't quite get to grips with the fact that I couldn't work out if they were paying her. She settles a lawsuit with a former bodyguard who was accused of failing to protect her. So, 6.1 million. So does that mean she's paid him off that for basically accusing him of being the one to blame? I don't know. I mean, obviously she's got loads of money. It doesn't bother her. 6.1 million, because it was a company that was employed, and she said it was their fault. And then she sort of changed it, which is probably very, very wise, actually. Steve, it was pouring with rain when I walked to work at 3:50 a.m, and it still is in Essex. I was lucky enough to be invited to the Queen's Garden Party, and she cancelled. Hopefully next year. Yes, I don't know what the criteria is for being invited to a Queen's birthday, a Queen's Garden Party. I'm told the food is delicious. It's lovely sandwiches, cut as you would expect sandwiches. 2-page spread on a woman who went on to a reality TV show and met a man. She tied the knot with him, a complete stranger. It didn't last. And she says here, she has a warning for anybody thinking of applying to take part. Think carefully and be prepared what might come next. Yeah. I think people who go on these sort of programmes are attention-seeking. I think, really, why don't you just go to an agency, find somebody, or failing that, find... I think people seem to think you have to be married in this day and age. People want to be married. They want to get out there. They want to do things. And I don't think it's absolutely necessary. I really don't. Paul Hollywood was all butterfingers when judging pastry on the Great British Bake Off last night, because they had Noel Fielding on it. God, he's about as funny as nothing. Seriously, as we like, obviously, Prue Leith. But and he sort of basically pulled this themed lattice pastry box apart. I love pastry. I love it. I really do. I think it's great. So Kim Kardashian West's birthday. She's only 40. Only 40. I thought she'd have been way older than that. Been around the block a few times. I mean, even her bottom's bigger than that, isn't it? Quite an old bottom. Geoffrey Boycott is 80. 80. This is the former Yorkshire and England age of social distancing. He had a quadruple heart bypass in 2018. His knighthood came despite a conviction in France for assaulting his girlfriend, an offence he denied. Asked about criticism of the award, he said, "I don't give a toss." Which is what some people like. Mind you, Janet Street Porter did that, didn't she? And then, of course, basically sort of bent down and took the award, and then came up with the excuse she did it for her mother. Yeah, right, whatever. Mandy Rice Davis, born on this day in 1944, the Welsh-born model and dancer at the centre of the Profumo scandal. And Florence Nightingale left London in 1854 on October the 21st with 38 other nurses to travel to the Ottoman Empire to treat soldiers wounded in the Crimean War. She'd have been a good in conversation, wouldn't she? If you could ever get her, what would you ask Florence Nightingale? I mean, I can't think of anything off the top of my head at the moment, but she'd just be an interesting person to talk to. And you could say to her, do you realise that in years to come, you're going to be so famous, known as the Lady of the Lamp? All you'll have to say is, the Lady with the Lamp, and they'll go, Florence Nightingale. And she'll go, no. And you go, yeah, seriously. It's like Guy Fawkes. You know, you're going to be very, very famous. No, you are. Seriously, I promise you. They're going to make you very, very famous. Did you know that there is a Canadian town called Asbestos? They're going to change its name to Val des Sources to lose its association with a deadly mineral. 95 miles from Montreal, it's home to the Jeffrey Asbestos mine, which closed in 2011, and the name put off foreign investors. I don't know, a town called Asbestos. That's strange, isn't it? We've had loads of funny names of towns and villages in this country, some of which are totally unrepeatable, I'm afraid. I wish they weren't, but they are. Nice weather for us Dagenham roofers in Essex, living the dream. Yeah, that's the only problem, is it? If you're putting up scaffolding or roofing or something, you can't go out there. It's just it's a bit miserable. And another one says, it's raining in my heart, from Buddy and Holly. Hey, Buddy. Buddy and Holly. Thank you very much indeed. I thought we've fallen for that one. Only the once. Only the once. Coming up to 6:30. Let's go down to the LBC news desk, shall we? And nice to have your company at Steve Allen's. We were laughing about, I don't know why, it's just, when we have sort of breaks and things like that, we do well, I don't. I just have to join in, I suppose, make it look as I'm a fun person. And this sort of, favourite hotel. And I said, I don't really have a favourite hotel at all. I said, and then so we were sort of joking about different hotels. I like the Goring for afternoon tea and places like that. And then the producer said Butlins. I said Butlins. I want to say, do I sound like the sort of person who's ever been to Butlins? I'm Pontins. Do you remember when it went Pontins abroad and it was then Pontinental? And that was very popular. You can get on a plane with a load of other like-minded people and go Pontinental. I'm not even sure if it still goes, does it? Pontins, is it still going? I'm not sure. I'd like to find out these things, actually. Be a laugh at. Yes, you can. You can go. Welcome to Pontins, UK family holiday parks. And Camber Sands, Breen Sands, Pakefield Holiday Village, Camber Sands. God, there's all sorts of nice places. And you can book all year round from £89 per apartment. We were laughing about Butlins. And I was saying, you get families who go to the same place every year. Sometimes even hotels in Spain. And you go there, and they say, we know Manuel, and he looked after us because we brought all family. Kylie, put that down. We bought all the other. Don't eat that. Don't put that in your mouth. It's foreign. You don't want to eat that. You know what people are like. Only the English can go abroad and go, you've got egg and chips, have you? They don't. Nobody wants to eat anything that's got the. So what would you have? Palella? What's that? It's the sort of thing that Peter Kay would do, isn't it? So we went on holiday, we had palella, it was just rice with bits in it. That's all it were. Palella. But in fact, when we went to some ghastly place, I can't remember where it was ghastly, and all the places were catering for the English tourists. Proper English cooked breakfast, chips, egg, beans, sausages. And I remember thinking, the whole idea to go on holiday is to try and learn the culture of other places and have something that you wouldn't normally have. But to go abroad and have, fish fingers, chips and beans seems a bit of a pointless. You might as well have stayed at home. It's like the Brits who go out Saturday night. Tomorrow, we're going on picnic tomorrow. Mother jump picnic. And you've made all this stuff, the sandwiches and pork pies. I got told off on the bus the other day. I knew I forgot to tell you something. I was wearing my mask on the bus, as one does. And I bought a pork pie, little pork pie, which had pickle in it. pork pie with pickle. Marks and Spencer used to do much better than this one. This was a Waitrose one, and to be honest with you, it was a bit naff. But I'm sitting on the bus and I'd eaten it, and this woman got up, and I didn't quite twig anything at all, and I was aware that she was talking to me, something about wear your mask properly on the bus, and I wanted to say to her, but it all happened so quickly. I'm eating a pork pie. You know, why would I want to, shove it through the mask? She was obviously a very stupid, ignorant person. And so I didn't get the chance to say anything else. Nobody else took a blind bit of notice of her. But she was wearing her mask and I had mine on it, but it was under my chin because I was eating. Can't eat with the mask on. It doesn't work, actually. Martin says, best afternoon tea I've ever had was at Kensington Palace. The Goring, I think, was the best. I've had afternoon tea in just about everywhere in London. Everywhere in London. And lovely they have been too. Very lovely. Tony says, would you like to interview Priscilla Presley? Done it. Been there, bought the T-shirt. And also, wait a minute, another one here. I think the Hampshire Hotel used to be a training dental hospital. No, there is a dental hospital at the back of the square. But definitely not the Hampshire Hotel. I think so. And another one here. And I'm sitting. Oh, did you hear? What was the airline they brought back the other day? Was it Flybe? Somebody's bailed Flybe out, and they're bringing that back in again. And then British Airways, they say, have just been fined, goodness knows, some huge amount of money, about £25 million for doing something. They've broken some rules. Anything to do with helping the NHS or helping with the country, that's why you get an invitation from the Queen to go to one of those garden parties. There's always loads of people. I'd have to phone up and say, can I bring my car? Otherwise, you've got to walk. Unless you get dropped off by a car near the main entrance. We've got a Pontins, Steve, in Sand Bay and in Breen. Both not great, bring a certain clientele, says Jack in Hull. So, but I mean, years ago, when you watched Heidi High, did you watch Heidi High? No. Do you know what it is? A comedy, yes, that'll be very good. It's a comedy. But it was based on British holiday camps when the whole country went on holiday and people went to the holiday camps. And there were people like Ted Bovis, your camp host, and not that he was camp, but he was the host and he looked after the camp. And all the people there, they were people who existed in the holiday camp movement. And it was really entertaining because you got all your food served there and you go to the Hawaiian bar of an evening, and somebody'd make you a cocktail, and then they have comedy nights and ballroom dancing and quizzes and, dressing up nights and things like that. And it was, the Olympic-sized swimming pool, they'd have stuff in there. It was great. It was all good fun. But that was of its generation. I'm not sure if they still do things like that. I'm not sure if they still do things. Steve says, Simon, I keep seeing online pantomime at the Palladium being advertised with Julian Clary. Hope it's true. No, it's you need to read it. It says Pantoland. It says Pantoland. It's not a pantomime. It's like a variety show. So that's why it's still being advertised. They brought back a few of the people who would have been booked for it anyway. It's only in for a limited period, but it's called Pantoland. Steve, when they operate on you, the order depends on how good you are at your job. So if you and Nick Abbott turned up for the same op, you'd be first, and his would be postponed. So cruel. So I shall have to tell him that. When I see him, I always see him on Sunday morning. We always have a catch-up on Sunday morning about things that have been going on. And it's generally people who say, oh, Steve mentioned you on his programme, or he's mentioned me on his programme. So it goes like that. People talk to it. People think we never talk to each other. You do talk to each other. You can't help it. I mean, admittedly, not as much as you used to. Oh, what was I looking at? I knew there was something, and I can't remember which paper the blooming thing is in. And this was very important. And the reason it was apart from John Altman, former of EastEnders, claiming that EastEnders has too many episodes and characters. He lives down the road from me, actually. He's very involved with the theatre in Kingston. Plus, they're looking 25 years since the Rachel. We talked about it the other day. Do you remember? Rachel from Friends, whose hairstyle. Princess Diana's was very popular. Floella Benjamin. Meg Ryan's. Kylie Minogue. She had... it was a perm. Perm became very popular, I think. Marilyn Monroe, the glam look. Very 50s, but some people love the 50s. I've got listeners who love it. Dusty Springfield, the Beehive with statement hair. But to finish the look, it's pink lips and black eyeliner. That's what you need. Bob Marley... It's an attitude in hair. Bob Marley's iconic look is like living a lifestyle through your hair, which is great. But all these different sort of hairstyles that have sort of clung on over the years, and people still take pictures in, which is what we said the other day. People take pictures in and go, I want to look like this. And and you can see them going, oh, right, okay. See what we can do. The hairstyling. So, game-changing this. West wife flies home to mum. This is Dominic West's wife, Catherine, understood to have taken a trip to see her mother in her native Ireland, leaving the star and their 4 children behind. Beautiful house they've got. I mean, it really is beautiful, but it's all kissy and all sorts of things we're not really interested in at all, I'm afraid. Plus Blondie, strange to think, says Sarah Vine, writing in the Daily Mail today, that she is 75, a year older than my mother. Both are icons in their own way, says Sarah. But only one is preparing for a UK tour in 2021. 75. Doesn't seem possible, does it, that people get to 75 and they sort of go, wow, and I'm going touring again. You know why? It's because they're musicians. It's because they are people who love working. Prince Harry says the world is so full of hate, because, of course, he's been in a lot of the world, so he knows these things. And a killer asylum seeker can stay in Britain. He stabbed a man 21 times, but the court says sending him back to Sri Lanka would breach his human rights. Fantastic. Just what we need, isn't it? Just what we need. Not. Thank you very much indeed. Also, that's right, the robo-scammers, the ultimate cold callers. Machines designed to bombard homes with chilling messages that make people millions. So why are we almost powerless to stop them? The answer is, I've always found, and here's the cheapest way of stopping the cold callers. Get an answer phone. They will not leave a message on an answer phone. They really will not. And all the different telephone providers offer a service that you can use to screen unwanted calls. BT, they've got a free BT Call Protect service, monitors nuisance calls and sends them straight to junk voicemail. BT says it's blocking 99% of pest calls. Sky do it, TalkTalk, PlusNet, EE. There is also the telephone preference service. You can stop people calling you, but if you've got an answer, if you pick up the phone and then there's a pause for about 2 seconds, they're in a call centre, they're calling you from a call centre. Virgin have said you may be able to blacklist, silence or block calls depending on your telephone, and you can make a complaint about a robocall, and you have to go to the ICO, which is 0303 123 113. So it's 0303 123 113, and that's the investigating body ICO. Because it's very upsetting, but a lot of elderly people pick up the telephone and they believe what the person is saying to them at the other end of the phone. And some people say, oh, we think that your account's been hacked, or we think that somebody's been trying to access your telephone. What we'd like you to do. In the bank case, and you can't believe that people go for it, but they seem to, it's a case of we need to get you to call your bank and get them to transfer your money into this other account, which is safe, and then we can investigate it. And people buy it. You know, your bank will never ever call you. They will never ever tell you anything like that. And it's just scammers, and people lose fortunes, absolute fortunes. You know, you have people, and all they do is they don't hang up. You put your phone down, and then you dial the number, pick up. You're still connected to the same fraudster you were talking to a minute ago. They just say, hello, and then you go, is that Lloyds Bank or is that Barclays Bank? They go, yes, this is the fraud department. And you think, well, they didn't know that till you answered the phone, so they're fake, you know, they're frauds. And people hand over passwords and everything. Seriously, it's just absolutely ludicrous, but they get away with millions of pounds every year, so try that. You get the mailing preference service and the telephone preference service. Because some people, I don't get junk mail at home. I haven't had junk mail for ages yet. At one time, I got loads of it. Loads of junk mail. Some people used to enjoy it. I now send it back to them in an envelope with no stamps. I know, it's very mean, but you can't help it, can you, really? Also, the paper today, Dawn French is absolutely right when she said she doesn't hold with the idea of mother and daughters being friends. Yes, you get that, don't you? Mother and daughter, yes. I mean, you never get it with father and son, but you get it with mother and daughter. And she says, this is Sarah Vine, columnist of the year, it's a trap to think you can never truly be friends with your child. One of you always has to be the grown-up in the room, even if that means being distinctly unpopular. Yeah, it is so true. I love it when people go, oh, you look so much like your daughter. No, they don't. No, they really don't, I promise you. Also stories about Miley Cyrus, more on Prince Andrew in this book coming out, where, once again, he should know all these things. And that's all the FBI want to talk to him about. It's not complicated, is it? But he appears not to want to do it. So he won't do it because he's stubborn. And he won't do it. He won't do it. What else do we have here? Oh, a solicitor's war on yobs. Yobs in a village. That's the trouble with these idyllic villages in the middle of the New Forest. And the rural tranquility of Brockenhurst has been shattered by an ugly row over a games area which has become a magnet for foul-mouthed yobs. She alleged, this lady, she's a solicitor, her home backs onto the area and has taken the charity that runs it to court. She claims her family have been plagued by noise and antisocial behaviour. Not good, is it? Swearing and drugs in a games area. You know why? They're bored. They're bored out of their tiny. LBC News Time, just gone 6. Here's this poor solicitor raging war on the... The trouble is, wherever you get a kiddie's playground, have you noticed, you always get, yobbos hanging around on there, because they've got nothing else to do. They're so bored. But anyway, she's not at all happy about it, and I can well imagine. I mean, when it was first opened, it looks nice. It's got everything set out there, but at the moment, sort of local yobs take it over. You're on a hiding to nothing, aren't you, really? So a lot of people taking up the advice of the telephone pest. But I'm telling you, the easiest thing to do, get an answer phone, which seem to be built into most phones at the moment anyway. Have you seen the LED snow globes in lanterns on Amazon? They're so pretty, and I thought of you. At the moment, I'm wandering around garden centres, looking at all the Christmas stuff, finding something unusual. I'm always looking for something unusual. When the Christmas tree arrives today, that is very exciting, very exciting. There is a particularly worrying message from HMRC doing the rounds. And, well, I've never had anything. I've never been contacted by HMRC at all. If anything, they would write you. They wouldn't, it would always be in writing. Never the phone. No bank would ever phone you to tell you that somebody's tried to hack your account. So you can discount those immediately. They never do. They would always write. Because I've had stuff before and I've sent it on to people and they've gone, it's a scam. It's a scam. So now we know. Also, another one here. It says, I've been to Pontins. It's a poor man's Warner's. The entertainment's brilliant, says Stephen, but the rooms are not as good as they could be. Sun shining brightly in Jerusalem, says April. And somebody says, I'm in Hammersmith, Steve, delivering from the bakery, and it's hammering it down. Croissant and pain au chocolat. Very good today. Very good. Washed down with a Diet Coke. If we receive a present with awful Christmas wrapping paper, I wrap my own paper over the top so it matches the Christmas colour scheme. Ah, right. A lot of people saying here... I remember in the 80s, Steve, taking the LP cover of Duran Duran into the hairdressers and asking if they can cut my hair like Nick Rhodes. I know. That was a very popular thing, wasn't it? They had it. Sometimes you get them on old American programmes where people have got these mullets. It looks terribly dated. Daily Mail. Sarah Vine, front page, says, I was groped by a celebrity, but I'd never have taken it to court. This is the John Leslie. And a week in court. God knows what that came up as. I've got no idea how much money. Police have urged pubs and restaurants to snoop on customers to ensure they stick to lockdown rules. Troy Deeney joins The Sun. He's a star sign. I'm assuming he used to be a footballer. I'm assuming so. He obviously comes with history, and he's joining The Sun today. Meghan sleeps near a grizzly, and there's a bear on the loose. Meghan is loving every bit of this publicity, which is so strange, isn't it, when you think they left this country to get away from the terrible press. It was so ghastly and so awful, and here they are cultivating them all the way through. I became all Australian all of a sudden, though. I don't know why that came in. And Britain's fattest man hoisted out of his flat for treatment. I love the way they say his weight rocketed to 50 stone. Yeah, not overnight. Takeaway food app addict Jason Holton of Camberley said his condition left him trapped indoors. Well, stop eating then. Why didn't somebody take his phone away from him? Hiding to nothing. Very dangerous. 50 stone. Too much strain on your heart. Not good news. Daily Mirror. They've got Boris Johnson accused of playing poker with lives as he put Greater Manchester into Tier 3. Andy Burnham's everywhere. Doesn't he look like an ageing student, Andy Burnham? I always think he looks like, one of these students that you would see sort of wandering around London from Imperial. Tears and Fears, that's T-I-E-R-S, according to Dawn Neeson's column today for the Daily Star. Also a working lunch. They've got a picture of bozo. I've got a picture of all of the people, actually, who are very important at the moment. And Ozzy Osbourne says his health problems have been caused by a cursed doll named Robert. The 71-year-old rocker had a nightmare 2019, including a fall, neck surgery, an infection in his hand and hospitalisation for flu. But they had a show out, I think, called The Osbournes What to Believe or something. It was sort of dragging out a little bit of torturous nothing, so I wasn't too impressed with it. I saw little bits of it. They were going round America, but Ozzy's, a little bit past it now. And I'm a Celebrity set to focus on a medieval setting this year, complete with stars in stocks. Who cares? I mean, seriously, it doesn't interest me in the slightest. Step singer H has told Anne Widdecombe to foxtrot off after she spoke out against Strictly's first same-sex pairing. She's allowed an opinion. Might not be shared by everybody, doesn't make any difference, but for her, she thinks that's important. I watched the documentary the other night. It was the Phelps family in America. The revolting family, America's vilest family. They go round, picketing the funerals of soldiers, saying, good, you're going straight to hell. They don't like gay people either, but a few members of the family have now left them. They've decided they really are disgusting, and they're all going straight to hell. In front of the IPM facing the wrath of Manchester, and the Times today. Students in lockdown at St John's College in Cambridge, and fair ladies, why women are the more objective sex. The Guardian, chaos and fury as Johnson forces curbs in Manchester, and lockdown fashion hit Crocs bottom. This is the front of the Daily Express. And that's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. It is raining. We're going to get wet, but we don't care. We can do this. We can come through it. We will be here tomorrow. And I've got a free little bit extra podcast revealing that the EastEnders set cost 87 million quid. That's where your licence fee is going. Harry and Meghan moan about a global campaign of hate. Maybe we'd hate you less if you just shut up. And they call Jack Fincham a Love Island star. Disaster star, more likely. Sorry you missed the beginning of the programme this morning. It's always something you miss. And I was cut off in my prime as I was explaining to you who I was and what I do here. Just in case you think I'm maybe the cleaner and I've wandered in, sort of, yeah, do you now, shall I? And all that kind of thing. Get the Hoover out and start vacuuming up and down the floor. No. I'm the presenter of the programme, as you'll realise, between now and 7 o'clock in the morning. I've just wandered in, on work experience or something. I am here permanently, unlike some people. But anyway, and no, seriously, the fact my microphone was cut off has really got nothing to do with somebody who needs to be retrained. Of course, yesterday we had an awful lot of problem, didn't we? With the storm that was coming in, and we thought we'd sort of be quite artistic. The producer was very keen to show me that he can actually do production work on the programme, so that went out the window within the first 4 minutes. There was no production work. I queued to it. Nothing happened. He sat there staring vacantly at me as if we'd both been caught in an accident on the M4. And so there was no little clips. And even my neighbour said to me, she said, I didn't quite get why there were these pauses all over. That's because I was waiting for the producer to use his finger. But then he did say to me before the programme this morning, more lies. And then he said, I'm going to keep my finger on the button all the time. I said, no, the moment is gone, I'm afraid. We missed the moment yesterday. And now we've got to wait until Luke joins us in the studio to explain why he was a bit trigger-happy this morning with cutting me off in my prime, before I'd even got round to telling you who I was. Very nice that Darren introduces me and things like that, and we will be getting out there. I was going to go out yesterday and go and get some more Christmas stuff. Not to necessarily buy, but to look and see if there's anything that I really want. But it was piddling down all day. It was blooming miserable. By the time I got home, I was soaked. And I think the coat that I bought, lovely though it is, with a fur collar, fake obviously, and it's I don't think that's my tree. How much is that one? No, mine's twice the price of that. Twice the price. I wish I could tell you what it was called, actually. It doesn't really help, does it? Doesn't matter. Anyway, we will find it later on. It's a pre-lit Christmas tree, and I think it was about 303 quid. So, which actually is probably the equivalent of about 4 years' trees, because I generally pay about 30 quid for a Christmas tree. And that seems to be quite a nice little thing. But I was going to go out, and then I thought I can't go out because it's tiddling with rain. I wanted to dry the coat off without making sure it didn't stain. I thought it's only rain, it's not going to make any difference. So of course nobody's got any umbrellas yesterday. Very kindly Dave, Nick Ferrari's producer, offered me the use of his umbrella. which was a very generous and magnanimous decision, and I declined. I said, no, thank you very much indeed. I'll be all right. It's fine. I've got a hat. I can put my baseball hat on and not get too wet, but it absolutely tipped it down. You know, and I got on the bus and everybody sits there. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? Steam rising and all that kind of stuff. But, and I got in, I was in plenty of time, and then I had to sort of kill some hours before I had to go to the doctor to have an armful of, blimey, just trying to got a bruise where she said, they always ask you, don't they? Which little, so where the needle went in. About 10 foot long, the needle, to take blood out. Ugh, terrible, honestly. It went in one side of the arm, popped out the other side. And so she sort of took 2 or 3 syringefuls? I think it was two syringefuls yesterday, and that was fine. And then they sort of, put a little bit of plaster over it. It'll heal in a few days. I've got so many bits on my body that need healing, to believe you me. I'm a bit like Peter Andre. You know what it's like? Oh, you didn't get the Peter Andre gag. That was yesterday. You need to podcast yesterday's programme. Poor old Peter Andre and Rebecca Vardy. There's another mistake she's made in life, but, it doesn't really matter. So I do that, and then we do the feet. We do the feet, because we're doing a complete diabetic thing. So we do the blood pressure. It's supposed to be under 140 over 70 or something like that. And we were just borderline on that one. So it's passable, it's okay. And then we did the feet. That was the disaster. The feet were the disaster, I'm afraid. Not because of anything the matter with them, apart from the fact that I've got no feeling in my feet. They give you they don't give it to you. They make you look at the ceiling or look away, and they've got a little plastic needle thing, and they poke it into your foot. They don't poke it into your foot because it's like being tickled. If, of course, you can feel it. I couldn't fit. Last time round, my left foot didn't have very much feeling in it, which is it's a typical diabetic thing. And so we did that. This time round, the right foot's gone as well. So I've got no feeling in either. She said, did you feel that? I said, just on my big toe on the right-hand side. I couldn't feel the rest of the foot at all. She did the whole foot. Well, it can be quite dangerous. A lot of diabetics lose their feet and toes and stuff like that. Well, as she said you have to, and I'd already been told this by the podiatrist at the hospital, she said, because you've not got much feeling, or any feeling, she said you have to be careful, don't walk around barefooted outside, not that I ever would, because you might sort of tread on a piece of broken glass, but you wouldn't know you've trodden on a piece of broken glass. You could walk around for ages. That could then infect your foot. I said, no. If I'm outside, believe you me, I've always got shoes on, or slippers on, or slip-ons, or Skechers, or something trendy, to wear outside, and always socks. So I always check. She said, perhaps you need to put your phone underneath your feet. Why? I can't imagine. But anyway. And so, but it was all right. I was in and out in about 10 minutes. It was very good. And then, because in the doctor's surgery, you have to go one way. So when you come out of the consulting room, you have to go straight ahead. You don't go back through the reception. But I had to go back and check on my next appointment. As I'm going through, there were 2 elderly people sitting there. They went, excuse me, you need to go out this way. I said, I'm not going out, I'm going to the reception. Thank you for caring. I'd have done the same thing. Sorry, this isn't the way out. I knew what they were doing. Steve, the foot test, do they check how many feet you've got? Well, I mean, because I couldn't feel anything on one of the feet, and then I couldn't feel anything on the second foot, I began to wonder whether or not, how long I'm going to have them. And Matthew says, in stitches of laughter at your comments about Luke. I've noticed he hasn't reappeared up here, actually. Probably very wise. He'll be made to sit on the naughty step. Fancy cutting me off at the beginning of the programme. The most important thing in my entire world is telling you who I am, what I do, and things like that. And I got into the bit, so I was going to hit the music dead on. Whoop! Took the fader out. Not an apology, nothing. Not an apology. He apologised to you. What's the point of that? It wouldn't affect you, did it? It affected me. It completely put me off my stride. I don't even know where I am on the programme at the moment. I've got no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. I know I'm called Steve Allen. I know that I'm supposed to be entertaining and witty, but, yeah, well, I'm not going to be saying that magic keyword. That's our safe word of the morning. But I've got my cup of tea, because apparently a cup of tea is good for you, but only if it's builder's tea. Very good for, staving away diabetes and stuff like. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, a bit long in the tooth for that kind of thing. But it's not going to rain today. So the producer, he goes to me, I brought an umbrella in, Steve, today. Like, that's going to placate things. And so I said, well, shame he didn't have it yesterday. And he didn't. So, we got absolutely drenched going down the road. And it was all. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's only water. I was more worried about the coat. I thought I paid a lot of money for the coat. I don't like to sort of lose things that quickly. I have done it before. I have sort of gone out there and thought, oh goodness me, terrible, really. Steve, Roger says my tree is 8'6" because I've got a high ceiling. A 6-footer just wouldn't cut it. Yeah, but that's 6 foot. But on the stand, it takes it up to 7 feet. So it's quite big enough, and also it's wide, and also it's pre-lit. And the bulbs are colour-changing bulbs. So they all change colour. Years ago, I've got some other colour-changing bulbs, but now they're far more sophisticated. Each bulb does about 4 different colours. How they do that, I've got no idea. Just phenomenally wonderful, and I like it. I don't need the magic of dressing a tree. It's a tree, all right? You don't, oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree. You don't need to dress a tree. You just put it there. The simplicity of the tree is the effective side of it. So I don't put tinsel on a tree. That is so common. It's a very northern thing, I think. It's probably something that they probably do in Yorkshire. Oh, let's get the tinsel out and put it on the tree. Tinsel on trees looks bloody rubbish. It really does. It's not... I mean, tinsel by itself is very sweet. But I really don't think, actually, that we should bother putting it on a tree. It just doesn't look right. So I put that Myla stuff on, which hangs down, little thin stuff. You know, it comes in red, green, blue, silver, gold, and that draped over the tree is lovely, and then the lights reflect through it. But I don't put balls on the tree, much as though after this morning's programme I might be toying with the idea. You know, but that's for me to worry about. Steve, if you can't feel your feet, how do you know you're walking? I've got no idea. No idea. Sunil says, I have to have my feet checked being diabetic and get the giggles when they prod them. Well, I don't feel it, so of course it doesn't make any difference to me. And I've got very sensitive feet normally. Well, normally. But no feeling at all in them, which is great. I've got a Louis Vuitton handbag this morning, which is very nice. This is pre-owned. It's got What? Have what? It's got rips in it. It's got rips in it. The actual fabric or the plastic or whatever they coat them in is ripped on about 3 different sizes. But it's still on sale for £8,780 for a ripped bag. I mean, God, how desperate must you be? It was like that wonderful thing. You know, I've told you a few times now, the Oprah Winfrey thing. She goes to, I think it was in Rome, and she goes to a well-known bag shop to try and buy this bag for her niece, who'd done very well in the exams, and the shop assistant, very fey, you know, no, madame, that is not for sale, not for you. And he implies, in fact, I think he says, it is too expensive. Too expensive. Don't come in my studio this morning. Don't you dare come in my studio this morning. Have you got a blooming cheek walking into this studio? An absolute... I mean, what happened? You took my microphone off. It was Corey. He said it was you. He said you took the microphone out because you control it from downstairs. Somebody's lying. I didn't. I just know that I was in the middle... Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I was just in the middle of telling people who I was and what I do on my show. And all of a sudden, it went quiet. So that must have been for you. You control my mic from downstairs until he takes control of it. Does he? You lying little so-and-so. You can sit there and swear on your mother's life that you didn't take that out. It's you, then. It's you, Luke. Well, he's already sworn on his mother's life. We don't need to get you both swearing on your mother's life, do we? So it's quite clearly you, isn't it? Yes, it is. Who do you think it is? You think it's Corey? You lying little fat boy. How dare you sit there and lie to me? It was you. Out of my studio. We can't... Don't ever let him go anywhere near the controls today. We'll never get through the programme. Well, I'm Steve Allen, OK? I'm the presenter. I'll give you a clue. Honestly, I have to... Small wonder I'm stressed. I'm on tablets. My blood pressure's going through the blooming roof this morning. You thought I was Darren and he was Steve, did you really? Because we look so similar, don't we? I mean, you can... and also we sound so similar, you know. Hello, my name's Darren Adam. You know, hello, my name's Steve Allen. You know, because we sound absolutely identical, don't we? Not, I don't... Oh, there you are. Alcohol in the mince pies this morning. But they're only tiny mince pies. How much alcohol? I don't know, actually. Not a huge amount. Not a huge amount. I'm off the booze, yes. Do I have alcohol-flavoured food? What's alcohol-flavoured food? What would that be? Yes, I understand the connotation of alcohol-flavoured food is food with alcohol in it. Like what? Well, that's it. Well, so you say mince pie, for example. But name me other examples of food with alcohol in. A little liqueur chocolate. You think that's booze, do you, in there? How naive. How naive. Have you ever heard of any of the boozes in these chocolates? Cointreau. Honestly, you were on cloud cuckoo land this morning. Apart from taking me nearly off air at the beginning of my award-winning programme, you know, the programme that everybody wakes up to listen to. So, mind you, they always say, oh, here we go, trying to read how much alcohol. I think it's about 20%, isn't it? A booze or something, or just a splash. Who cares about the vegan thing? No, don't worry about the vegan thing. He's not really that veganified at the moment, is he? Because he's flexitorian. Or something. Come on, you are. You piscatorian. You will be if you have two of those mince pies. Way! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm here all week. Well, till tomorrow anyway. Steve. And Oprah Winfrey. Yes, Oprah Winfrey. The story about trying to buy the bag. I forget which shop it was she was in. Was it Louis Vuitton? Anyway, they spent ages trying to buy this bag in Rome, and the assistant goes, no, it is not possible to sell to you. It's too expensive. And he obviously looked at Oprah Winfrey, didn't recognise Oprah Winfrey, and thought my own country and by the back. I mean, she was as horrified as everybody else was, because obviously she's had this before when she goes out there, and you know, it was just so funny, so funny. And she was explaining, and then somebody obviously said, so we need to go and find an Italian person to come and buy, there we go, come and buy the bag. So they had somebody on there who was, I think, part of the sort of the entourage, and so they sort get this person in and get them to buy the bag, because if they'll only sell it to an Italian person, and this was for her, I think it was her niece or goddaughter, whatever it was, because she'd done well. Anyway, the worst thing was the niece now looks at the handbag, having wasted half an hour of arguing backwards and forwards. Would you sell us the bag? No, it's not possible, and all this kind of stuff. And then the niece goes, I'm not really sure I like it now. And Oprah goes, you're not sure you like it? We've just spent half an hour trying to sort of sort this out. And in the end, this Italian person who's part of their team comes in and says to the assistant, who's obviously a bit thick, this is Oprah Winfrey. She's one of the richest women in America, okay? I think you better do some real crawling. And so, oh, I'm so sorry. Would you like champagne? And so they, yes, we'd like champagne, says Oprah Winfrey. And so they get the champagne. It's absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It was really one of the funniest things that we've ever seen. I loved it. It was one of the best stories I've ever heard, over somebody who they'd sussed out couldn't afford to buy it because she was black. And this was a very expensive bag, as indeed, I mean, it's like Victoria Beckham. You know, they will only sell, some of the manufacturers of these sort of posh upmarket stores will only sell the bags to people who they think can enhance their, you know, I'd tell them to go stick it. You know, I'm sorry, you're a shop assistant and you're telling me whether I can buy something. You know, I mean, that is really, if somebody's got the money to buy it, they can buy it. Not whether the little shop assistant, you know, a shop girl, which reminds me of was it the Ab Fab, where Jennifer Saunders goes into the art gallery. She's bought this new house and she wants to buy some art. And she goes, I want to buy some art. And the assistant, because all the assistants in those galleries are terribly posh, they look down their nose at you. I'm sorry, you can't afford our art. And so she goes, I want to buy art and all the rest of it. And the woman goes, well, perhaps we've got something downstairs. And I think as Jennifer Saunders' character, Adina, goes downstairs, she turns around and goes, "You're only a shop girl, all right?" And walks down the stairs. Because you do get them. I mean, it's like, we used to have a woman, when I used to work in a department store years ago, her name was Mrs. Dacre, and she used to run the perfume department, makeup and perfume, in this department store I worked at. And she was ever so posh. She would walk around very, very posh, and she was sort of Czechoslovakian, and she knew everything about it there. And she was, we used to be in fear of her. She was so posh. And you get that, don't you? The people who look after these departments. But at the end of the day, they're shop girls. They're shop girls who've sort of worked their way up. But she was definitely frightening. Definitely. Steve, tinsel on a tree, a Yorkshire thing. It is. You know, we don't put it on down here. Tinsel round... Are you mad? No, tree... If you go to the places where they invented Christmas trees, which is Germany... That's why the first Christmas tree came over here during Victoria's reign. Her old man brought over the Christmas tree, and they had a Christmas tree. Up until then, we didn't have Christmas trees. From Germany. But, of course, the actual Christmas trees in those days... I mean, it's all sophisticated now with pre-lit trees. In those days, they had candles. I used to buy Christabaum, and it's a little candle holder which clips onto the branches. I bought them in Austria years and years ago, and you put a little candle in there, a non-drip candle. Yeah, exactly. And they would hang ribbons. You do ribbons done as bows, and you put them all over the tree. They didn't have balls hanging on the tree, although after this morning's programme, I've got a few ideas of where we can get some from. You know, let me just mention it briefly. I won't mention it ever again. I'm not the sort of person who dwells on people's past misdemeanours. I'm not that sort of... I will not bring this up any time after next February, I promise you. But between now and February, you're coming in for it big time, OK? And so that's where the first Christmas trees came from. And I think they had it at Windsor Castle. Something like that. And so now it's become a multi-billion... You know, you look at some of the beautiful decorations, the hand-blown ones, again, coming back to you, the hand-blown ones where they're just beautiful, and then they do a pattern on them and they dip them in glitter, and they look absolutely beautiful. I bought some most beautiful balls over the years. I mean, really stunning. But you've got to wrap them away carefully afterwards. You don't want to break these things because they're literally like sort of... They're so fragile. Really lovely. Really, really lovely. So that's where the Christmas tree came from. And simple. Keeping it simple. I mean, if you want to make your tree last and you don't want to take up the sitting room, put it outside. Get some outdoor lights. Most lights now work indoors and outdoors, so through rain, wind, flood, pestilence, anything like that, your lights will keep on blazing, and you can keep them outside so you can see it. Maybe put it outside so you can see it from your patio doors. If you haven't got patio doors, knock a hole in the wall with one of those dinkum digger things, and then you can put in a door, and then you can look out and see your tree, and it will happily be shining, and it will stay with all the needles on it. Because what you don't want, if you've got deep pile shag, and let's face it, many of us have, you don't want a tree to drop needles all over the place, because then you spend the rest of your time trying to suck them up. And so that's a bit of a pain. I mean, I did have one year, because I'd forgotten, in my... I used to have a bay window, quite posh, and on all sides. It was very nice indeed. And it had radiators on 3 of the corners. But, of course, I didn't realise that trees... This was some years ago, before I became intelligent. Trees drink water. It's a cut plant. So if you cut a tree, it needs watering. They will drink about 2 litres of water a day, more if they're in with the central heating. And I forgot to actually top up with water. So, of course, this thing was drying out. And every day there'd be a few more needles by the Christmas tree. By the end of the week, I was walking uphill to get to the Christmas tree. There were so many needles on the floor, and I shook it, and the entire thing, it was like a cartoon. It went, shoo, and I was left with a twig in a pot. And it didn't look as exciting. So, be warned. You do get all these wonderful things. Somebody says, do you buy mistletoe for Christmas? Not really, no. I do, I think mistletoe's quite nice. Paul Cooper sells mistletoe at Christmas. It grows on trees, other trees, not a mistletoe tree. It grows on apple trees, oaks, I think, all sorts of things like... Yeah, there's a host tree for mistletoe, and it grows up. You'll see sometimes in Bushy Park big balls of mistletoe at the top of a tree. And that's what it is. It grows on a host tree. And you can get it, and then somebody cuts it into pieces and sticks it in a bag, and then we buy mistletoe. But I mean, do not be fooled by the idea that you have to sort of kiss under the mistletoe. If you can pin them to the floor in between doors, I mean, you can get a snog anywhere. You don't need mistletoe. I'm sorry, look, I'm holding the mistletoe. Otherwise, I'd have some over this studio door here. The amount of traffic that comes through here, I'd be looking for snogs. I seriously would be. With or without the mistletoe. Once you've got their arms pinned behind their back, you're fair game as far as I'm concerned. So I don't buy mistletoe for Christmas. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve says, Ian, my wife has just put the fruit in stock for her Christmas cake. She uses half a litre of brandy. Well, you can do that, can't you? You get a little funnel thing and you put it into the Christmas cake and you keep adding brandy to it over the day. So by the time you get to Christmas, it's a fantastic booze-laden cake. And I love Christmas cake, but I very rarely find them with booze in. Christmas puddings, yes. Christmas puddings you get booze in, but not Christmas cakes. But I like it. Steve, the diabetic nurse insisted on doing my husband's diabetic check over the phone last week. Well, you can't do it over the phone, so it's not physically... How can you take a blood sample over the telephone and check somebody's feet? You can't do it over the phone. You really can't. You can analyse after somebody's had it done, Another one here says... somebody else says, does your new coat look a bit like a car dealer's jacket, beige and white fleece? Sadly not. No, I'm not that sort of person. I don't do chav stuff. It's a nice coat. It's very expensive. Not as expensive as some other coats, but it's probably shower proof, but I had to dry it out yesterday. And it was a bit of a pain because I thought, oh God, I hope it's not going to stain. Nothing worse. It's only a bit of rain, and as it turned out, it's perfect. But I might have to go and get another coat. I've got an obsession during winter. I buy coats. I want a red puffer jacket. That's what I mean, last year I wanted a Paddington Bear duffel coat, and I've not seen anything I like. And this year I want a red puffer jacket. I mean, I bought this thing, but I think I might go out today and buy a puffer jacket. Treat myself. Bright red. Well, no, probably sort of like a slightly darkened down red. I think. Not sort of... I don't want to look like sort of an apple or so. What are you doing? What was that? It's your signal to go to the news. Very pushy today, honestly. Seeing as you nearly got carpeted over the thing at the beginning of the programme. Well, let's have a bit company. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Do we're all so happy this morning. We couldn't be happier. Except those two. But I'm deliriously happy. I'm deliriously happy every day, every single day. The moment it gets near a payday, I get happier. I don't know. And then you just can't wipe the smile off our faces, For them it's wind, for me it's excitement. It's just my phone making a little noise there. Shall we find out the weather today, shall we? Are we going to have rain? Not like yesterday, please, goodness. I spoke to a friend of mine yesterday and she said, should be all right. She was down in Brighton and Virgin went off the air the other day. So they had a lot of problem, and she gets her television through Virgin, everything, her computer, everything. All of a sudden, it just collapsed, the whole lot. And so she then speaks to them, and they say, it should be back on by 4 o'clock. It came on a bit later, but at least it's back on again. Can you imagine, in this day and age? It wasn't even connected up to the, iCloud in the sky or anything like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So she did say, and what time was that actually? Finally working at 14 minutes past 4 yesterday, which was good. She said, hopefully it won't disappear again. So she sent me one of those fingers crossed things, which I think is very nice, very, very nice. Steve, have you invested in a pair of trainers yet? No, you'll never find me in a pair of trainers. Never. I'm too old for a pair of trainers. There's certain things that you can't wear, and trainers would be one of them. You don't wear things like that. Not when you get to a certain age. That's just ridiculous. Steve, what do you do with Brussels sprouts? I mix them with chestnuts and chorizo. Oh, God, ghastly. But my good lady thinks it's heresy and has them au naturel. Both kids give them to the dog. Roll on Christmas, says Steph, who could be Jack. I get more people who seem to be cross-dressing now on this programme than anywhere else, which is good. With Brussels sprouts, just normal. Just normal. I don't do anything. I don't do them with chestnuts or anything. I'm not really a big fan. No, not with bacon, not with anything at all. Yesterday, because I did some fillet steak with bits and pieces, I just threw in 2 little packs of miniature Brussels sprouts, little ones. But they seem to cook really fast, and cut up some new potatoes with some herb butter, lightly flambéed. Well, not intentionally, but, when we burnt the kitchen down last time, we thought we might as well go for it again. And that was that. And it cooked it really nice. But I always put Hellmann's mayonnaise on every day. I don't think I've had a day where I haven't had Hellmann's mayonnaise. Because it seems to adapt to everything. It seemed to be lovely. And I keep thinking, today I'll have fillet steak with baked beans. Because I've not had baked beans for yonks, ages and ages and ages. And I love baked beans, so I might do that. It might be a simple thing. But I'm definitely going to go out and do the garden centre. They should all be up and running. But I'm not going to put the tree up till, I think probably November. Beginning of November. We're not that far away from the beginning of November. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So other people do things with sort of Brussels sprouts, but I'm not one of those. Go shopping at that huge place at Bicester. I reckon that you'll get a red puffer jacket. I don't do shopping malls. They call them shopping outlets, don't they, I think? If I see something, if I'm shopping locally and I see it, I'll buy it. I don't have to travel all the way to Bicester. You might as well go to Oxford, mightn't you? See, went with a friend to Liberty. Says, so was buying perfume around 30 years ago. The assistant asked if I was paying by card. When I said I'd pay by cash, she turned her nose up. It was quite rude. So I handed her two £50 notes. The attitude changed immediately. Yeah, they ask you that, actually. I've sometimes been into Marks and Spencer's. They have tills which take cards, and they've got two tills which take cash. And they always go, I'll be standing there in my little basket, like Little Red Riding Hood, and things in there. A couple of wolves standing behind, and all that kind of stuff. I was watching them. And they always go, sorry, cash or card? And I always used to say, what's it got to do with you? Mind your own business. I'll decide whether I'm paying by cash or card. And I used to say to them, does it make a difference? Even when you were paying on tills that had assistants there, they'd go, cash or card? And I go, does it make any difference? And they used to go, no. I thought, well, what are you asking me for then? Because in Waitrose, they will take cash on all the tills. And they don't have any tills that you do yourself, which take cash, but Marks and Spencer's have catered for that, so that's good. Why would they need to know? Well, they don't give you a card machine because it's fixed in all the supermarkets. You can't pick it up. Really? Well, you don't ping this card thing up at all. It's just there's the till and the screen that you read, and underneath that is the card machine. You just touch it. Luke used to work in a bar. Oh, you used to get those poor people in there who'd go, do you take cards? Yeah. Do you want to keep it behind the bar? Yeah. Then you'd be adding, yeah. I bet you'd be adding on all the time, wouldn't you? That's, I don't like you. That's an extra £3 on your bill. You won't know. You're too tiddled to remember. Everybody used to do that in bars. We used to put the card behind the bar. And then you'd sort of, I used to go, oh, yeah, put it on the card. And at the end of the night, they go, oh, do you want to sign for this, Steve? And I'd go, 120 quid. Who's been drinking on my account? The answer is loads of people. It was a good fiddle. It was like we used to get, when I used to work in a bar a long, long time ago, people would come in and go, oh, I've got, can I put 100 quid behind the bar? And you go, yeah. That'll be gone in about 3 rounds. And, then you go, yeah, shall I put it on? I'll take that off then, because you'd have all their money in a jar, and then you just take it out and put it into the till. Everybody does that. It's like, I'm always very generous, except when it comes to buying drinks. Because people always go, oh, he'll go up to the bar first. No, I used to hang back. I'd go, just going to toilet. I'd go off to the toilet. I'd come back and go, oh, has somebody got the drinks? Oh, bless you for that. I'll get them next time round. No, I won't. I'll finish this drink and bugger off. Northern expression. It's a Yorkshire. That's the most favoured accent, Yorkshire. And so Corey was going, oh, that's where I come from. I said, no, you don't. He's a southern Jessie. He's a southern Jessie with a hot tub and a bar built into the back garden. I mean, seriously, you might as well build an air raid shelter and say, I'm recreating the war in the back garden. Granddad's got a tank, brings it up in the garden. They had one of those programmes on the television the other day, men who go around the country buying pieces of World War memorabilia. But this programme was unbelievably unique. Unbelievably unique. Because they go to it's like a car boot fair, but it's for military memorabilia. Everything from tanks to jeeps and to all sorts of things. And this bloke goes there, and they're always like a bit like that, you know what I mean? Everybody's got slightly broken noses. And he'd bought stuff before, been into this place and looked at these guns, these anti-aircraft guns, whatever. And he said to the bloke, how much are you looking for? And he said, well, I'm looking for about 4,000 quid. And he said, oh, that's a bit too steep. Anyway, they negotiate. Anyway, he then bumps into this other guy, younger sort of guy, and he said, oh, your dad was doing so-and-so. He said, yeah. He said, I've got something here today, which he said you would love. And he said, oh, what is it? He said, who is your favourite artist? Well, of course, if you came from the war years, it would be Glenn Miller. And those people who remember seeing the Glenn Miller story, he went off on a flight, and the flight never made it. They never recovered him or anything else. But the film with a very famous Hollywood actress, whose name I can't remember at the moment, it'll come to me in a minute, and he is recorded. She's listening to the radio, and he's recorded a New Year's Eve concert with the Glenn Miller Orchestra, who had hit after hit after hit. But what they didn't know was that she'd been told that the flight was missing and he was presumed dead. And so he's listening, she's listening at home to the Glenn Miller Orchestra playing. Anyway, this bloke turns up at this thing and he says, "You're a big fan of Glenn Miller, aren't you?" And he says, "I am." He said, "I've got his uniform." And this bloke went, "What?" He said, "I've got his jacket, his trousers, his shirt, and his hat." And this bloke goes, "You're joking." This is like, you know, if you're a fan of collecting memorabilia from the World Wars, to have a uniform from Glenn Miller with his name sewn into it and everything else would be like the Holy Grail. And I think, because unfortunately I had to go and do something else, I think that he bought it because he said, "Listen, you're never going to get this opportunity again. This is the most unique thing, to get a Glenn Miller uniform. Actually, a uniform that his body has been inside." Phenomenal. And he said to the bloke, "Is it for sale?" And the bloke said, "Everything's for sale." He said, "It's not going to be cheap, though." And what it went for, I've got no idea, so somebody will need to tell me, because somebody must have seen that. Steve, anybody who feeds their dog turkey and Brussels sprouts at Christmas is a total lunatic. Yes. Well, I mean, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. Some people, it's like Lewis Hamilton feeds his dog vegetarian stuff, and all the experts have gone, "Are you bloody mad? You don't feed your dog vegetarian stuff. They need all the vitamins." You know, but of course, Lewis Hamilton, who thinks he's it, you know, but unfortunately he's got it wrong. June Allison. It's such a good film. You always get the Glenn Miller story. You know, Pennsylvania, 65000, do. Yeah, In the Mood, Little Brown Jug, everything. I mean, it was really such a good... And also, we loved James Stewart. Uncanny, isn't it? Like he walked in. And he was very good, because James Stewart popped up in so many films. He was an actor. And then one of his friends in Hollywood said, "You should go for a screen test." He did a screen test. They booked him immediately. I can't remember what he was in. He did that big famous Christmas film, James Stewart. Yeah, It's a Wonderful Life. But he was very good. He might have been in North by Northwest, but I can't remember every Hollywood film. I'm sorry, Luke. I'll try next time. Obviously, I'm aware of the fact that I'm now only 3 out of 10, as opposed to 10 out of 10 for guessing that he was in the Glenn Miller story. But it's a very good film, actually. Very good. But to actually possess the uniform would be like, Holy Grail. I'm trying to think if there's anything that, you know, that I would really want. If somebody said to me, "I've got this for sale or that for sale." Cary Grant. So it wasn't James Stewart at all, was it? Just as well I never said anything. Just made you look at so-and-so. Steve, cashiers on tills in supermarkets are measured on the speed they put their customers through. Oh, Sheila, they're so not. They might be in certain places, but not in Waitrose. In Waitrose, I've grown a beard waiting as they move stuff very slowly through. I mean, so there's no speed whatsoever. So the cashiers ask if you're paying by cash or card, so they hit the cash or card button, but they're not in any rush. I know that they are in Marks and Spencer's, but not in Waitrose. Waitrose, I mean, seriously, I've sometimes asked for a seat so that I can sit down. Ben says they weren't mini Brussels sprouts, they were peas. I like. Have you tried Amazon? Says Dean. What do you mean tried Amazon? What's that mean? Tried Amazon? What, you mean the place where you buy things? Every day I buy something from Amazon. Every day. I mean. Oh, they're not regular. Obviously, I mean, put it this way, everybody's bought on Amazon. I can't think of anybody who's never bought on Amazon. I'm single-handedly providing Jeff Bezos with his income. You know, don't know what people are complaining about. But, although you get an old snowflake in a minute, or as I prefer to call them, the lonelies. And they'll write in and go, "Oh, you should be shopping on your high street," and things like that. Sorry? Can't hear you, not pushing the button properly. You have to learn how to do the technical side of it. Tell me in a bit. I don't want to know in a bit. Tell me now. Tell me now what? Nick Abbott doesn't like Amazon. Why not? Oh, he doesn't want Jeff Bezos to have any more money. All right, well, let's vote for Nick Abbott not having any more money then, shall we? Same sort of thing. I've never heard anything like it in my life. He's just being controversial, isn't he? The truth of the matter is, he is as rich as Croesus, OK, but he likes to play it down. Because in the pecking... Have you seen it? The Sunday Times, rich list. Jeff Bezos, Nick Abbott. It runs all the way through. Seriously. Don't believe any of this baloney that people feed you nowadays. It's, he's got houses all over the place, flash car. When he talks about his cars falling apart? No, they're all vintage. They're vintage. He's seriously loaded. I don't know anybody as rich as he. He's about the richest, but next to Luke, who would have had his money, but sadly spent it on vegan items. So now he hasn't got any money at all. Or anything. Right, we'll take a short break, shall we? We'll take a short break. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is where the world comes out to play. This is The Spike. Why is it so big? God knows. But it is, and has been for years. We have dominated the market. Dominated. Scott said Glenn Miller took off from near Bedford before that fateful flight. But have his uniform. I mean, where he actually, took off from is totally immaterial. He just never made it the other end. Steve, when you used to go to Stringfellows with the Page 3 girls, cocktails were about £10. Who paid? We didn't have cocktails. We had, we were drinking tea. We used to go there for breakfast. We used to have cups of tea in the restaurant. And all the girls would sit. There'd be about sort of 8 of us at the table. Peter would join us. And it was lovely. It was in the early days of when it first arrived in London, when he bought Stringfellows, and he had the Hippodrome as well. It was lovely. It was really great, really good fun. Anybody would tell you that it was good fun at that time. I feel sorry for people who weren't around in that era, because it was the best time to be in London. Mind you, I think any time's good to be in London. There's so much going on at any one particular period, whether it's Christmas, and the lights are going up. I've noticed in a lot of the streets around Piccadilly, up go the lights. We've got them in Leicester Square. They'll be going on very shortly, hanging from the trees. Sort of drop things. They go... Yeah, they've got them in IKEA and everywhere. They've got them all over the place because it's Christmas. So they have, just chipping in. That's good. No, not really, no. Will you be having a tree up this year, Corey? Good. Lovely. And will it be a little tree in the corner? Don't take up too much room, do you? So, 6 foot. Well, 7, including the base. Well, I don't think that 7 foot is too big, no. I mean, it's... You're 5'10", as you well know. I don't know why you seem to think you're this... Luke's got this obsession with the fact that he's over 6, because at some point in his life, his mother, as she was stretching him out on the rack, decided that he was going to be 6 foot, but of course somebody released him, a bit of a shame, in advance, and so he came out at 5'10". Ever since then, though, he believes that he's over 6 foot. Steve, I'm over 6 foot, he says to. He'll say to me at the beginning of the programme with tears in his eyes, which I put down to conjunctivitis. And it's always a case, oh no, I'm really, Steve, I'm really 6 foot. Yeah, whatever. Anything for a quiet life, I'm not particularly bothered. It's like Andrew Pearce. Andrew Pearce barely makes it to 4 feet. Seriously. I mean, he's not the tallest person you've ever seen in the world. Definitely not. But he photographs well on television. You know what? He's always been the same size. Ever since I've known him, he's always been the same size. Interesting, isn't it, really? It's... I've seen your tree. No, I haven't. Very tacky. My friend Lynn's throwing out her old tree. It was a fake one that she had years ago, and she's throwing that out. And so, hence the new tree, which is fantastic. No, we're throwing it out. I'm throwing it in the bin. No, you won't have it, no. What do you think I'm going to do? Come in with it in a car in the morning, and you're going to go home with a sort of a 6 foot tree? Of course, waste not, want not. It doesn't... Oh, that's going... No, it's going out in the bin, OK? You're not having it. It's as simple as that. If you want a tree, I'll get you a tree. OK? You want a tree? Get your tree. There you go. What size? So where from? I don't know. Wherever you get trees from. Yeah, I'll just go round Leicester Square, cut down a 50-foot sequoia, and, say, here you go back on the bus with this thing. You can stand on the platform at the back, dragging the tree behind you through the streets of London. Let me take you by the hand and lead you through the streets of London. I'll show you something to make you change your mind. Shane in Sydney says, sorry I'm late, I've been drinking. Oh, that's all we need. Jim the Trucker says, have you seen the Christmas decorations and not cuts in stains? Yeah, I was up there a couple of weeks ago. They hadn't finished putting them all up. They were still doing it. And I've got to go out to... I'm going to do about 3 or 4 places today. Once I get in the car, I'm fine. I love things like that. Steve, on Trick or Treat night, I replaced Ferrero Rocher chocolates with Sprouts. That's an old one. A load of people have done that, haven't they? Oh, look, there's Sprouts inside it. That's supposed to make people feel good. Steve, Linda and Paul McCartney's dogs were veggie. Fact, says John in Smithfield. Well, all the experts say no. You shouldn't feed your dog vegetarian. Unless I suppose it is vegetarian. Talking to the weather, a bit random, but I love the rain. And love Luke and Corey, says Matthew. Great production. Yeah, not if you're sitting where I'm sitting. So great production, yes. A bit of another word for production would be drama. Okay, drama production. And then somebody says here, I must be the only person who reads absolutely everything out on text and emails. Steve, Rope is one of the best films ever made. Also, Room with a View. Also, the Glenn Miller uniform was on a programme called Combat Dealers. I think Bruce Crompton ended up paying $4,800 for it. I watched it as well. I just thought, absolutely unbelievable. Glenn Miller's uniform. Glenn Miller's uniform. Oh, goodness me. I can't begin to tell you how exciting that would be. Oh, there's a feature in one of the papers today. It's to do with Christmas, and I'm not even going to bother mentioning it because I think it's designed to panic you. And I think it's bad journalism, very bad journalism. Happy birthday to Arsene Wenger. I think he's about 71 today. And Jenny Murray talking about why she's going topless on television. Please don't. Please don't. Gay penguins. There are such things as gay penguins, believe it or not. They pick up eggs. They pinch eggs. And also, a fortnight's worth of rain in one day. Because of Storm Barbara. Supermarket. That'll do. That was dreadful, wasn't it? That wasn't very good at all. Very poor. Not one of the better ones. That sounded like Kenneth Williams on there. Was it Kenneth Williams? Yeah. You don't know, do you? You've got no idea who it is. You've never seen a Carry On film? How wise. You've never seen a Carry On film? Oh, blimey, I can do the scripts of Carry On films. Yeah, absolutely. There's about, I forget how many there are. It's quite a number. Quite a number. Yeah, they're good. They're good. Robin Asquith, no, he did the Confessions films. Of course, I knew you'd like those. Lots of girls topless running around the streets of London. Oh, look, where's the vicar? Oh, my boobies shank. Ooh. It's a bit like poor old Gemma Collins now, although we know where they are. They're down by her feet. Poor old Gemma Collins, honestly. She does struggle, doesn't she? Just with living. Also, what have we got now? Supermarkets slashing the cost of basics to help the jobless. Learners to be taught how to drive in the dark. What a brilliant idea. The only thing they don't teach you. They don't teach you how to drive on a motorway, and they don't teach you how to drive in the dark. And that's why there are more accidents. People think, oh, I'll just get out there and and it's completely different driving in the dark. I don't like driving in the dark. I used to, but not anymore. Paul McCartney's got a new album, and if you like collecting stamps, there's new ones coming out from the Royal Mail for those fans of Star Trek. They're bringing out Star Trek stamps. There's a whole collection of them, which is very nice. And Alison Hammond is going to be running this morning for a day. God knows why. She did a cookery feature the other day. It was such a disaster. I'm sorry, just standing there and looking at the television screen and laughing is not tantamount to presenting. But she's on there. Who's she on there with? It's Dermot O'Dreary is doing it with her. I mean, two lame presenters together. I don't know why they're bothering. Eamon and Ruth can do it. They're far more competent. The Pope has blessed civil unions for gay couples. That'll upset a lot of Catholics, won't it? The Pope's in favour of civil marriages for gay couples. He says, why not? You know, people shouldn't be denied happiness in their life. It's taken them long enough in the Catholic Church, hasn't it? Because let's face it, homosexuality runs rampant through it, with all the problems that they've had over the years and all the court cases, which you've no doubt seen. But now he said it's a civil union, and why not? I'd love to see the Pope doing the first one. That I would definitely like to see. Steve, wouldn't it be nice this year just to have a normal Christmas? No chance. No chance. No way you're going to have a normal Christmas this year. Brett in Leighton says, plan ahead. The planets align on May the 6th. 2492. Got to know these things. Yeah, very useful. Very useful. I never bother with sort of the planets aligning up and all this kind of stuff. It doesn't make any difference to me at all. But a cup of tea does. So, and because it's Thursday, the 22nd of October, you can have as many cups of tea as you want this morning. Every single text and email we shall read out, unless you're particularly stupid, in which case I'm afraid we have to... Steve, enjoy your Christmas tree. Do you have a pumpkin for Halloween? God, no. We don't do Halloween. Absolutely not. A jack-o'-lantern? No. I don't do Halloween. Why would I do Halloween? No, it's not a bit of fun. It's nasty. People come round and they egg your front door and stuff like that. I mean, for you it's great because you pick up the pieces and make a cake. But for the rest of us, it's just a nightmare. So it's lunch for you. I never think about it. No, I don't do Halloween. I don't do anything like that. I don't, oh, boo you too. Honestly. No, I don't do that. I just do Christmas. I do all the festivals. But we don't do Halloween. It's nasty. I don't really celebrate my birthday, no. Well, I mean, you celebrate your birthday, but you don't do anything in particular. If I want to go out for a meal with friends, I go out for a meal with friends. I've got a few sort of dates in the diary, because I'm in showbiz. And we'll be going out and having sort of meals and things like that, which is I like that. And that's a nice thing to do. But I don't do parties. So, I mean, Christmas time for me it doesn't bypasses me. Everybody's going, oh, great, it's a Christmas party. Maybe I'll pull. And because that's all people only go to the Christmas party to photograph their bits on the photocopier and then to go and sort of mingle, and it's a chance to go and goose people, isn't it? The party, way, whoa, all that kind of stuff. Hello, missus. Oh, do you want to come for a Donna? Should we go for a Donna afterwards? I don't see the point of Christmas parties, because you spend all year with people. What the hell do you want to see them on a party night for? Unless all of a sudden it's going to take on a whole new meaning, and it's going to be a case of, I really fancy you, I really like you, so get you a free drink. That's what people always do, don't they? Because there's always a free bar at parties, which I suppose is actually quite nice, but I'm just not I was never into parties, so it's not something that's happened, recently. It's something that's was there. We have a poem for you for today. God, I don't know where they get this one from. I've got no idea. But the person who wrote it is somebody called John Clare, who was born in 1793 and died in 1864. So he didn't do badly as an image. I mean, he was sort of 71 when he died, and he wrote this. It's called The Thunder Mutters. I love the way you smile. You just can't wait to hear me getting through this poem, can you? I'm so happy. The Thunder Mutters by John Clare. The thunder mutters louder and more loud. With quicker motion, hay folks ply the rake. Ready to burst slow sails the pitch-black cloud, and all the gang a bigger haycock make. To sit beneath the woodland winds awake, the drop so large, wet all throw in an hour, a tiny flood runs down the leaning rake. In the sweet hay yet dry, the hay folks cower, and some beneath the wagon shun the shower. Yes, I'm glad he's dead too. I'd never heard of him before. I don't know where he finds these things from. Seriously, I think he goes there for sort of peculiar poetry on the internet. What's what to do with? Well, it's to do with thunder and somebody working in the fields, because, it's sort of like a storm. Yes, you have to explain it to Luke, because Luke's not very good at these sort of things. What kind of storm? Well, it's a loud storm. Okay? A loud storm. And this, if I had to name it Eric, it would be called Eric. Or Brian. Or Sheila. Wouldn't be called anything else, put it that way. I'm falling for that one. In the sweet hay yet dry, the hay folks cower, because that's it. It's on and so you cower underneath the wagon, which has got all the, I'm going to sneeze, all the, bless me, twice. I wonder why we say bless you. I wonder why you say that. My father used to say Gesundheit, because we'd lived in Germany. To do with the plague, is it? Black Death. Yeah, that was a tissue, all fall down. But what? Oh, right. God bless you. Ah, right. Okay. Riveting, exciting, Luke. Thank you so much for your contribution to the programme this morning. Let's hope there's not another one in the next 5 years. But, it's all to do with the plague, apparently. Steve, you can have fairy lights and trees at Halloween too, says Dawn. You cannot, Dawn and Mother. I don't think you have trees for Halloween, do you? Don't you just have a pumpkin cut out? Which is okay. The only thing I remember about Halloween is when they did it for E.T. and they're all walking up and down these hills on this estate. Such a good film, actually. Even if I watch it now, it's still good. You get excited, don't you? And apple bobbing, very popular. Didn't you do apple bobbing? No. Do you know what it is? No. Apple bobbing. To explain this to Luke, he's never done this. You put all these apples in a tub of water, and they're bobbing around. and this is almost as bad as that bloke the one who did the driving instructor, teaching people about tobacco. He said, and Sir Walter Raleigh said, I've sent over this stuff called tobacco. He said, and you roll it up, he said, and then you put it in your mouth, he said, and then you set fire to it. People go, yeah, right. Apple bobbing's a similar kind of thing without actually setting fire to it. So sometimes they had them on strings, apple bobbing, and you can. But the ones in the water, you've got to get it out the water with your mouth, and then you have a bite out of it. It's like, have you ever done the matchboxes on the nose? No, you've never done matchboxes on the nose. That's where you get the matchbox cover, you put it on your nose, and you've got to turn to the person, and you've got to push it onto their nose, and then it's got to come off, and then you do it. But the apple bobbing is apples on strings, and you've got to bite the apple. You've never done that? You've really missed out, haven't you? Apple bobbing. He just loves the phrase. He's just laughing away quite happily to himself on medication. He's going, ha, 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 like that. Apple, because it just sounds funny, doesn't it? Apple bobbing. But those were... Yes, all right. Oh, hold on there. Whoa there, Muskie. Oh, Jeffrey. Oh, I'll tell you, this programme's a riot. I'm going to go home and listen to it one of these days just to see what it's like, just to see what people see in it. Well, I know what you see in it, because you're there every single day. Apparently, John Clare wrote lots of wonderful nature poetry, says Jane. Oh, we did do the rain. Did we do the rain? We did the rain. Well, what was the forecast for how much rain there is? No, I didn't. No. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently clear and 13 degrees. Expect partly cloudy skies starting early in the morning and rain in the afternoon. Today's high will be 16 degrees and the low will be 12.
Chance of rain, 30%. That's good enough to go out in. I can go out in that. I'm in the car. Keeps you warm and dry. Lee, the trucker in Dover, listening every morning from 4:30. Do many of your listeners have Weetabix with butter on? No, it's probably just me, actually. Probably just me. And probably Dawn Neeson as well, I should imagine. She's up early this morning, isn't she? It's up very early. Very, very early. Steve, my cat brought in a mouse yesterday. I thought it had just gone out through the patio doors last night. It just ran across the fireplace whilst I'm listening to you, says Josie. Yeah, cats do catch mice, and they play with them, unless you can sort of get it away from them, and then let it sort of go back where it came. It's a bit gruesome. I told you my friend Lou, she used to have a cat that they used to bring back dead squirrels. They would catch squirrels. She thought was a bit freaky, actually. A little bit freaky. Steve, I've got my Christmas tree up in the loft, and that's where it's going to stay. Oh, don't do that. Dean says, having a cup of coffee, woke up thirsty. I love online shopping. Oh, me too. Me too. I mean, in fact, everything in the last week has all arrived at the same time. The Christmas tree arrived yesterday. Lynn's is not here yet, but they think hers could be here by Friday. And the parcels from America have both arrived. So really, really, really pleased. Steve, got to have sympathy with Gemma Collins. She's got problems with her feet. They won't walk past a chip shop, says Ian in St Ives. I don't know. Jane says, what's in your car boot at the moment? I'm not telling you. Lord above, honestly, everything's like a shop in there. A shop in my car boot. And apparently Bruce from Combat Dealers is worth a lot of money. Still watches the pennies, though. Very entertaining show. It is. It was the Glenn Miller uniform, though, which was the bit that got me excited. And I'm not a particularly big Glenn Miller fan. I just thought that was quite a nice thing to find at somewhere like that. And because it had all the name tags in. Amazing. Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, said, just had a lovely long trip, but these passengers won't be getting back with me anytime soon. Messing with cabbie's radio at this time. Outrageous. Yes, we don't do outrageous at all, do we, Monica? As we know. Steve, I'm with you when it comes to Christmas parties, especially work ones. One year, a colleague of mine got chatting to one of the bosses, telling me the next day how lovely he was, only to be blanked since that day. She now calls him that miserable little so-and-so. I think you should always go up to your bosses at Christmas and just go, Merry Christmas, or, compliments of the season, something like that. It's quite nice, actually. It's an opportunity for the staff. Some staff have never met their bosses. Never met their bosses. But, I just think it's very important to meet your bosses, have a cup of coffee with them or something like that. Mull over, all sorts of exciting things. So, not much chance of rain today, but Corey's going to walk down the road with his umbrella in his hand, which is lovely. Did you buy that yesterday? You pinched it. OK, fantastic. Oh, I love the way that Luke looks shocked. He pinched something, imagine. Good Lord. Where'd you pinch it from? Where did you pinch it from? You pinched it for a friend. What, you went round somebody's house and pinched their umbrella? You borrowed it. That's a bit naughty, isn't it? Especially as we were only talking about Luke's pinching the other day and about the fact that he's now turned into a kleptomaniac. You know, I mean, honestly. He came up the other day, he had all this tray full of coffees. I said, oh, yeah. Come on. Apple bobbing. And Bob the Apple. He's now complaining about me. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, loving the Barbara Windsor sound effects. Yes, I'm very lucky to get them, actually, Wayne. He says there were 31 carry-on films and a few extra specials, but in my opinion, the ones towards the end of the series weren't that great. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because I think a few of the main stars had died by that time. So they had Carry On England, which I didn't like at all. I have watched it. There's a few others towards the end which weren't that good. My favourites, he said Henry, Camping and Matron. They filmed about 2 or 3 hospital-type matron, carry-on doctor-type things in council offices down in Windsor. Or was it Staines? It's Windsor or Staines. They use the roundabout in Staines for filming different bits and pieces. But you can get the whole... I just sorted out Corey's Christmas present. How brilliant. I'll just get him the Carry On box set. Yeah, they're very cheap. For all of the films and all the specials, about 13 quid. Don't want to spend any more on you than that, you know, because it's Christmas. It's a film. Oh, well, it's about different things. The one about Carry On at Your Convenience is about toilets. They were comedy films. It's a comedy film. They're all comedies. Carry On, you know, at Your Convenience. Carry On Cleo. Carry On Cowboy. Carry On, you know, Policeman. Carry On. But they're British films. It's the same team in every film. Same team in every film. The same people, different lines. Because otherwise the toilet one wouldn't work in Cleopatra at all, would it? Trying to explain Carry On films to the 2 I've got working with me, I mean, is absolutely hopeless. It really is. He said, so are they all related? No, it's a group of actors and they're all in these different films. The Ultimate Collection, there you go, $26.99 for all of the films. For all of the films. Which is well worth it, isn't it? You know, for entertainment. They're very funny. They're funny films. I mean, on this one, I think they've got Carry On Sergeant all the way up to Carry On England. That's Carry On and Carry On Emmanuel. They were the ones that I didn't like. But Carry On Loving was good. That was set in a dating agency. You know, Carry On at Your Convenience was Kenneth Williams, who ran a company called Boggs and Company, and they made toilets. They're films. They're British comedy films. You know, like loads of other films. You know, you've seen the Griswold family, haven't you? Oh, God. You've never seen the Griswolds. You've seen Fawlty Towers. OK, so each one was a different story, wasn't it? It was the same people because they worked in a hotel, but these are different stories because none of these people are related. They're just actors. God, how do you explain something like that? I'm really struggling here. Very difficult. You've heard of Paul McCartney, haven't you? He's got a new album out. Paul McCartney, I think it's McCartney 3. I think he plays all the instruments on it because he's very talented. Also, a wine a day keeps the doctor away. I think that's a glass of as opposed to... very dreary. Johnny Rotten claims he used to rummage through coffins in a cemetery. You're never too sure with him whether he's sort of, you know, the full ticket or he's not. And first, the deep-fried Mars bar. Now, the battered pickled onion. I think that sounds delicious. The battered pickled onion, a hot pickled onion, but it's encased in batter. Isn't that nice? I like the sound of that one. I might try that, actually. Battered gherkin? No, because it's full of water, isn't it? You don't want a battered gherkin. That wouldn't be very good. You'd bite into it, go all over the place. No. I'm put this way, I'm not in favour of the battered Mars bars or chocolate or stuff like that, but I'm definitely in favour of battered burgers. That's very nice. And a sausage in batter is an absolute treat, isn't it? Apple bobbing burgers in batter. Try doing that as a tongue twister. I got out my apple bobbing apples in batter. Also, there's a rare Rolex watch in the paper set. It must be rare. It's just sold for £175,000. I'd be so frightened to wear it. And also the council have okayed the neighbours. Some neighbours took their other neighbours to court because every time they made love, they were very noisy. And the council have said, no, that's all right. That's what people do when they make love, you know. They sort of make a lot of noise. I do. Scream the place down. Scream the place down. Ah! Just to add interest for the neighbours, I always think. £10,000 fine for the students who threw a house party, which is very good. The Great British Bake Off has been criticised. By whom? It's those Cornish people again, because they've massacred a Cornish pasty. It is something that is indicative of our county. We're very proud of it. And you can only have a Cornish pasty from Cornwall. No, you can't. You can get them anywhere you like, and they're better than the ones in Cornwall, which are rubbish. Rubbish. Yeah, on Bake Off, somebody put haddock in it. Bits of haddock. Delicious. Haddock in pastry. What is it with the people of Cornwall? A right bunch of moaning old minis, aren't they? Goodness sake, we can't have that. I'm sorry, there must be I reckon you could go down to all these complainers' houses and find things that are nothing to do with Cornwall, like hot dogs. You know, I mean, you'd only be allowed to have hot dogs if they're made in Germany. You know, or places like that, or Austria. But they've always, you know, they said, oh, you've massacred a Christmas pasty. A Cornish pasty. Because they put haddock in it. I thought haddock in a pasty would be absolutely delicious. What was the other one? Tea and apples can prevent a healthy heart. There you go, you could do apple bobbing, and it's good for your heart, which is very good. And criminals and rough sleepers from the EU are going to be banned from this country. I mean, lovely though it is, it's not going to happen. Absolutely. And 300 Tory MPs have voted against free meals for hungry kids. They had that bloke who did it. It was on the television the other day. The most trustworthy accent in the United Kingdom is Yorkshire's accent. No, you don't talk Yorkshire. You don't talk Yorkshire. That's the trouble. You think you do, you know, but Yorkshire is like, you know, got to whip it out on, you know, on more, on Ilkley Moor Bartat. On Ilkley Moor Bartat, on Ilkley Moor Bartat. Nothing if not bloody repetitive, isn't it? You know, there are other verses that go along with on Ilkley Moor Bartat, on Ilkley Moor Bartat, on Ilkley Moor Bartat. Are there other verses? All right, what are some of the other verses? Here we go. A true Yorkshireman should know this, of course, but as you're not a true Yorkshireman, you wouldn't know it. You've got a hot tub. You've been... Thou... Oh, right, I always say, thou catch thou death of cold, on Ilkley Moor Bartat, on Ilkley Moor Bartat. It all just fits into on Ilkley Moor Bartat, doesn't it? Stupid person you are, honestly, it's quite ridiculous. I love the way that people lay claim to it. Of course, I'm Yorkshire, you know. I lived there as well, I've been there. I didn't grow up in Yorkshire, no. We weren't that poor. And, no, by gum, apple bobbing. I think it's taking place in Village Hall this weekend. The apple bobbing Hompton competition of the year, 2020. First prize is we got a cup. We got a cup as well, which is very... We've got to wash it out, though, because we've had a cup of tea. Steve, the carry-on box set is 25 quid in Sainsbury's, says Paul in Poplar. It's cheaper online. No, it's not. So 25 quid, very good value. Very, very good value. And Keith says, confuse Luke by asking him what Bob a Job Week is. He wouldn't know that at all. Bob a Job Week. Do you know what Bob a Job Week is? No. Do you know what it is, Corey? Bob a Job Week? No, Bob a Job. Bob a Job. Bob, a job, yeah. No, a bob. A bob is not a pound, it's a shilling. It's a shilling, an old shilling, a bob, 12 pennies. 12 pennies. So Bob a Job, it was a way of the Scouts and the Cubs making money. So they come round and go, Bob a Job Week. And they go, dib, dib, dib. And got any apple bobbing you want doing? We're your men. And they would come in, you get them to decorate an entire house. And you give them a shilling. It was marvellous value. It really was, honestly. Our local scout troop only took them 15 years to buy the front door of the scout hut. They didn't have anything else. And they would come round and they would do that. And you put a little sign in your window. You know, I support Bob a Job. Apparently. Luke thinks this is hilarious. Bob a Job. You've never heard of it before. So, for every job that they did, you gave them a bob, which was a shilling. 12 pennies. So, no... He just likes the word bob. Yes, apple bobbing. I get that's the funny thing. Obviously, the key word that triggers off Luke this morning is the word bob. Bob. In fact, you just have to repeat the word bob. And he just, ha, 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 like that. If only you could see him. Well, actually, on second thoughts, it's probably just as well that you can't. Where hast thou been, son? I saw thee, says Ruth. Where hast thou been, son? Oh, don't do that one, actually. And it says on Ilkleymoor bar tat. The T for bar tat is at the end of the bar bit. That's been a coartin, Mary Jo. That's been barn to catch the death of code. Oh dear, it's another language, isn't it? I don't think we're doing very well with that. I think we'll leave it alone, actually. The interpretation is, where have you been since I saw you on Ilkleymoor without a hat? Where have you been since I saw you? Where have you been since I saw you? On Ilkleymoor without a hat, on Ilkleymoor bar tat without a hat. So it goes on. It's a lovely, riveting little song, isn't it? And no apple bobbing at all mentioned. Do you know that we spend 120 days in the course of a year whinging about the weather? I whinged about it this morning. We can't help it. That's what we do. We whinge about the weather. Ronnie Wood slammed by the nutrition experts for feeding his kids caviar. It's quite nice, isn't it? And 70 years of the Archers. Oh, I should love it. To love the every year they have another, sort of Memorial Day for it. It's still on, you know. Dun 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 dun. People used to think it was great. My mother would listen to it all the time. Right, what are we doing here? What was it? Oh, somebody was going out there to do. I can't remember what it was actually. Oh, in the supermarket, slashing the cost of basics to help the jobless. So does that mean only the jobless can buy this stuff, or is it open to everybody? Because I got a bit confused by this, and the places like Waitrose are slashing. I'm assuming anybody can buy this stuff. I would think so. Experts, we'll come round to Lewis Hamilton and his vegan diets for pets a little bit later on. Meghan and Harry have been told there's a mountain lion on the loose near their home. Please don't make anybody say it. But they're staying in America. Good. McDonald's is selling thousands of meals a day using food more than a month past the best before dates. This is because they went into lockdown, but they've got all this stuff. You see, I'm one of those mad people who, I look at the date and I think, oh, it's coming up to the sell-by date. Oh, it's tonight. Throw it away. I would never eat it, just in case. Just in case. Dawn French said to be a guest judge on RuPaul's Drag Race UK. And The Masked Singer is getting a spin-off show. So you can watch The Masked Singer, which I quite like, actually. The panel you've got at the moment are very, very irritating. Very irritating. You've got a little bloke who sits in the middle sometimes, and he's very, very irritating. Plus, we did warn those students before about throwing a house party. £10,000 fine each. £10,000 fine each. Which is not very good, is it? But they had... I wouldn't mind, but all these people have been warned. They have been warned, have been told. Steve says, Hannah, I had hot cherry pie with cold custard last night. Best combination. See, I love cherry pie, but it's got to be really packed out with cherries. Steve, the greatest carry-on line is Fenella Fielding and Carry On Screaming. Do you mind if I smoke? And then she sits there and all this smoke rises up from her. It's very funny. They wouldn't explain. You can't explain carry-ons to the boys next door. And, Steve, you can sing While Shepherds Watch to Ilkleymoor Bar Tat, says Sarah in Hollyhull. Not in Hollyhull. Yes, it is, Solihull. I couldn't do it. I was trying to coordinate the two songs together, and all of a sudden I realised that my poor little brain cannot compute something like that, but it's okay. Lisa says, I bought some bright red trainers. I love it. See, that's all right. Bright red trainers, I can understand. I wouldn't buy them myself, but I can see them on you now, Lisa, and they would probably go with a red puffer jacket. A red puffer jacket's waterproof, do you think? I don't know. You think so? I might have to buy one, actually, just to make myself trendy. I don't want to look sort of, old-fashioned. I want to be a sort of on-trend kind of person. Let's see. Milo says, you'll be able to cover my show if you can keep that accent up. Why I? Have you ever heard of a breakfast show that ever starts with, why I took Whippet out to Moors? I wonder if you could ever get away with having a presenter who does a speech-based programme with a Yorkshire accent. Sorry, why? Do you say? Yeah, well, I don't know. I just thought about it, actually. I don't know, because it's said to be the best accent going. BBC Radio Yorkshire? Is there such a thing? No, I've got no idea. BBC Radio Yorkshire? No, because it's all split into regions, isn't it? So I'm assuming it would be Sheffield and other places. Birmingham and things. So That'd just be a confused radio station. BBC Radio Yorkshire from Birmingham. You know, it doesn't quite sound the same, does it? It doesn't work as well. How we laughed, honestly, at local radio. These are the only radio stations with no audience. Not surprised they all feel a little bit fed up. Front page of The Sun, they managed to find a girl called Poppy. Her name's Poppy Railton, and she's 11. And she says, I'm a poppy star, are you? Because they're trying to convince you to spend your money on poppies, which actually we don't have a problem with at all because we're huge supporters. I don't think people will stop supporting the poppy appeal. We've always done it. Always done it. A Rolling Stones fan met his idol Ronnie Wood after saving his beloved dog. Daniel Cato stopped Beagle Dolly darting across a main road, then called his number on his collar. Ronnie's wife, Sally, picked up the phone and the pair arrived 10 minutes later in a Citroen Picasso. It's a lovely dog, actually. It's sort of fallen asleep on Ronnie, which is lovely. Lots of celebrities have joined the Poppy campaign, including James Blunt and Holly Willoughby and lots of other people, Paul O'Grady and lots of different people. It's worth supporting. It's, you know, there's lots of charities that call on your patronage over the next few months. And I think that's one of the biggies. I think it's one of the biggies. Steve, for any fans of the BBC daytime series Doctors, finally back on the screens on Monday, 2nd of November. I don't think I've ever seen it. I was saying to my doctor yesterday, and she was taking the blood out my arm, and I'm looking the other way. I said, you know, every time I see somebody having an injection on one of these Doctors programmes, I have to look away from the television, even though I know it's not real. Infamy, Steve. They've all got it. Infamy. Kenneth Williams, frying tonight. And as an electrician in Manchester, I'm working with people from Liverpool. Every time they talk to me, I can't help but chuckle because of the Scouse accents. Are there any accents that make you laugh, Steve? No, I don't laugh at anybody's accent. I love all sorts of accents. I like the Welsh accent. I like the Irish accent. Geordie's a bit harsh, but I don't dislike anything at all. I couldn't, and I'm not saying that just to be PC. I'm just not really bothered. I is Geordie, not Yorkshire. Why I? Canny lass you are. It's all the same to us down there. You know, we're like Southern Jessies. BBC Radio Leeds and BBC Radio Sheffield, great for listening to football. Yes, anything else terrible. And I don't think I've ever listened to local radio. I don't think I've never listened to football, full stop, whether it's been on the... In fact, if I find it on the television, I've got that channel off immediately. I can't think of anything... I've never understand anybody who gets excited over football on the television. Don't do the World Cup. That's even worse. That's even worse. People who've been paired with this country and that... Who cares? Seriously, I've got much better things to do. And I'm presuming if they're going to have the World Cup, will they have it next year, or do they have it every year? Oh, it's every 4 years. How boring. You know, you think they could manage it every year. And then... 2022, very dull. I remember reading something about a football team. I can't remember what it was, whether they were not in the country, so they couldn't vote, or they didn't do something. But I've discovered another football team who've, a few of their members have not been socially distancing. They've been fined £200 each, which is very good, isn't it, really? Anyway, back to me. And, Steve, go to YouTube, and you can find all of these... different languages spoken, length and breadth. All the Spikers, the original Spikers, from Ali says, the Fenella Fielding smoking part of Carry On Screaming, one of my favourites. I like the bloke who played Odd Job, the little one, not the bigger one. I'd like to find out who that is, because I've got no idea, actually. I should have investigated. Ages and ages ago. Another one here, which, I'll say, the trouble is, every so often I get more text messages in, which means I've got far and away down the screen, and then I miss things out. Somebody's telling me about the music that you can make love to. It lasts an awful lot longer than some of these other tracks. Sorry? Barrett, was it? I can't remember which was the song that people made love to the most. I can't remember that. Enough of your love. No, I don't think it was that one. I don't think it was Barry White. I'm pretty certain. But there was a song that we mentioned a couple of days ago that was the one that people... But it only... No, it lasts about 3 minutes, 50 seconds or something. That long. You know, I mean, anything that goes on after a minute, as far as I'm concerned, is utter boring. It really is. So, here we go. People like to have sex to Sorry by Rick Ross. Swimming... Are you serious? I don't even know what these songs are. Crew Love, Drake. Love Yours, J. Cole. Kendrick Lamar, Swimming Pools. Sorry, Rick Ross. Lotus Flower Bomb featuring Miguel from Whale. Is that Whale or Wale or something? Oh, they've gone. I've missed them all now. I've never heard of any of those songs at all. I think it'd be something like Journey or We're Caught in a Trap, I Can't Move On. That would be better, wouldn't it? Steve, it ain't Odd Job from James Bond. No, Odd Job from the Carry On. Ain't Job... Oh, no, sorry, there is Odd Job, isn't there? Perhaps there's two Odd Jobs. There might be, actually. Oh, here we go. Wicked Game, Best Sex Songs. But are these songs to make... Oh, it is the best song to make love to. I'm on Fire by Bruce Springsteen. That's a bit fast, isn't it? God in heaven. You know, it's like, do you smoke during sex? Absolutely. Fade Into You by Mazzy Star. No Dignity by Backstreet. Need You Tonight by In Excess. Untitled, How Does It Feel by D'Angelo. Wicked Game by Chris Isaac, which is classed as ear porn. Whatever it is, we don't want any of those, thank you very much indeed. We don't encourage people to start listening to music in the morning. Imagine if all of a sudden you play one of these songs, people would go, come on, darling, that's our tune, upstairs. You know. Imagine if you could only ever end up doing it to music. You know. I think I'd want to do it to Ring a Ring of Roses. Just to make it more entertaining. And, Steve, I can't believe how much Nick Abbott it's estimated to be worth, says Ben. I mean, that's not bad money, is it? He'll always play it down, though. It's Lionel Richie, says Ian. Thank you. Lionel Richie. Martin says, I get excited when Arsenal win. I just can't be... Do you think we're ever going to get people back in stadiums to watch football? Do you think that's ever going to happen? It looks a bit bizarre. Just driven through Twickenham. They're putting the Christmas lights up. Woo! Says Dan from Mint. Yes, I know. They were doing them, Dan, the other day. You're not going through Twickenham at this time. You're not, seriously. At 18 minutes to 6, what on earth are you doing out at this time of the morning? You're not supposed to be out at this time of the morning. Way too early. Way too early. Ridiculous. But, you know, that's what Dan does. Mint is, it's for ladies. You can go in there and have all sorts of things done. I suppose men could go there, couldn't they, as well? Do men go and have pampering? They do? Yeah, what do you mean, maybe? I love it. Why are you playing it cool all of a sudden? All of a sudden? You're not in touch with your feminine side. Well, I don't know, pampering, like having your nails done or something like that. You know, put some cream on your face. No? Waxing? Well, you can have waxing. Men have waxing done. It's quite normal, isn't it? Oh dear, honestly, it's gone into one of his downward spirals now. Waxing, Steve. I don't think that's right. I wouldn't be having anything of that. You would if you were tied down. Did Odd Job do Bob a Job? I don't know. Tom Clegg was Bob a Job. LBC Steve says, Lara, Don't Stop Believing. Journey. Don't stop believing. Is that same one, or is that another song? How about Making Love to the Hokey Cokey, Steve, says Ian. Yes, I'm not sure about when it comes to the Shake It All About bit. We're going to manage that one at all. And apparently the William Tell Overture, a very good song to make love to. Dun 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 dun. Oh, you'd never manage it, would you? You'd be exhausted after about the first 35 seconds. All Night Long was the song. Was it really? It was Odd Bod in the Carry On films. Thank you, Sam. You see, it took somebody there. Daniel says, off to the gym, and yes, we do men as well. You're going to the gym at 5:45 in the morning. You know they're putting in another gym, don't you, Dan? There's another gym going in. It's one of those pure gyms, which will be ready in February, which apparently is about the cheapest gym you can get, which is going to be open 24 hours a day. So you can go in... What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Did my phone go off? No, I do have a telephone. And Will Guyatt says, Steve Allen, I love a spa day. So there you go, that's all I could tell you. I was more interested in Danny Milo, so if I could keep the accent up, I could get a job in Yorkshire. Which I think is highly unlikely, actually. But Zoe also said the Hokey Cokey would be very good for making love to. Dan, I'm sure, will be thrilled with that one. So it was Odd Bod and Odd Bod. Odd Bod, odd bod from Carry On Screaming, says Ken. Thank you. Company, heavy company, nice. Oh, another picture of dreary old Maisie Smith. She's dancing, but by God, honestly, these people's egos. Also, historian David Starkey has escaped police action over provocative remarks he made about slavery. And McDonald's are selling thousands of meals a day using food more than a month past the best before by date. But of course, if it's been frozen, you know, proper freezing, not the kind of stuff we do at home, you can eat stuff a year after. A year after. Stored correctly, food is safe days, weeks, months, or even years after the best before date, because it's been in deep freeze. It's always said that a lot of the meat in supermarkets can be up to 2 years old if it's been in the deep freeze, like the permafrost kind of thing. I always worry about sell-by dates. I mean, I really do, actually. I'm always worried about sell-by dates. So I do chuck stuff away. If I go through the fridge at the end of the week, you know, I start going, no, that's out. Even if it's that particular day, I don't like to risk it. Yeah, I just don't like eating it. I don't know why. There's no reason for it. I've spoken to all the experts before, and they say, no, you'll be fine with stuff like that. Harry and Meghan have been told there's a mountain lion on the loose near their home. Such a classy area, isn't it? That's days after a bear was seen prowling the neighbourhood. Oh, good. Well, let's hope they stay there. And Rod Liddell, in his column today, is talking about Jason. This is Jason Holton. It took 30 firemen 7 hours to get him out the bedroom window, out of his flat on a crane. He's the UK's fattest man at 50 stone. As a consequence, he was feeling a little poorly. Off he went to hospital then. Poor bloke. He resembles one of the larger of the Channel Islands. His mum says it's because he's addicted to fast food. No, love, he just likes it and is incapable of making a sensible decision. Mind you, when I looked through his regular diet, says Rod Liddell, it seemed he was making an effort. Doner kebabs, chicken, chow mein, chicken and chips, washed down with 5 cans of Diet Coke. Almost guaranteed. It's like you always see people in Kentucky Fried Chicken. The one, you know, the people who've got 2 bottoms. And the chairs in Kentucky are not the biggest chairs. You know, so if you've got a big bottom, it hangs over both sides. And you get people in there eating KFC, which it's the coating. The actual chicken is fine. It's the coating, but that's the bit we like. And then they'll have a Diet Coke. Like, that's going to make any difference. I think they think it cancels it out, but it doesn't. It really doesn't. I wish you could sort of advise people on, you know, on sort of what you can eat and what you can't eat. You know, when I heard what Luke had eaten the other day, I mean, I said to him, I'm not a nutritionist, Luke, I said. But, I mean, that doesn't sound very healthy. It seemed to involve sandwiches and crisps and stuff like that. I mean, 20 sausage rolls he had, but they were vegan sausage rolls, little itty-bitty sausage rolls. But even so, you're eating all the wrong stuff. You're seriously eating the wrong stuff. I mean, the amount of times that you've been on a fasting thing, you should have lost a ton of weight by now, shouldn't you? But in fact, if anything, you're slightly bigger than you were before you started this fasting. I mean, you can't. That didn't even sound like a healthy meal, the stuff that you were eating yesterday. I mean, at least I'm good. At least I'm having vegetables most days. In fact, nearly every day I'm having vegetables. I'm modelling myself on my friend Danny, who's a radio presenter, but he's like this thin. He's sort of seriously lucky because he's thin. Well, I don't know what he eats, but he seems to eat most things, but he just doesn't seem to put on the weight. He'll always tell you he probably does put on weight, but I know he doesn't. He just looks exactly the same, whereas you seem to be ballooning working on this show. It's not like it's my fault. You know, I don't feed people, you know, very much. How many mince pies have you had? Haven't had any. Probably wise. How many's Twizzle eaten this morning? How many's eaten? About 9. 9. You've eaten 9 little. I mean, admittedly, they are only little bite-sized mince pies, aren't they? So he's eaten 10. He's had 10, and then he's filled up the box with others to make it look as though he hasn't eaten anything. I mean, that's really sneaky, isn't it? Not my sort of thing. Chris in Brentwood says there were 2 odd bods in Carry On Screaming, one played by Tom Clegg and the other odd bod, Junior, played by Billy Cornelius. Gee, I love it when you people know these things. But Odd Bod Junior was generated by John Pertwee from Odd Bod Senior's Detached Thumb. Billy, now 86, lives in London. In total, he appeared in 10 Carry On films, as well as Alfie and Z-Cars. Good Lord. He owned a market stall in Petticoat Lane in his later years. But he's 86. I think that's fantastic. I really do. That's and he appeared in 10 other Carry On films. Well, I never knew, Chris. I never knew. Oh, Borat's back. I can't stand Borat. I really can't. I'm not a fan at all of Sacha Baron Cohen. I just find it very, very annoying, very, very irritating, and sort of says things. I just don't get it. I mean, I'm quite willing to accept the fact that I'm probably out on a limb, but an awful lot of people do remember these things and they go, "Oh, it's really funny, Steve, you'd love it." But I mean, not for me. Not for me. 55 miles an hour gusts and 1.5 inches of rain. No good getting your finger ready to do it, because I'm not going to go to it. Okay, it's no good sitting there expectantly. No, I wasn't going to try and do it. No, don't worry, I'll catch you out before the programme is out this morning. Tesco have doubled the price of their plastic bags to 20p, but environmental group says should be even higher. The increase brings the supermarket in line with Asda and Sainsbury's, while Morrison's bags are the dearest at 30p. See, I don't mind. Do you remember years ago Nick Ferrari was talking, I'm sure, about people who have been into, say, Marks and Spencer's, and then they go, "Oh, would you like a carrier bag? It's 5p. A lot of people don't buy them in M&S at the moment. They pinch them. And they don't swipe them into the tills, which is a bit naughty. Admittedly, it's only a 15p bag. But I remember people going, "Oh, I'm not paying 15p." And they used to turn the bags inside out, so you weren't advertising M&S. They were that stupid. You know, whereas I buy a bag almost every time I go in there, and I've got loads of carrier. I could stand outside selling carrier bags. 10p. Save yourself a fortune on the bags inside. Really, but I haven't done it, and probably will not. I probably will not. Here's the big bloke, 50 Stone Jason. He says, "I'm going to beat the bulge." He said, "Seeing myself in the sun has made me wake up." You've not heard of a mirror then, have you? Because I'd have looked in the mirror and gone, "I'm too fat." It's very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. But, you know, you can't tell people because he's addicted to takeaways. I don't know why. Jilly from Billericay says, "Are you still off the booze?" Yes. Oh, listen, if I decide to go for something, I go for something. It's as simple as that. I'm going to go back on again, probably November, Christmas, something like that. Just have a little... What? November, Christmas, yeah. I said to somebody the other day, somebody was saying to me, they said, "Oh, you know, why would you put your tree up now?" I said, "Because it's Christmas." And they went, "No, it's not. It's October." I said, "It's Christmas. Hello, it's Christmas." Goodness sake, if they've got them on sale, they don't mean you to buy it and then throw it in the dustbin. They're meaning you to buy it and put it up. And I don't do the Halloween thing, so I do the Christmas thing. They've got some lovely balls in Costco. Right. When do I buy wrapping? I don't buy wrapping paper. I've still got wrapping paper from last year. I don't like... I give people money. I don't tend to give people gifts. I don't know why, I just tend not to. And Harry says, Sacha Baron Cohen is excruciatingly awful. Thank God it's not just me. Luke's dad, Luke's father, I thought he was adopted too, but anyway, he always buys wrapping paper on Boxing Day, because then it's a penny. And so he's basically wrapping in last year's paper this year. How mean. It's very mean, isn't it? A penny. But actually, to be honest with you, wrapping paper is very pretty. You look at it and you go, "That's lovely," and then you rip it to pieces. You want the present inside. The wrapping paper gets, and then just screw it all up and throw it in a bin liner. Do you recycle? Do you? You reuse it for next year. How marvellously tight your family are, Luke. I've never heard a thing like it. I don't reuse paper. No, absolutely not. No, my mother used to. That was years ago for a tree present. And that was different. That was completely different, picking on my mother. She's not here to defend herself, you know. How dare you pick on my mother? It's absolutely outrageous. Mum, if you're listening, not that she will be, but I mean, you never know. He's picking on you because of your wrapping paper meanness, saving it. She's going to send a bolt of lightning down. Any minute, there's going to be a like that, and you'll vanish. And you know how bad that'll be, because that means that Luke will have to sit in that seat and start driving the desk. And you know what he's like driving a desk. Steve. Serge Gainsbourg and Jane Birkin, Je t'aime. Have you ever heard Je t'aime? Do, 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 do. Oh, Je t'aime. What? A lot of whispering in it, wasn't it? Je t'aime. I tried that once. I said, Je t'aime. The bus driver said, "Just get the card out, okay? Swipe in." I said, oh, je t'aime. Plaisir d'amour. You know, there's something apparently very sexy about songs being sung in French. People always go, you know, it's sung in French. Oh, no, je ne regrette rien, you know. But, no, Je t'aime was very popular. People used to like that. Mind you, not as good as Donna Summer's. Ooh, love to love you, baby. And then she claimed that she had toothache when she made it. That's why they, ooh, love to love you, babe. We went, no, it wasn't. We know what you're doing. She said, no, it was toothache. Recorded after she'd been to the dentist. Have you ever heard of such a thing? But lots of other things, lots of other sort of great songs. Apparently Morrison's 50p a bag, says Izzy. Yeah, but you probably get fruit in that and everything, don't you? Have you noticed they're all doing price comparisons at the moment? Price comparisons, which I quite like. Noreen's going to tell us about Manfred Mann in a moment, because she sent in an email. We take more of your texts and emails. James in Sevenoaks makes love to the theme from Rainbow. Up and down the 2nd of October. Linda says you could read a shopping list in French and I would swoon. I think French is a very sexy language, isn't it? Mind you, see, I quite like German as well. I quite like German. In fact, actually, I like most people's languages. I sit there fascinated thinking, at what point does it all click in and all of a sudden you start understanding what people are talking about? This set of stamps, which is coming up from the Royal Mail, boldly going where nobody's been before. I'm surprised I haven't done it before, actually. 12 stamps to celebrate Star Trek, and it will feature past and present characters including Spock, Kirk and Jean-Luc Picard. How many episodes have there been, and how many films? Go on, without cheating. How many episodes have there been since 1969? 92 episodes of Star Trek. Okay. Sorry? 543. No. 780. How many films have there been? How many films of Star Trek have there been? 12. 24. 13 is the answer. It's like doing The Price is Right, isn't it? You only won out on there. But that's since 1969. So for those people who collect stamps or Star Treks, you can go and buy these stamps very shortly. When they come out, I've got no idea, but they're boldly going ahead with it, which is fantastic. And there's some man in Brighton who's just been fined. They have, I don't know whether you have them in your area, you have the bins where they do recycling of clothes and shoes and things like that. And in fact, we had a lot of people who were climbing into the bins to thieve the stuff that was inside donated to charity. But we have charity shops in Twickenham and people thieve from outside there, because if it's on the pavement, it's not technically owned by the charity shop, it's owned by the council, so people thieve it, and they do it almost on a regular basis. This particular bloke dumped a duvet right outside one of these bins, and the council caught him. And a spokesman said he threw the duvet on the floor and walked away. This bloke claims he was donating it to the homeless, which of course was a blatant lie, as we all know. But anyway, Stephen Birch was seen on CCTV leaving the cover on the ground by a full recycling bank. He claimed he left it for somebody to in need and felt penalised. How much did they find him? 400 quid. Could have bought a brand new duvet for a homeless person and given it to them. We had that in Twickenham, a few people. Kingston is plagued at the moment with a family of beggars from wherever they're from. You've got father, mother and daughter and somebody else. And they sit there, they've all got exactly the same sign. Do you remember we used to have the girl outside Iceland, you know, pregnant, need money, and you think, you lying old bag. I mean, seriously. But this family in Kingston, it starts by John Lewis, and then there's a girl, there's an old man sitting there, not that young, not that old, actually. And then there's a girl, then there's an old woman. All they've got exactly the same signs. They all finish up with God bless. And they're one of these racketeering families. They get brought in a car, and they sit there all day, come rain or shine, just collecting money. That's all they do. And we give it to them, which doesn't solve any problem at all, because they're not homeless or anything like that. Otherwise, you know, they wouldn't be there. Brit in Nottingham had a week in hospital. Very painful, but you eased it slightly on catch-up. Not nice, is it? Apparently, Steve, if you're having a Secret Santa at your studio, we don't do Secret Santas. Well, I've never had one. Have we ever done a Secret Santa at the studios? I don't think so. No. We don't. No, we don't do Secret Santas. To be honest with you, I don't know how it works. You chip in a £5, Pick a name out of a hat, and that's supposed you've got to buy a present for, with the £5. Oh, right. So you don't physically give somebody a £5, you go out and you buy a present, and it can only cost oh, right, funny, novel present for a £5. You can't get much for a £5 nowadays, can you? What would that be? You'd have to go to the pound shop, where you could probably get loads of stuff for a £5, couldn't you? That'd be... Joke shop, yeah. Joke shop? Where do you think joke shops are? We don't have joke shops anymore. We don't do things like that. Like apple bobbing. You know, we don't do those anymore. I mean, you probably would do apple bobbing if you could, you know, put the string through the apple to bob it in the first place. This is the most fun Luke's had in years. Seriously, he's never heard of apple bobbing. He'd never heard of the Carry On films. He had no idea what the concept was. And I said, they're just British comedy films. Oh, right. Are they all related? No. Okay. Are they all playing the same part? No, they're films. They're films. It's like, I mean, I don't know. I can't think of any other film. It's like a sort of a repertory company. They all play different parts in Carry On Cleo or in Boggs. And they're proper films. They're made films. They go out filming and they're beautiful. They're really wonderful. You know, Barbara Windsor playing a nurse, very busty nurse and things like that, you know. That's, you know. But then she played in Carry On Henry, I think. She was, again, fairly busty, actually. In fact, she played a lot of busty parts. A lot of them. The producers of the Carry Ons liked the same cast, so they had sometimes new people come in, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you'll see all sorts of people in there, people you recognise. Kenneth Williams featured in most of them, actually. Barbara was in quite a number. Not as many as people think she was, but she was certainly made an impression, put it that way. And there were loads of people. Anita Harris appeared in. They were either set in a hospital or, you know, in the toilet company, which was, the joke was that they had a union leader and he kept bringing all the people out on strike and stuff like that. They're just comedy films. You know, Carry On Camping, they go off camping, you know, but the boys, Sid James, who are still sort of young men relatively, they thought they were going to a naturist camp. So when they actually got there and everybody's got their clothes on, they're sort of looking around going, what have they all got their clothes on for? And the man who owns the camp was married to Janet Brown, a guy called Peter Butterworth, and he said, oh, we couldn't have them taking their clothes off, not like this. You know, and because they'd misread it. They'd been to the cinema. It starts off with them in a cinema watching a film about naturism and people playing shuttlecock and or apple bobbing, very popular at the time as they bent over to sort of bob their apples. And so they were all different. They were all different, but they had music to them, and they were good. When they did Holidays, they went what was it? Not Five Go Abroad. And they Carry On Abroad, and they're just very funny films. You know, done like years and years ago. I suppose when the silent people used to make their films, but these are people. You know, Terry Scott was in there. I mean, there's loads of people. You'll recognise loads of British actors. Well, you won't because you don't know anybody. But I mean, it's generally speaking full of British actors. I can't think of anything that's very similar to it. There was nothing like the Carry Ons. They were totally unique. Mike is near Grimsby, and he says, oh, I can't do this one. It's too rude for people. And also, Mike, I mean, people like to believe these things, and I can't shatter people's images. That would be really, really upsetting for people. You couldn't do it, could you? No, you can't. Even the producers say you can't. It's a shame, really, because I understand where it's sort of coming from, but I'm not about to destroy people's images of something. It was bad enough when I had to tell Luke that the Tooth Fairy didn't exist. I mean, we had tantrums that seemed to run for a week. You know, I said, well, don't worry about it. So I'm not about to destroy anything. And also, where's my mouse gone? Where the dickens has the mouse gone? Oh, there it is. So sometimes the mouse... My computer the other day, all of a sudden, it jammed on something. And I remember thinking, what's it jammed for on there? And to sort of get out of it, you have to turn the computer off. And then my poor friend down in Brighton, she lost her Virgin stuff the other day. And that took a few hours to get it back again. I'm friends with an 84-year-old French lady, says Jan. Most of the time her English is very good, but occasionally she gets things wrong. She's Catholic, and earlier in the year was telling me that a religious festival was coming up. She said it was Hippie Fanny. Looking it up, she meant Epiphany. I love that. That is my favourite. Listen, judging by the language they were having on Darren, don't talk to me about language. I love the word epiphany, isn't it great? I always think I have an epiphany on this programme every morning. Every morning an epiphany. 84850. Also, Steve, I've seen a DVD called Carry On Christmas, which I think I'm going to order, says Rachel. It's okay, but it's filmed in sort of modern... It's not for me. I have got it, because it came as part of the box set. Joan Sims was my favourite, Steve. So versatile. Yes. Jenny says, from outside John Lewis, the beggars. Yeah, they're all over the place in Kingston. I'm surprised the police haven't moved them on. I thought begging was illegal. I can't walk up and down and sort of go, got some money. Very bad. Very, very bad. Also, man walking round standstill traffic asking for money at the Elephant and Castle. There's a bloke at Piccadilly Circus was doing it the other day. He just comes round the car windows, holds his hand out. Because based on the assumption that the majority of people don't give him money, that means that there will be a fair number of people who will give him money. And if you stand there all day, it's a case of, you'll end up with enough money to sort of survive. But if they look like they've got a drink problem or a drug problem, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Steve, can you say good day to all the groovy gang, says Shane in Sydney. Yes. Shane says good day. There you go. The groovy gang are very pleased. They have got a little thing, actually. When I say a little thing... no, you're not in the groovy gang yet. No, we haven't got an official vacancy at the moment. But who knows? Who knows in the future? We have no idea whether or not a vacancy will occur for a junior member of the groovy gang. And somebody who's not quite up to the standard of the main groovy gang. Sorry? No, not even apprentice. No, we sort of, it's just a case you're just not up to standards. There are certain things that we expect, like, driving programmes and making sure we don't turn the microphone off at the wrong moment. Not that I say I don't dwell on anything. Goodness only knows. That would be very remiss of me as a presenter to start dwelling on things. Steve, they get on the 285 at 5 p.m. and go home to Felton. They seem to do a regular 10 to 5 work day. Yes, I mean, it's a family. Normally, they actually come on a car. We had them in Twickenham in a car, which is I suppose it shows great ingenuity. And for some reason, we sort of give people money, don't we? There's no such thing. A checkout lady asked me, says Patrick in Guildford, if I wanted a bag for life, and I replied, "I'm flattered by your advances, but I'm already happily married." Da, 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 da. 6:15. Let's get the news headlines for you this morning at the news desk. It's Simon Colling. Nice to have your company. Steve, we have a spate of people dropping rubbish outside of charity shops. I know, well, the worst thing is seeing people rummaging through it and then just walking off with things, which I thought was a little bit sad. Chris in Brentwood said, here are the actors and their carry-on film totals. OK, so Kenny Williams made 26, Charles Hawtrey 23, Sid James 19, Kenneth Connor 17, Peter Butterworth 16, Hattie Jakes 14, Bernard Breslaw. I can't read any more of this. I don't know how I get to see all of these things. How do I get to see that whole thing? I just need to see all of the... Yeah, click on it. Wait a minute. So just bear... No, wait a minute. Click on it, yeah. And how... No, I can't see them all. Yes, it's... well, I don't know. It just say the actors. I only go down as far as Bernard Breslaw, and I don't know how I make it bigger to see the rest of the people on the list. Yes, do you want to come and have a look? Oh, God, here we go. This would be a nightmare. Yes. If somebody's gone to the trouble of putting in the actors and their carry-on film totals, I just don't know how you make it... perhaps can I drag it? Oh, wait a minute. No, that doesn't help either, does it? No, it doesn't help at all. God, blimey, honestly. I knew I wouldn't get this thing right. Yeah, that's that top one there. How do I make that bigger? Oh, just get on with it. Goodness sake. Yeah. So, oh, right. Oh, right. You're moving that down?
Yeah, and then you press that red X when you're finished.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you. So, Bernard Breslaw, 14. Jim Dale, 10. Barbara Windsor only made 9 carry-ons. Isn't that funny? The impact she had was amazing. Terry Scott made 7. Jack Douglas made 7 as well. Amazing. So, isn't it funny? Everybody thinks that Barbara was in all of them, but she wasn't. So, did we find how many Hattie Jakes made? Hattie Jakes made 14. 14. And we spoke to somebody a while ago, because I used to know somebody who lived opposite Hattie Jakes. Not Hattie Jakes. Oh, can't remember. Hattie Jakes used to live in Earl's Court. And there was a book that came out about her. I'd love to have met her. You know who? Joan Sims made 24 films. I love Joan Sims, but my friend used to live opposite Joan Sims. Hattie Jakes, who owns Hattie Jakes' old house and John Le Mesurier's? Gloria Hunniford. Gloria Hunniford owns, well, in fact, her son Michael is in it at the moment, the house that Hattie Jakes lived in Fulham with John Le Mesurier. Isn't that amazing to think? I mean, I thought that was quite a nice... Obviously not particularly impressed by that, are you, at all? But I love Joni Sims, but Joni loved to drink. Loved to drink, but I thought she was fab. But she made... When you think Barbara made 9 films and and Joan Sims made 24. Interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. Thank you so much for that, Chris. I'm very, very grateful, because you must have sat down and worked all that out. How long to go till Christmas? 63 days, 17 hours and a load of minutes. Thank you very much indeed. Waj is locked into the Spike, a little bit late this morning. Darren and Gina are still in Staines by the river. As long as the river stays where it is. I remember reading the sad story of Kenneth Williams, and the last thing he wrote was, "Oh, what's the bloody point?" Yes, we were never sure about Kenny Williams. He used to sort of live down by Great Portland Street Station. There used to be a plaque on the ground of where his flat was. Then they knocked it down and put up a big glass office building. But that's where he said, "Oh, I'm not come all the way from Great Portland Street." He was good. I liked him. He came in to be interviewed, actually, on LBC. Not by me. Not by me, because I wasn't doing any interviews at the time, but I did meet him by the coffee machine. Esme Cannon was the little lady wearing the peak cap in Carry On Cabby, or at the bar in Carry On Cruising. Everybody drunk except her, says Dave. I thought she was great, actually, but she was very good in Carry On Cabby, where they sort of had it, what was it, glam cabs. There is a female cab company at the moment, isn't there? I'm pretty certain I remember reading about one some years ago, and it was for ladies who would feel safer being driven by a woman. The Great British Bake Off given a pasting by Cornish viewers. I mean, really, why are we bothering with this story? Contestants massacred, they say, their traditional pasty. Oh, stop it. Do you remember they were complaining in Cornwall because Greggs had opened up down there, so they boycotted it. Because they said, oh, they're not supposed to be making pasty. Honestly, they were really right miserable people. Anyway, so as well as ditching the beef, potato, onion and swede, some contestants abandoned the short crust pastry. Linda Rayfield, who was eliminated in the episode, even tried to pass off samosas. Oh, I love samosas. You know, you can make them yourself. If you've got a Breville sandwich maker, you butter the bread both sides and it cuts them in, and you can put in little bits of potato and something. Absolutely ideal for somebody like Luke. You know, get a little Breville sandwich maker and it cuts them and they become triangular and they're lovely. We've had things like that. Have you ever had you can what? Cut it? Yeah, but this thing cooks it. It cooks the potato inside and everything. It's like a toasty machine, toasted sandwiches. And so you can make your own samosa type thing. We had them for ages, and we were just dipping them in sort of dips and stuff like that. They were quite... No, not in a frying pan, no. No, just in the samosa machine. Not in the Breville sandwich maker. Toasted sandwich... Am I facing the right way or something? I mean, I get this vacant look, and he's look, and then he starts smiling, and you think, I don't think he's heard a word I've said. Not a word. So, have you heard of Breville? No, really. I lose the will to live. Honestly, you wonder why I go home and I'm on tablets. 80 tablets a week. When I started doing this programme, 130 at the moment. Goodness sake. So all they were putting in was aloo gobi and smoked haddock. Do you know what aloo gobi is? No, I didn't think so. It's lovely, isn't it? It's very nice, yes. You get it a lot in Indian restaurants. It's very nice. It's from Indian restaurants. Well, you know, he's just told you what it is. So that's what it is. Okay? Fans of Facebook group Rate My Pasty, there is such a thing, which apparently has 11,000 followers, found it all a bit too hard to swallow. Neil Clemo fumed, can we complain to Ofcom about this? I mean, think Ofcom have got nothing better to do than worry about some snowflake complaining about what's put in a pasty on the Bake Off programme. And then Chris Belcher joked, I hope you were joking, mate, because I found it very threatening. I hope the marquee catches fire. And Benjamin Dawkins, they've got right nerdy names, haven't they? Anyone got a TV going cheap? Mine's got a sledgehammer hanging out of it, going for a lie down. These people need to get a life. Others branded judges Paul Hollywood and Prue Leith utterly wrong-uns. I mean, God, you worry, don't you, about the sanity? You do. Joan Sims in Simon and the Witch was great, thank you. And another one here. Lost it here, wait a minute. So it was Joseph who told us about how long to go until Christmas. It's getting quite desperate at the moment, isn't it, really? Damon Albarn talking about the next generation and raging at the Reskill advert. Have you noticed? Everybody's very unhappy at the moment. I mean, not just because of the pandemic, but it's people are just a bit grumpy. I mean, whereas me, Mr. Happiness, you wouldn't find me being grumpy. We don't do grumpy, do we? And especially as it's Thursday. And we love a Thursday. Also, what have we got here? Oh, they've got lots of people on Gogglebox. Adrian Dunbar, Vicky McClure and Martin Compston sharing a sofa. 3 of them. Unfortunately, Martin, I believe, is the one wearing a tracksuit. Very tacky. Nobody wears tracksuit tops and bottoms unless you're working on a building site at the moment. Also, ITV have commissioned a drama about the Yorkshire Ripper. I'm not really sure I want a drama about the Yorkshire Ripper. I really don't. It was such a long time ago. And they also produced the biggest crime dramas of 2020, The White Hart Farm, about Jeremy Bamber, and Dares, about the Dennis Nielsen, portrayed by David Tennant. Lovely though it was, as a portrayal, I don't want to see people who've committed atrocities being given time on television. And when you think of wrestling, Pete Wicks, Pete Wicks, the one with all the tattoos up his neck, with his hair tied about like a little Bam Bam. He's only about so tall, bless his heart. Does look like Bam Bam. But he's a regular. At what? I've got no idea. He's hopeless, apart from the fact he's been having sex with Chloe Sims for the last 2 years. I mean, really. If in doubt, it's raining. Hi, Chloe. I'm going to come around, all right? Bit like that. Anyway, he wants to be as famous as The Rock. I don't think that's possible, actually, Pete. There's no talent there, is there, really? He plans to call himself The Pebble. He's going to fight James Locke next Thursday for a tequila campaign. Lovely. How boring. How dull. I can't think of anything worse, honestly. I think what they need to do, I'd be very good at doing it, is clear out Towie. There's a lot of old moggies on there now that we don't need to see on the television. Even the Made in Chelsea people are looking a bit dated. But again, they seem to bed hop like there's no tomorrow. I can't keep up with it. Steve, aloo is potato. Sagaloo is potato and spinach, says Ian. I know, but we wanted him to look it up so he has to educate it himself. What was the programme with Hattie Jakes and Eric Sykes? No, she played his sister. And I can't remember what it was called either. But at one point, I remember, it was little scenarios, and they opened a transport cafe, but they had it, so it was all terribly posh. They wanted the drivers to come in and go wash their hands. It didn't work at all well. People were coming in and she's going, would you like to wash your hands before you order? And in the end, they went round throwing old ketchup on the table and everything, so that it looked dirty and filthy, because apparently that's what lorry drivers want. I don't think so, actually. Very, very, very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so anybody tell me the name of the Hattie Jakes and Eric Sykes programme? It was definitely brother and sister, I'm pretty certain. Why is Jenny Murray going topless? God alone knows. On TV. And it's obviously going to be very popular. With whom? I can't imagine. Well, everybody knew what the programme was called, which featured Eric Sykes and Hattie Jakes, and it was called, quite simply, Sykes. So thank you to David. Thank you to... there's loads of people, actually. The reason we asked you this is because somebody said they used to work at the BBC with Eric's daughter, Julie, who's a lovely person. Ian in Hayes got completely confused, thought it was Bless This House, which wasn't. That was Sid James, which is being shown at the moment on the television. David in Horsham knew Sykes. Chris in Brentwood, of course, would know that. Tony says it was just called Sykes. Dave in Liverpool, Sykes with Derek Geiler as the policeman. Perry got confused, thought it was ever-decreasing circles. And Jackie in Watford said, Steve, we've got large poppies on our lampposts. We've got the Christmas lights going up in Twickenham. They've spent 2 days now putting up the Christmas lights, so very festive we are. Very festive, which we quite like. Conrad said, Steve, it was called Sykes. And Ken says exactly the same. And, Steve, have you ever asked somebody for help in a shop, only to find they don't work there? No. I've had people ask me before for things, and I don't know why, perhaps I look like I work in a shop, but no, I haven't. But Jason said they're dressed identically to the staff. Okay. I met Derek Geiler, Steve, says Carol. He came to buy a flat hose on a reel from a mail order company I worked for in Hemel Hempstead. Derek Geiler used to play a washboard. He was very famous for playing a washboard. So now you know. All these different things. It was just called Sykes, but it was very good. I don't even know if it's available. I loved Hattie Jakes, though. I thought Hattie Jakes was absolutely fantastic. Noreen says, hope you're well. Your appointment was good. Yeah, well, it seemed to be apart from the feet thing, but, you know, can't have everything, can we, in life? And says, you spoke yesterday of Manfred Mann. Paul Jones was the lead singer until 1966 when Mike Darbo took over. They disbanded in 69. We were on holiday in Australia in 95. And heard there was a 60s show on in Brisbane. It included the Manfreds. So we went along not knowing what to expect. Would it be Mike? Would it be Paul? To our surprise, they came on stage. Both were there. They were fantastic and are still touring sometimes with Mike, sometimes without, as the Manfreds. We see them probably every 2 years. Bernie Gallagher was with them for some time from Gallagher and Lyle. Tom McGuinness, who's been there since day one, also appears, or did do, at some time in McGuinness Flint, whose hit single, I seem to remember, Noreen, was When I'm Dead and Gone, which I thought was great. I used to love all that stuff. I was watching some stuff back on YouTube this morning, especially of the Love Affair, bringing on back the good times, and they do a bus ride through London, and it nearly comes into Leicester Square. It runs along the back of Leicester Square when the traffic used to be able to, and then they changed it, and they put up all sorts of buildings. Buildings used to go up everywhere. Do you remember the show Sons and Daughters? Yes. That's an Australian one, wasn't it, actually? Australian was Sons and Daughters, I seem to remember. I like the Sullivans. I thought that was a good Australian show. Shane will know that one. That's a good one. And we find some students. And it's about time, actually, because they've been told about it. You know, if you are particularly stupid, then it's your problem. And 4 university students have been fined £10,000 each and suspended from their courses after staging a house party and then trying to hide 30 guests in a basement and bedrooms. Police said when they brought the halt to the gathering, the group protested, "We should be having the time of our lives. You're spoiling our fun." Third-year undergraduates they were at Nottingham Trent University. They were challenged when a council-led community protection wardens spotted the party in full swing in the Lenton suburb of the city on Tuesday night. The wardens called in the police, who were then told by the occupiers that all the guests had left, but when they found a closer look, they found 30 people hiding in the kitchen, the upstairs bedrooms, and even a cellar. So they've found them, and in fact the students, you know, were complaining bitterly about it, and yet they knew the rules. So they've been suspended from their courses and fined £10,000 each. And also police said in a separate incident, another Nottingham Trent University student was given a £200 fine for ignoring warnings from officers to leave a party in Blenheim Court student halls in the city's St Anne's area. I mean, I don't quite understand. There was somebody the other day, they were doing the Jeremy Vine show, which had Anne Diamond on it, and somebody phoned up, and I thought he sounded like one of ours from, one of the ones who are going, I don't have to wear a mask because it's not the law. It has to be passed in Parliament. And so Anne in the end, she lost him because he was so stupid. And she said, no, it's been passed. It is the law that you need to wear a mask unless you need to be, not wearing a mask because of asthma and things like that. But he was just talking rubbish. And it only goes to prove there's some really poorly educated people. Really, very, very, very embarrassing. But that was interesting. But when you get students who put on a party knowing that you're not supposed to put on a party and have been told that if you put on a party with people, you will be fined. Perhaps they thought they were exempt. £10,000 each, that's 4 of them. 40,000 quid. And what the money goes to, I've got no idea. But that'll teach them. They won't be doing that again. Their parents will probably have to cough up for them. And their parents will be going, what'd you do that for? And they were going, they were spoiling our fun. You go, no, the fun is you don't want to die. It's as simple as that. I mean, you can't be that thick, surely. Unfortunately, they might be. Do you know how long the Archers have been going? 70 years. 70 years. And more than 19,000 episodes. They've also got a calendar. Now, I heard the Archers years ago. My mother used to listen to it in the kitchen. And all I remember is Walter Gabriel. There was this actor, I can't remember what his name was or anything at all, but I just remember this character, Walter Gabriel. I think since then they've had everything. They've had sex, violence, death and intrigue. So Dan Archer raising a toast to the family's fortunes in 1951. The everyday story of country folk. That's what they used to do. The Archers. Dun, 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 dun. It just sounded so dated, but it's still running. And I think that's actually quite an achievement. Whether or not you listen to it, at least you've heard of it. But it was Walter Gabriel. I think they had a couple of people who'd actually played Walter Gabriel. So there you go. 84850. Steve, thank you for the UK luving out the TV series, says Shane. And was Derek Guy a character called Corky in Sykes? Corky sounds fairly familiar, actually. Sounds fairly familiar. And another one here. This is to James O'Brien, actually. I don't know why I'm reading it. I'm reading somebody else's. It just came in, actually, which is interesting, isn't it? Steve, another one here. You sound in fine fettle today. As yesterday, you were very grumpy. I'm never grumpy. I don't do grumpy. I've never had... As I say, you could ask the team, ask anybody. I don't do grumpy. I've never done grumpy. In my entire 66 years, never grumpy. 8,000 quid for the Glenn Miller uniform. Was that dollars or was that pounds? This was the thing that came up at this thing the other day. Somebody had a Glenn Miller uniform. Jacket, trousers, shirt, hat, I seem to remember. £8,000. They said it was not going to be cheap. That's memorabilia. That would be like buying, this is going to sound really odd, isn't it? But if somebody came up and said, I've actually got the last uniform that Hitler wore. I mean, I'm not even sure whether these items exist, because I'm sure Hitler must have had more than one uniform. So in other words, was it all destroyed? Or would they have saved certain things? Is it in museums? I mean, I really don't know. I ask it as a genuine question. I love the idea that I'm in fine fettle. I'm so cold this morning, actually. It's so freezing. Very, very cold. And here they are, uniting to honour our greatest heroes. And they've got some lovely people. D-Day veteran Bill, 95, has been shielding. You know, these are the people. You might see these people on the streets, people of a certain age, and you think to yourself, you've got a story. You've got a story to tell. And they've got loads of people shielding, and they've got loads of people who put poppies over their windows. And we had them, I'm sure we had them last year in Twickenham, poppies on all the lampposts. And you must buy a poppy. Don't put on one of last year's, that's cheating. You've got to buy a poppy for this year. And a lot of them come from Richmond, where the poppy factory is. Pass it on a... 10 to 7, $8,000. I thought I was right about the Glenn Miller suit. What do they call it? Uniform, which is very good. Steve, students tend to be only interested in their own gratification. For being so-called educated people, the behaviour leaves a lot to be desired. Well, now they're going to be educated, but poorer, by £10,000 each, 4 of them. I mean, it's seriously, it's absolutely crackers. You know, they bring in a law and they tell you what it is and then you totally ignore it. And you wonder why we're in lockdown. You wonder why people are dying. People are sort of picking up coronavirus left, right and centre. I mean, what does it take? I really don't know. I wish I knew. I've got no idea at all. So, front pages of the papers. Strictly Anton Dubek. He really is too creepy for television. I can't bear to watch him. He's too smarmy. He's like a little oil slick, I'm afraid. Also, PM, COVID won't stop us honouring our heroes for the poppy appeal. I don't understand why they're pushing this one, because we've always been extremely good at buying poppies and raising money for people who, you know, without whom we would not be here. Chris Gittins played Walter Gabriel. He was also in Swizzlewick, apparently, somebody says. And somebody says, I remember Walter Gabriel, me old pal, me old beauty, as he would say. He had such an unusual voice. It was I remembered it from all those years ago. And then they brought in another person, but it was obviously a younger actor, Steve, in Stockport. I'd love to know, actually. Corky was the inspector from On the Buses, not played by Derek Guyler, though. The inspector from On the Buses. No, that was Blakey. was the inspector on the buses. It wasn't Corky, definitely Dulcie, definitely not. And he was Corky and please, sir, says Jeremy in Manchester. Aha, 84850. And somebody says you've been grumpy in Five's company when you refused to answer a question before the end credits. No, I don't think so. I don't think so, unless it was very good acting. The Express, finally, the penny drops. EU agrees to respect our sovereignty. The Mail today, Jilly Cooper, it's so hard for men to flirt now. Oh, it's not. You've only got to watch that, the oil slick that is Tony Beak, Anton Dubek. Jenny Murray, on why she's going topless on television. I suppose, well, I don't know. I can't even, I'm not really particularly interested. They're raising money for charity, but I mean, you wouldn't find me going topless on television or bottomless or anything else, actually. Also, the officer leading the national police response to the pandemic yesterday admitted he didn't know the lockdown rules. Don't think anybody does, actually. Owen Weatherall told MPs the new three-tier system was too confusing and the public needed simpler messages. I think they change it on an hourly basis. They seem to keep changing different little bits and pieces, and I've got no idea why, because I don't know anything at all. Rudy Giuliani is shown in a compromising position in a Borat hotel stunt, but insisted he was not truly tricked. Donald Trump's lawyer told a newspaper he felt good because Sacha Baron Cohen didn't get him. However, you see, I just don't get Sacha Baron Cohen. I'm obviously out on a limb on this one, obviously. And also, who's apologised here? This is Angela Rayner, forced to apologise after she called a Tory MP scum during a COVID-19 debate. Stupid person. Honestly, and these are people, you know. I mean, she was in the Commons the other day having to apologise about it, and you think, well, I mean, surely you can't go around doing things. These are supposed to be people that we look up to. You know, it's very worrying, isn't it? Very worrying. And here it is. This is a story you'll have to read by David Rose in the Mail today. A company so small it doesn't have to file full accounts has just been given £387 million for Operation Moonshot. Isn't it amazing? We hand this money out. And, Steve, I'm desperate to know what the secret is to not being grumpy. Just being satisfied with everything. Just being satisfied. You know, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I love it. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. I remember Corky and Circus Boy, says Steve in Eastbourne. Yes, I remember that. And you know who played him? That was Mickey Dolenz from the Monkees. He was Circus Boy, wasn't he? And in fact, you can still... I've seen copies available, but I have a feeling that they've been lifted. But no, the secret to not being grumpy is to be living, you know, such a nice existence. Why would you ever want to be grumpy about things? It's fantastic. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Another one here. And he says, this is Phil, he says, over the last couple of months I've been waking up at silly o'clock. So naturally I'd turn onto yourself for a chuckle before being bombarded with negative twaddle from all the new experts who've surfaced since the start of COVID. Oh God, everybody's an expert. I've never heard of so many, and I don't think they know any more than we do. I love the idea that Priti Patel today has published tough new measures which will ban EU criminals entering Britain from January the 1st and remove rough sleepers. Offenders will no longer get special treatment if they're EU nationals. This was just after the day when somebody who had stabbed somebody 21 times was allowed to stay here because we've infringed his human rights. Also, here he is, King Bling. He's got £30 billion, has 4 wives and orders courtiers to crawl on their knees. Oh, and he made his pet poodle a chief of the Air Force. No wonder the Thai people are rebelling against King Bling. And here he is. You can read all about him in the newspapers for today. Paul McCartney, his first solo record. 50 years after his first solo record, he makes a third in the pandemic. He's playing all the instruments. I think he's brilliant. We love Paul McCartney. We really do. Especially after he said that he wasn't going to give all his money away to his children. They're going to have to work for it. He's had to work for it. Yesterday, Storm Barbara blew in and we got loads of rain and everything else. No, we didn't get it then. I told you we wouldn't. I told you I'd get in before the end of the programme. So you missed it again. You can't do it now. Yeah, can't do it now. Can't do it. Again, I threw out the thing, waiting for the nothing. Seriously. Well, I threw out the thing about the storm, and he didn't play any of the links. The production that we planned so meticulously and carefully. I mean, seriously. Well, there you go. I got you again. I told you I would before the end of the programme. Happy birthday to Derek Jacobi, 82. And Arsene Wenger is 71. Joan Fontaine, the Tokyo-born Englishwoman, won a Best Actress for Suspicion, beating sister Olivia de Havilland. She was born in 1917. And also in 1964, Sandy Shaw had her first UK #1 single with There's Always Something There to Remind Me. Experts warning over Lewis Hamilton's vegan diet for pets. He wrote online that his pet Roscoe had been fully vegan since July. However, Nicole Paley of the Pet Food Manufacturers Association said, we advise that vegan diets with no animal products are carefully checked by a vet or animal nutritionist. And in fact, television vet Dr. Scott Miller, who's appeared as an expert on Crufts, said a vegan diet could be extremely dangerous for dogs, and often removing meat was purely due to the preference of the owner. But Hamilton's been a vegan for several years and is a vocal advocate of such a lifestyle, so he's made his dog suffer at the same time. Oh well. What can you do? What can you do? The Sun, I'm a Poppy star of you, says Poppy, aged 11. The Daily Star thought the toilet roll bandits were back. Let me tell you, it's now tracky bottoms people are after. People are buying tracky bottoms. You can't believe it, can you? You couldn't make it up. Thank you very much indeed for your company this morning. We'll do it again tomorrow morning, actually. But I have a free little bit extra podcast. I forget a very dreary presenter's name. I promise you won't remember him either. We take a look around Jennifer Lawrence's house. I mean, who has 2 bathrooms for 1 bedroom? Americans. And I make some rather inappropriate jokes about Peter Andre. I shall say no more. We've got the latest signing for I'm a Celebrity. I mean, honestly, how they managed to wangle her in, I've got no idea. Also, the great-grandmother who spoke for Britain. A drag queen given money from the COVID Culture Fund. I mean, you'll never believe this one. Plus the church who covered up the pervert bishop. And now everybody's getting a little bit... not excited, but in Vatican City, because the Pope has actually put his weight behind gay couples. There are lots of African bishops who are not happy at all. They don't buy into this one. And Pope Francis could tear the church apart, because he's basically saying something that they've all been anti. And unfortunately, many African bishops are totally anti-gay people. They're anti-gay relationships, they're anti-gay marriages, be it how they are in their country. And so what they've got to do is they will now clash with the Pope. What will happen? God alone knows, as they say. Prince William kept awake by an environment, or by the environment. And if you buy a television of 32 inches or less, it's apparently a waste of cash. I don't quite understand why, actually. Everybody say it's the latest one-upmanship to have, isn't it? The latest one-upmanship. People say, oh, how big's your television? And, and if you say anything that's under 45 inches, I mean, you might as well forget it. Size is very important. There's a heartless pair of robbers. There are pictures in the newspapers. You'll be able to identify them. I hope you'll be able to identify them. They stole from an elderly couple. She is dying and he's blind. And they broke into their house and stole. They sort of misled him. But as I say, there is a picture in the paper. They had CCTV. I hope they find you both very quickly. Okay, I'm just saying that now because things like that make me so sick. I can't begin to tell you. Anybody that robs people who aren't able to look after themselves, I'm afraid deserves to be sent to prison for about as many bloody years as I can think of. I'd say 50 years, rot in prison, die in prison. I couldn't care less. Gordon Astle dies at 93. He's a footballer. I think he's our oldest footballer. 93. It's a good age, isn't it, really? Good age, 93, I think so. And what was the other one that I quite liked? The sugar substitute that tastes like the real thing. And also something that they were selling in Costco, but I don't think it's here. I think it's in America, and they're like chocolate bombs. And I don't know what they're called. I've just told you. I'm trying to explain it to you. They're chocolate bombs. And they come in a pack. They're about $18. And what you do is you fill a mug up with sort of hot milk, and then you drop in one of these bombs, and it explodes inside there, and it's got booze and chocolate. It's like a hot chocolate, but with the alcohol, and it's sort of it looks fantastic. But it'll be blooming only available in America. Won't be anything here at all. Hot chocolate bombs. Great. See, other people do them as well. That interesting. There you go. Look at the size of that. And it's got marshmallows in there. Marshmallows. But this one here is £4.50 for one. Seems a lot of money, doesn't it? And so when it melts, the chocolate, but the ones that I've seen have got booze. They say it's a great gift or a treat for yourself. Pfft, sold that for chocolate soldiers. Not buying that for anybody else. That good. But hot chocolate. But there it is. Christmas. Oh no, it's John Lewis. Oh right. And it was a box of about quite a number. The John Lewis ones look quite nice. Might have to take a trip to John Lewis today. Look at that. That's a gift, is it, you think? Pff, dream on. How much is it? £12. It's got cinnamon hot chocolate, chili hot chocolate, original hot chocolate with orange, vanilla hot chocolate, hazelnut, and mint hot chocolate. Unfortunately, not for vegans, is it? As it says specifically on here, not for vegans. So there you go. That's the way it goes, isn't it, really? But the ones in Costco look nice. About $18, which probably works out a little bit more expensive than the ones that you can get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You get 9. Whatever happened to things in 10s and 12s? Yeah, chili hot chocolate's very popular. Never had chili hot chocolate? Oh, dear. Well, that's why you're vegan, isn't it? Of course, if you weren't vegan, you'd be able to enjoy all these indulgences. We like a good indulgence. We like Friday. I hope you had a nice day yesterday. It was lovely. I spoke to a friend of mine. She said the weather has been... She's down in Brighton. Glorious. She said absolutely glorious. She went out walking. She did a 6-mile walk yesterday morning. I felt ill just hearing about it. A 6-mile walk. That's something that the producer could do with, isn't it? A 6-mile walk. Work off some of that fat, as we call it, or excess poundage. Can you believe that people are still leaving flowers on Jimmy Savile's unmarked grave? What sort of sick person would that be? And the answer is somebody who's really sick. I mean, all they've got to do is put up a security camera. Didn't somebody do the same thing for Marilyn Monroe? Obviously not in the same light, but in America, I think on the anniversary of her birthday, somebody puts flowers on Marilyn Monroe's grave. But why you'd want to leave anything on Jimmy Savile's grave, apart from sort of, dynamite, I can't think of anything at all. Really, people are very odd, aren't they? Very, very strange. Status quo, ready to rock all over the world again, because he's had his cataracts done, so that's okay. And who do you think's going to be, or is up for BBC Sports Personality of the Year? Sports Personality of the Year. Let me just explain it to you. It's a load of old garbage. It's on the BBC. It fills up a bit of time, and it provides work for about half a dozen people. And they go, oh, it'll be David Beckham, or it'll be, a boxer, or Lewis Hamilton, or somebody like that. Who have they put up for BBC Sports Personality of the Year award? I couldn't believe it either. I thought somebody's having a bit of a laugh. Joe Wicks. Sorry, the fitness bloke with the funny little voice. Hello, I'm Joe Wicks. And they put him up for Sports Personality. How's that Sports Personality of the Year? Sports Personality of the Year is a tennis player, a footballer, a boxer, a wrestler. Not some naffo who tells you how to start 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go away, do us a favour. Talking about dumbing down, that is the BBC, isn't it? The BBC dumbed down everything, and they've certainly dumbed down that. There's a woman who lost her memory, which I think she had, it was either toothache or something like that. Anyway, whatever it was, she lost her memory. She's got it back, and she's fallen in love with her ex-partner, which is quite good. I mean, she obviously didn't know who he was, but they managed to get back together again, which I think is very, very good. Russell Howard's mum has ruined his football shirt. He had it signed by somebody very famous, and he wore it and then put it into the wash. His mother's washed it, of course, it's come out, so there's now no signature on there. Wouldn't you feel gutted? He feels gutted. Very, very gutted. Plus, what was the other one? Happy birthday to Pele today. Pele's 80. And if you want to go on holiday, let me recommend Mykonos or the Canary Islands. They've both been put on the list of you don't have to quarantine when you come back. And the Canary, you might like the Canaries. I can't stand them, of course. Dump of a place. And mainly full of Brits. Full of Brits. They grow tomatoes in the Canaries, and there's a nice bit, and then the tacky bit, which is all sort of people who sort of go on these sort of holidays. But the weather's nice, and it's a duty-free island. So, and there are some good hotels there. There are some very nice hotels, and unfortunately, because they're not British run, they're German. The Riu Group, and they have some lovely hotel. We thought, Dale and I stayed there a few times. The food was absolutely staggeringly wonderful. On the first night, we said, oh, we'll actually sort of go in, and then we'll go out for something to eat. And then we went down to the to the dining room, and they had 4 chefs lined up. One was doing beef, one was doing lamb, one was doing pork, then there was a whole fish section, then there was a salad section. I've never seen anything like it. Seriously, everybody was catered for. In fact, the food was so good we only ate out once, and that was in the Riu Palace, which is right at the end of Maspalomas. You see, I've not been there for years, and still it sits in my memory. But so, I mean, if you want to send in a text this morning on whether you thought Biden won or the other Trump, and as in Trompe-l'oeil, I mean, the trouble is, I thought Trump, and I don't really want to dwell on this because we are light-end, but I mean, I did think that he seemed to be armed with all the facts and figures to basically look Biden look like a bit of a so-and-so. But I sort of watched it, and I thought they could have faded the microphones down on certain bits of it, which sort of just sounded like a cacophony of noise. Should have been Rashford, says Jack. Yeah, absolutely. Somebody who's done some good. Not Joe Bloomin' Wicks. Well, I'll tell you what, wait till you hear who they're going to put up for I'm a Celebrity. I believe she's confirmed for I'm a Celebrity. And this is somebody who the BBC were going to drop a short while ago because basically the programme costs a fortune and doesn't get an audience. And it's been basically a millstone around their neck. Who are they putting up for it? Come on, guess. Who are they putting up for I'm a Celebrity, get me out of it? I think she's been confirmed. Victoria Derbyshire. That boring, dreary person. I mean, good God in heaven. I mean, I thought they were dropping the programme and axing it because it was a complete waste of money. Not only a waste, you might as well have said, let's put Steph McGovern on. You know, equally Mogadon time. Why on earth you'd want to watch that dreary? I've got no idea. But Victoria Derbyshire. The programme that sort of is so... We've got a bigger audience than Victoria Derbyshire. Perhaps she's trying to sort of raise her profile. Not that good, but, we'll wait and see what happens. I mean, unless she's going to turn out to have a fantastic personality and not be sort of BBC, which is a little bit tedious. My friend Ian, well, actually, no, I'm changing the subject, actually. My friend Lynn, her Christmas tree arrived the other day, so we've now got both trees ready for Christmas. Not that it's got anything to do with you, I'm just sort of telling you. We've got trees. Where do they go? There's a joke there somewhere. Thank you very much indeed. It's a poem. Yes, I can see it's a poem. We don't know who it's by.
America.
Yeah. Wait a minute, this isn't a poem. This is the song, the Star-Spangled Banner. It's the national anthem from America. Oh, say can you seen by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming. Sorry? Yeah, but it's not a poem, is it? It's a song. It's a song. What didn't you do? The long and winding road. She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. The stars. This isn't a poem. It's supposed to be Poetry Corner. It's supposed to be the educational, but you have to find another one. You can't do the Star-Spangled Banner. What do you think this is? Some sort of we're knocking on heaven's door. Or failing that, my all-time favourite, which I'm sorry you haven't come in. Where's your mama gone? Where's your mama gone? Little baby gone, far, far away. Last night I heard my mother singing a song. Ooh, ee, chirpy, chirpy, cheep, cheep. It doesn't quite work, does it? The Star-Spangled... I wonder why nobody put their name onto it. You say... Oh, say, does that Star-Spangled Banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Rubbish! Absolute rubbish. Honestly. You might as well... What was the other way? Cheer up, sleepy Jean. Oh, what can it mean to a daydream believer? Honestly. What do you mean you want to... We haven't had a poem yet. You've come up with a song. It's not a poem. You know, I mean, something that is in keeping with the mood of... But it's not a poem, is it? It's a song. It's the stars... I don't want to break. It's a Star-Spangled... Well, I know that because I looked at Darren's programme. His brakes went out the window, didn't they? You didn't even hit the news on that one. I don't want to do that at all. But anyway, I do have a present for the producer today. Yeah, a present for you. Very exciting, isn't it? I'll tell you after the break. Whitman apparently did some nice poetry. It'd be nice to have a good poem for a Friday, wouldn't it? I mean, come on, for goodness sake. Don't forget that the clogs... Why not the clogs? The clocks go back on Sunday morning at 2 a.m. in the morning. Just when you've just got into Clive Bull's programme, back they go to 1 o'clock, poor soul. So he gets a 5-hour programme, I think. Yes. I'm always so sorry. I don't know. I've got no idea. Whatever it is, he gets an extra hour because the clocks go back, so you get an extra hour in bed, which is lovely. Gary says, me and the wife Chris spent our 25th wedding anniversary at the Riu Palace in Maspalomas last year. It was wonderful, and yes, the food was great. I thought the food was stunning. I thought the rooms were lovely. I thought the outdoor area at the back, which overlooks the dunes, and it was wonderful. All this bougainvillea and all sorts of things, and beach balls everywhere, and lilos propped up against the balcony wall and stuff. And I thought, oh no, this is not going to be our sort of place at all, being snobs. And then we sort of get, and then all of a sudden we leave Peasantville behind, and it went. And then onto the scene came the Jumbo Centre, which we went there one day, actually. In fact, we went there quite a few times. And the Jumbo Centre is like a big concrete shopping centre. And during the daytime, it's all full of tourist places. At night, leather bars, drag bars. Never seen like it. The Canaries is more gay than Mykonos used to be. It's very gay, which actually was nice. All the entertainment at night, there were drag bars and there were leather bars and things like that. Luke would have fitted in very well there, I can imagine, but leave that one until he gets back. Another poem now, yeah. Okay, it'll be something I won't want, I can tell. And then we get to our hotel at the end, the Riu Palace, right at the end of the road. The road finishes and there's the Riu Palace. Just put it down. Put it down. Leave it alone. For God's sake. I Hear America Singing by Walt Whitman. May I ask you? I hear America singing the varied carols I hear. Those of mechanics, each one singing his, it should be blithe and strong. It doesn't even bloody rhyme, does it? It's another one of these non-rhyming poems. The woodcutter's song, The Ploughboy's on his way in the morning. Oh, it's one of those kind of poems, is it? Here comes the ploughboy. Come on, come on. The delicious singing of the mother and the girls sewing or washing. Lovely line here. This is very apropos. The day what belongs to the day. I mean, it's not even grammatically correct. The day, what belongs to the day. At night, the party of young fellows, robust, friendly, singing with open mouths. Bit difficult to do it any other way, isn't it, really? But, you know, I'm sure Walt Whitman would have come up with that one. What a marvellous man he is. Dead, I'm assuming. Good. Be nothing worse than if he was still alive. You know, well, I wouldn't have to, I wouldn't really want somebody to say, phone him up and go, Walt, Steve Allen on LBC has just been taking the mickey out of your poem. Yes. Anyway, so we then arrived at the hotel and the Riu Palace, Maspalomas, right at the very end, and it was just a white building, all white, beautiful. It was away from the riffraff because they were further up the coast with their blow-up lilos and everything else and paddle boats and all that sort of thing. You know, it's like, you know, when you're packing for a holiday, if you're a family, you're taking everything but the kitchen sink. And we had a look at it, and we got 2 single rooms, which were on the side of the hotel, which were very nice. And I looked at it, and it was lovely. Built-in television, obviously, and it had everything. And there's the, yeah. It's, I mean, the gardens were lovely. You see that on the right-hand side? Is that the Riu Palace? Yeah. And you can have food outside. They've got an open-air covered area. There you are. You see... Oh, no. Oh, God, honestly. He's put it up on the map so we can see it. And the pool and the beach are very nice. And those are the sand dunes, which leads over to Africa, I think. But that's the sea. Yes, that would be the sea. Yes, I know. You've never seen so much water, have you? I can well imagine. Apart from the last time we had a bath. And it was lovely. It was all bougainvillea and palm trees and, you know, and everything else like that. And you could sit under that sort of thing. Look, all that red stuff is bougainvillea. But you know why this hotel was so good? German hotels, the standards, I hate to say it, but they're very, very good. The Germans demand a high standard. If they don't get it, they don't popularise these things. The trouble is, getting up before the Germans in the morning was a bloody nightmare. They seem to get up at like midnight and they put They put books down, and that was the pool that I didn't swim in. Don't like swimming in places everybody else has been swimming in, and sort of it's. I mean, and that's where we sat. That's where there was our table. Look, there's our table, and it was. They were filming a piece over there. There was a reporter, and I said to Dale, because Dale was strangely drawn to cameras. And he said, I said, oh, look, I said, there's a film crew following this particular reporter around. I think from ITN, they were doing a piece on this. I mean, it was a stunning place. And the second time around, the third time, we couldn't get in it. But anyway, and I said, oh, look, there's the film crew. And so Dale has to get up. He has to make a bit of an issue about it. And he said to the reporter, he said, oh, hi. He said, I'd let you know, it's, and I'm here on holiday. I'm not sort of, I don't really want to be filmed. I thought they'd never even mentioned filming him or anything like that. But he'd done that thing, and I sat there going, oh, God, how embarrassing. You know, yeah, no, I'm just here on holiday. So he came back to the table, he said, I've told them, Steve, I don't want to be filmed. I thought, why would they want to film you? They're not film. I mean, Dale used to look like a giant orange, you know, lying on a sun lounger. But I mean, it was lovely. You know, the reception, everything about it was nice, clean, you know, and the weather is gorgeous over there. Not expensive, no. To be honest with you, I can't remember. Such a long time ago, I can't remember. I just remember this bougainvillea everywhere, which is so. Have you ever seen it, bougainvillea? It comes in pinks and oranges and reds, and it grows with such profusion, and it was lovely. It was really, really lovely. So we went back a second. First time we only did 2 days, and then we went that the second time for a week. But what you have to remember is that when you go to a place like this, nobody goes out at night till after you've eaten dinner about 11 o'clock. So consequently, you know, Dale and I are eating at 6. You know, by the time we get to sort of 7 o'clock, I'm falling asleep, because I was a bit tired. And this is the time. I mean, none of the bars are open till about 10:30. Did I have a siesta? No, I just had toast and sausages and everything like that. And the car that we rented wasn't a siesta at all. We had something else. But that's that bougainvillea. Look, hanging down in that picture there, that sort of red stuff. It's all over the place. It's ever so pretty. And the whole place was the gymnasium. We never found that. I couldn't have done a gymnasium. But I thought it was lovely. It's really nice. It's really nice. And because it was German and we were down the more expensive end, it didn't get all the kids who were up the other end. So it would have been, you know, a bit noisy and a bit like a... I couldn't tell you if it was all-inclusive. I would have no idea. I seriously can't remember. I can't remember last Thursday, let alone something. But you can also expect face masks. All the linen is sanitised. I thought it was lovely. And those dunes, you can do camel rides over the dunes. It was lovely. I thought it was really lovely. In fact, we were so impressed, I think we ended up going back there 3 times because it was so good. First time was just a couple of days. Second time, I think we did about 3 days. Then we did a week. And then I tried to go back another time, couldn't get in. So I went to another Riu Palace round the corner, ghastly. Feral cats everywhere. On Gran Canaria, full of feral cats. Sitting outside your room of a night time. I mean, it's like cat dogging. It's really absolutely dreadful. All over the place. Seriously, I've never seen so many. And they were building a hotel next to us. So from 7 o'clock in the morning, hola, hola. That's what you get. Shut up. We're trying to sleep. We had a late night, and it was horrible. I didn't like it around there at all. Wish we could have gone back to the first one. But anyway, that was that thing. So what did I buy for the producer yesterday? I didn't specifically buy it for him, but when I bought it, I then remember thinking, he'll like this. He'll like it. And so I've got 3 things for him, because I thought it's the weekend, and he's had a stressful week. And, where is it? Oh, here we go. A clue. Some sort of liquid? No. Sand? Why would I buy him sand? No, it's... Macarena. What? Hey, Macarena. Way! Hey. Maracas. No. Chocolate money. Chocolate money. A lot of chocolate money, actually. A lot of chocolate money, which is very nice indeed, but you can't have that, because it's chocolate. And then I thought, if you hadn't decided what to have for tea this evening, okay, and you haven't, well, all you need to add to this would be some bean sprouts or some noodles. This is mini chicken Kievs. And so all you got to do is sort of just pop them in the oven, and then Well, I don't know, I'm not cooking it for you. You have to cook it yourself. I think about between 10 and 20. If you're cooking it from frozen, it's 20. But you're just doing it normally, and it's 10 minutes. And so there's chicken and garlic butter inside. So, which is nice. And I got you 2. Because then you could pop one in... Do you have a freezer? Oh, there, you could pop one in the freezer. Cooks in 10 minutes. And they're lovely. It's quite delicious. Nothing for you, Luke. Okay. Yeah, you got your water. Yeah. And you pinched something else, didn't you? What did you pinch? Come on. Be honest. Tell people what you nicked. He nicked a lollipop out of a tin of sweets. That's what he did. I said, you can't have that. He said, yes, I can. I said, no, you can't. It's the trouble, honestly. You try and be helpful, and, all you get rebuffed, ladies and gentlemen. And then he was, we were listening to... Trump and Biden, and they were doing their sort of little bit, and they said, who calls their kids Buzz? I said, Buzz Lightyear? And he looked at me and he goes, he's not real. I said, he's real, hello, he's to infinity and beyond. I've seen him on the big screen, I've got him on video. It says starring Buzz Lightyear. There was also Buzz Aldrin, and there were loads of other people who had the name Buzz, so I can't think of at the moment. But Buzz Lightyear, the most famous... And then he's poo-pooing the Buzz Lightyear story. I said, listen, I've seen it. In fact, they've made 3 films about his life so far, because he's very famous. No, Luke wasn't having that. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, Freitag. And they've had the debate in America. Who won? Well, you'll have to wait and see... tomorrow in the newspapers. I'm feeling that the Metro will have it first, won't it? Because the Metro will sort of get that there. Shane says, I laughed when you shook the bag and the producer said you had sand in it. I know, why would you give somebody sand? It's the oddest thing ever, isn't it, really? There's a German hotel chain called Kempinski. The one in Jordan has a bowling alley, and you can even order a hot dog as a snack, says John. Well, I mean, let's face it, all of these hotels are catering for the international traveller. And to be honest with you, I mean, hot dogs are quite normal, aren't they? A bowling alley. I remember going to a bowling alley. We went to a little holiday years when I was very young, when I was about 14, 15, with my parents. We went to the Tyrol, Austria, and they had a bowling alley in the hotel. It was a wooden bowling alley, so it wasn't like these high tech things where the thing scoops it. This was proper wooden skittles, and you rolled the ball down there. And we'd spend most evenings in there, which was very good, very nice. So that was a rustic hotel. The food was rubbish. But the hotel was quite nice. Did I get a strike? No, I don't. What's that? He said, "Did you get a strike?" And then he winked. What does that mean? Or a spare? A spare? Or a split? Oh, you on about? What language is this you're talking? This is bowling language. Is this what they say in Yorkshire? By gum, have you had a split? I've never heard of anything like it. Split a spare. A frame? This is from bowling, are you sure? I mean, I've never heard of that before. And a bogey is not. A bogey is something to do with golf. That's like an eagle, isn't it? Or a birdie. It's not an albatross. No, you can't. It's so silly. Let's have a quick look on the thing here. Let's have a look at the bowling terminology. And there you go. So you can have a strike, a spare, a frame, a foul line, a foul, a double, a turkey, a gutter. A gutter. Have you heard of that? A gutter. That's the... what's underneath a gutter? Strange bowling phrases. A barmaid, a burner, a port cider, a ham bone, a ham turkey dinner, and a golden turkey. A golden turkey is 9 strikes in a row. That's roughly being hit round the face with a skittle. Oh, a golden turkey. Will be when I've done 9. 8. And so it goes on. There's no albatross there or anything. No. You weren't talking about golf. You were talking about bowling. We were doing bowling. It's no good trying to change the subject just to suit your... I got a what? Par 5. Is it really? Get a hole in one and that's an albatross. You live in this self-induced alcoholic world, don't you? It's like a total haze. It's like the producer said to me, he said, "You won't believe this, Steve." But I'm a producer. And I said, no, not buying that one. And he said, can you believe, Steve? He said, I've never had chicken Kiev. So I'm taking it home again. I've decided it's totally wasted on him. What's the point? Give him the chocolate money. He knows what that is. He's had that before. And then he said, will Prosecco go with it? Hello? Prosecco goes with everything. You could have a tin of baked beans ice cold from the refrigerator and Prosecco would go with it. But no, it's quite nice. You can have all sorts of things with it. You can have asparagus and stuff like that. Anything at all. But he hasn't had it before, so he'll like it. Very tasty. Very, very tasty. What else do we have? The great-grandmother who spoke for Britain. She said she's basically 80 and she doesn't care. What was it? She said, I'm not staying in the house. I'm not self-isolating. There was a woman on the bus the other day, an old woman. She gets on. The moment she gets on the bus, she takes her mask off. That's how thick she was. I nearly took a picture of her on the bus. I thought it's public transport. I can do that. You're allowed to. And I was going to play it and go, this is how stupid she is. She kept it off for the same, the duration of her journey. There was another couple on, loud fat girl and a thin bloke who was wearing a DFDS delivery kind of thing. And they were a bit stupid as well. In fact, it was full of stupid people on the bus. But this woman who was sort of looking at her phone but took the mask off. What's the point of that? I felt like saying to her, I'm sorry, why are we taking the mask off, infecting us all? The Pope Francis story, I think, is going to run and run for the Catholic Church. The African bishops are not going to like this idea that the Pope appears to sanction gay marriages. Also, the care worker who thought she was putting on weight. She was pregnant. Why is it people don't realise when they're pregnant? They think, oh, I'm just putting on weight. No, I don't think so. Everybody's talking about Jamie Returns. They're going to go back into the theatre. Full cast, full orchestra. They said, but if you are ill, please don't go. Please don't go. And the Duke, I think this must be Andrew, says Virginia is lying, so he tells Ghislaine. This one's going to run and run, isn't it? It's not getting any better. But as I say, nobody trusts Andrew at all, I'm afraid. STDs in the military rose last year, and staying in, according to all the experts, does not stop the virus. So there you go. Somebody says, I'm a brand new listener. You've mentioned your cat. No, I've never mentioned my cat. Never mentioned my cat. I've mentioned my albatross. That was this morning, but I've never mentioned my cat because I don't have a cat. So why would I mention a cat? Is it yours or adopted? It's not anything. It's not a cat, okay? It doesn't exist. So it can be whatever you want. Be whatever you want. Steve, the Rio Palace bought me the chocolate bombs. Oh, no, not the chocolate bombs. They serve very large gin and tonics. Did you and Dale go to the Jumbo Centre? Yes. There's nowhere else to go. At night time, there is nowhere else to go. You just go to the Jumbo Centre. During the daytime, everybody goes to the beach or sits around the swimming pools in the hotels. I mean, some of the hotels don't have swimming pools. Steve, facial recognition won't open some of your apps or let you pay unless you take your mask off. Yes, because my app on my phone is done without a mask. I set it up without the mask on. And it doesn't bother me, you just put in the number, don't you? 1279. You could do fingerprint, can you? Yeah, how riveting. He's so boring this morning, honestly. I don't know what's the matter with him. He's gone completely off. Ever since he's had a pizza, the takeaway pizza, which he liked. What was on your pizza? Here we go. A quattro formaggi. With some jalapenos. It sounds gorgeous, doesn't it, really? And what cheeses was it, do you think? No idea. We have no idea. So, in fact, it was probably just one cheese. They just tell you. It's probably different coloured cheese, isn't it? So, because it's quattro formaggi is supposed to be 4 different cheeses. So, Dean says, I've heard you talk about hot chocolate and chocolate bombs. I had to get up and make a hot chocolate. I love a hot chocolate from some of the coffee shops. They do, and then they go, do you want squirty cream? They go all around the top of it, and that's quite nice because you get a little moustache, on your upper lip. But I did have one when I went to the hospital a while ago. Well, about 2 years ago, and I didn't really fancy a coffee because I always have to go. Skinny cappuccino, extra dry, no chocolate. It starts becoming a bit tedious. And so I had a hot chocolate. And she said, crushed nuts? And I said, no. No, I didn't want anything in it. I quite fancied putting little marshmallows in. I've had one of those with the marshmallow. That's quite nice. You can buy little bags of little tiny marshmallows, particularly delicious at this time of year. If you're sort of getting ready. And I might go and buy some fireworks today. Costco have got all their fireworks in, and they're big fireworks, boxes that shoot 100 bangs into the air, which is not much good if you've got animals, of course, so that's why I don't have a cat, which is good. Steve, and Rio Palace, very good, blah, blah. New series of Bangers and Cash started last night, very good, repeated on Saturday. That's probably when I see it. The Bangers and Cash thing is the company, isn't it, up north? They're very devoted to it. I love it. I think it's absolutely brilliant. Bangers and Cash. Another one here, which a lot of people tell me about the hotel chains that later. And somebody says, you and the lads, you're like a little family. Oh, we're so not. We're so not. I mean, if you are, it's a family that's been committed to prison, and you don't really want to bump into them ever again. Yeah, they are the Jack the lads next door. They're not really. No, you wouldn't want them in your family. Absolutely not. Believe you me. The first thing I did when I walk in this evening, I said, yeah, I'm in a very good mood to go downstairs to the studio, and the producer goes, I haven't got time to talk to you. Stuff you. And yeah, it's exactly what you said, actually. I recorded it. Henry says, was listening to a little bit extra from yesterday and heard, have you and Corey sung Inchworm yet? This was the Inchworm, heating up the marigolds or something. Can you get me the words up to Inchworm? I can do. I think it was Burl Ives, actually, Henry. And of course, Corey identifies with Inchworm. It's otherwise known round here as the Peter Andre song. Poor old Peter Andre, honestly. You have to laugh, don't you, at his poor misfortune. But yes, Inchworm, measuring the marigolds. Could it be you stop and see how beautiful they are? 2 and 2 are 4, 4 and 4 are 8, 8 and 8. It's like a maths lesson, isn't it? And so it goes on. Then he goes, Inchworm, measuring the marigolds. Danny Kaye did it. It was lovely. Danny Kaye came over here to the London Palladium. You can find him on YouTube. It's really good. But Inchworm. And the only reason we did that is because Rebecca Vardy wrote in her biography, so unfortunately she's committed to print and the lawyers didn't take it out, which normally they're very good at taking things out, and she said she had a one-night stand with Peter Andre. That sounds like pulling teeth, doesn't it, really? And she said that when we sort of came to the bedroom department, she said it was a bit like sort of seeing a very small chipolata. And I thought, I felt a bit sorry for him because, you really want to interview him and go, so, was she right? Was she right? I'm never having a chipolata again. I haven't eaten chipolatas for years, actually. I like, if I'm going to have a sausage, it's got to be good and meaty. And also, Henry says, I sing like Peter Andre too. It's not very nice, is it? Very unnecessary. Very unnecessary. We don't need that kind of talk on the programme. That's basically fighting talk, Yeah, you're barred. You'll never get through to the programme ever again. No friends now. No friends. Sing like Peter Andre. Mysterious Girl. Mysterious Girl. Or my favourite. What was the one that he sang? A Whole New World. That was with poor old... Oh, did you see Jordan, a picture of the paper the other day? She's gone on holiday again, so she can conceive and have another child. That'll be child number 6. With a boyfriend she's known less than 4 months. But, of course, never let it be said that this is doomed. They always are. And all her teeth have fallen out. She had them all done in Turkey. So she had them filed down and then they put the cap, they've all fallen out. Hilarious. Hilarious. I had a 4-cheese pizza yesterday, Steve. Sliced, grated, cubed and chunks. Yeah, no. I mean, he thought that's the only one that they did that was sort of accounted for vegetarian or vegan. There was nothing else on there. Unless you just had the pineapple chunk pizza. But Corey had Meat Feast. I don't honestly know why they've sort of started coming in, started ordering pizzas. Does that mean the studio downstairs now reeks of pizza? It's a kind of thing. Did you spray? We obviously didn't make a mess because you shoved it in your mouth. But did you spray? You've air freshened. No, you didn't. I could tell you didn't. I could tell by the fact you're smiling, so I know you're fibbing. You wafted the door. You wafted the door. Northern expression, that, ladies and gentlemen. We wafted that door, didn't we? We went out of Stable, we took horse out and pit pony, and we wafted the door. Everybody, welcome to... I wonder what the weather's going to be like today. Apparently the weekend's not going to be brilliant. But that's okay, because I wasn't planning on sort of going out jogging or doing anything like that for the weekend. I was saying the other day about they've started putting the lights up in Twickenham. And somebody said to me, that'll be for Eid. And I went, no, why would we be celebrating Eid in Twickenham? Definitely not. No, it's for Christmas. They're the Christmas lights. They're not Eid lights, they're Christmas lights. We should be getting the poppies on the posts again, though, I hope. Oh, and who's kicked big wedding plans back to 2022? Brooklyn Beckham. Do you think they'll still be going together by that time? Yeah, I didn't think so either. Footy legend David's boys, who's 21, wants to throw 2 events, one in Florida and the Cotswolds, so both families are catered for. In other words, most people can't afford to fly out to America, so they're going to do it so they're going to have a ceremony in 2022. And he will reportedly have brothers Romeo and Cruz as best men, while Harper, nothing like doing a cheap old wedding, is there? You know why? He's got no friends. He's got no friends. Dad will be master of ceremonies, while Victoria will design Nicola's wedding dress. That sounds like a whiz, doesn't it? Guests are include Victoria's former Spice Girl bandmate. Brooklyn's representative declined to comment. Yeah, until they need the publicity for him to try and justify what his existence is. What does he do in that family? Answer nothing. But imagine it's going to be the cheapest wedding going. The cheapest wedding going. So he's got his brothers. In fact, it all seems to be concentrating on him. Hardly anything on her at all. I feel a bit sorry for her because that's how it's going to be. Once she's realised what a shy, retiring family they are and they don't go for publicity, she might be thinking differently. But mind you, if they manage to make it to 2022, that'll be very funny. I wonder if they've actually come up with that. They said they didn't want to sort of, overshadow the pandemic, and I thought, oh, don't tell me the cracks are appearing already, because his longevity with relationships is not very long, is it really? Crime fighters as young as 17 can now apply to become police officers. They've changed the rules. So they want to get 20,000 more beat bobbies, and they reckon if they take them from 17, that'll be okay. It'll be okay. Gethin, this is how balmy we are in this country. Gethin Jones, he's a presenter, and he was, for some reason, they did a show of his hands on television doing something, and he's got a ring on, and it looks like a wedding ring. And so he said it had been a big day last month. He wasn't expecting a reaction. No, of course not. And believing he'd tied the knot, dozens of celebs, including Vernon Kay, Gabby Roslin and Charlotte Hawkins, were quick to congratulate him. And its new daily spin-off of the One Show, Morning Live. Oh, I knew there'd be a plug in there somewhere. It's got nothing to do with the wedding ring at all, is it? It's got basically, how can we get some publicity for another naff show? A bit like the One Show. Also, Paul McCartney's still in love with his music at 78. And DJ Yinka is in the paper today. And this is Yinka, who grew up in the North Peckham estate in South London, where Damilola Taylor lived for just 4 months after moving from Nigeria. And she remembers him and the fact that he ran everywhere. And he was stabbed when he was on his way home from a library. 2 boys in November 2000. He bled to death in a bleak outdoor stairwell. Yinka was 11 when Damilola was killed, dealt with the loss of her friend by never speaking about it and pretending she didn't know him. I see her every morning. They're in here. They're in the studio directly opposite me, the Capital Extra. So now you know. Now you know about things. Also, the number of calories doctors have advised Joe Wicks to wolf down during his upcoming attempt to work out for 24 hours in children in need. He said, I'm looking forward to eating all the food. And then somebody said that he's up for Sports Personality of the Year. He's not Sports Personality of the Year at all. That's just utterly ridiculous. I've never heard anything so stupid. Goodness sake, honestly. Also, Guinness have launched an alcohol-free version of the world-famous black stuff. I've never drunk Guinness. I don't do beer, anything like that, actually. But the Irish brewer said Guinness O.O Stout has been developed over 4 years at its brewery in St James's Gate, Dublin, in response to a growing appetite for non-alcoholic, lower-calorie beverages. What's the point? I've never actually quite understood why, low calorie and no this and no that, and people go, that's what they're all craving. And you think, what for? If you're going to drink something. Lots of nice little Christmas goodies fall out of the magazines, little catalogues. There's some lovely coats, actually. There's a lovely one here, which is £135. It's from Joe Brown's. And in fact, the catalogue fell out of the Daily Mirror today. And it's beautiful. Dramatic tone, stunning trims, and lots of compliments. This coat has it all. And it looks delicious for 135 quid. You see, for 135 quid, you get some really nice nice coats and frocks and dresses, and everybody round here, I bet you bottom dollar, they'll all be wearing the Father Christmas jumpers and stuff like that. I've still got a couple from the other year. I generally sort of pass them on because I sort of wear them the once and I never bother after that. Inside the secrets of I'm a Celeb, like you really care about it. I'm not particularly bothered by the I'm a Celeb. What are they doing actually? What are they doing on it? It doesn't say, pages 18 and 19. 18 and 19, so here we go. Oh, this is, Clues Who. Welsh national footy coach, Ryan Giggs, Beverly Callard, AJ Pritchard, Nadia Hussain has previously said she'd like to do it. There's no confirmation of her at all. And Victoria Derbyshire is the fifth name to be confirmed. What for? She's boring. I thought the whole idea of this programme is to sort of get people who are interesting on there. All she'll moan about is the fact she's going to be dropped by the BBC because the programme doesn't rate. It's not interesting enough, must cost a small fortune. As I say, it's like watching Steph's programme, Steph McGovern's. It's ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. And so they say Victoria Derbyshire, the popular BBC journalist and newsreader. Well, she's obviously not. Otherwise, why would they be thinking of dropping it? Una Stubbs, they've said, because they've sort of said Sherlock, and they thought, well, maybe she could. Vernon Kay is confirmed. He used to play American football. He's about this he could be good. Gareth Gates. I'm not really sure we want to see Gareth Gates, actually. And Steve Backley. God, I've not seen Steve Backley for ages and ages. But there are quite a number of them. But, I mean, Victoria Derbyshire. What is the point? Seriously. She obviously thinks it's going to sort of try and resurrect a career. As what? I've got no idea. Also, what have we got here? Oh, it's another picture of Little Mix, because they've got a new single out. As I say, they are the most big-headed group you've ever met in your entire life. Absolutely ghastly. Talk about egos. Where do we go from here? And the oldest links golf course in England has been saved from falling into the sea. This is the Royal North Devon Golf Club, which dates back to 1864. Can you believe that in 1864 people were playing golf? I've never played it. I have to. There's no point in lying to you and telling you that I've had a go. The only golf I've played is crazy golf at the seaside. But at one point, the green was just 35 foot from the edge of the erosion. There are plans to move the 8th too. The general manager, Mark Evans, says if we can get another 20 years out of that end of the course, we'll be doing well. I've seen people like that. They have these lovely houses built on the cliffs and they've got beautiful views and everything else. And then gradually, the cliffs erode because depending on what they're made of, they get sodden with the water and all of a sudden cracks appear and fissures. And then the thing just collapses and houses disappear into the sea. Terrible, really, isn't it? Not good at all. I mean, I've often thought it'd be nice to sort of live there and enjoy exactly what the views are, which is good. Meat feast. So that's what Corey had. I don't know what meat it was on there. We think it was sausage and beef and something else. Was it big chunks of it? Was it a bit of a mess? Did it taste all right? It was okay. Seems an awful lot of money, though, just for a meat feast, doesn't it? Did you get large? Yeah, it wasn't that large, was it? So the company, welcome to Friday, 23rd of October. We're getting sort of into the festive rush, are we not? I was trying to say to Nick Ferrari the other day to start sort of... He said they've got Christmas stuff in Waitrose. I said, no, they've got it in every supermarket. There's a big Christmas section. Even in Iceland, they've got their mince pies out and stuff like that. We have a poem for you. A poem by Walt Whitman. You remember Walt Whitman, don't you? Marvellous man, isn't he? And this one here. Now, I don't know whether or not this is a song that has now been turned into a sort of a poem, because it doesn't really scan like a poem, as indeed many of them don't. And this one's called I Hear America Singing by Walt Whitman. I hear America singing the varied carols I hear, those of mechanics, each one singing his, as it should be, blithe and strong. The carpenter singing his as he measures his plank or beam. The mason singing his as he makes ready for work or leaves off work. The boatman singing what belongs to him in his boat. The deckhand singing on a steamboat deck. The shoemaker singing as he sits on his bench. The hatter singing as he stands. The woodcutter's songs, the ploughboy's on his way in the morning or at the noon intermission or at sundown. The delicious singing of the mother, of the young wife at work, or of the girls sewing or washing, each singing what belongs to her and to no one else. The day what belongs to the day, at night the party of young fellows, robust, friendly, singing, with open mouths their strong, melodious songs. What a pile of rubbish. That was the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever read, and I've read some rubbish. It's about... it could be anybody. Why would it have to be America? What was it particularly about that made you think of America? Yes, I know it's called I Hear America Singing. I can read, the English voice, but I just don't understand that the boatman's singing on what belongs to him, the deckhand's singing on the steamboat deck. Yeah. It doesn't make me think of America at all, no, not a thing. The woodcutter's song, the ploughboy's on his way in the morning, or the noon intermission or at sundown, doesn't make me think of America at all. The delicious singing of the mother, or of the young wife at work, or of the girls sewing or washing, doesn't make me think of America, I'm afraid. The day what belongs to the day, excuse me, grammatically incorrect. At night, the party of young fellows, robust, friendly, singing, with open mouths, their strong melodious songs. That doesn't make me think of America. The carpenter singing as he measures his plank or beam does not make me think of America. It makes me think of anything but America. It just doesn't make me think of anything that is sort of, it's like sort of having, a poem about Christmas. The sky was grey. The tree stood out in the forest. In green. He was the captain of deck. Well, he deserves to die, doesn't he? That captain deserved to die. Put him out of his blooming misery. Never anything like it. Is that who did the Walt Whitman was the captain on the burning deck? Oh, Lord. I don't know where we go from here. I really don't. I think it's downwards. Downwards. I was hoping for something, interesting. But we didn't. Never mind. Next week's another day, isn't it? Another week. Perhaps we'll find some... Perhaps I'll bring in my own poetry. Steve... Steve, be careful slamming Little Mix. It'll open the door for Jessie Nelson to publish another book. I didn't even know that she's actually done a book up until now. Walt Whitman, apparently, was an American poet, essayist and journalist. A humanist, he was part of the transition between transcendentalism and realism, incorporating both views in his works. Whitman is among the most influential poets in the American canon, often called the father of free verse. Or as all the other people thought of it, crap. That's the way it works out, doesn't it? The captain is dead on the deck. Fantastic. He's an influential poet. Let's make him our influential poet of the decade. That good old Walt Whitman, the captain, dead on the deck. Rubbish. Absolutely. I don't know how you can even... You can't seriously read that stuff at home. You can't read it at home. It doesn't even scan properly. It's not... What's nice about it? What was nice about that? It does take me away, but not far enough. I came back and it was still there. What do you mean it takes you away? What does that mean? That mean your mind switches off? It took me away, Steve. 1 minute I were in this country, then the next minute I was flying in the air, flying so high. Well, you might as well have got me to read The Snowman for all the good it was going to do. Walt bloody Whitman. I mean, honestly, I ask you. If I never hear from him again this side of the fall, it won't be too soon. Lee the trucker from Dover says, that poem's put me back an hour. I was feeling awake and now I'm scrambled. I know how you feel. He reads this stuff at home. Seriously. Small wonder the girlfriend's on medication. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? Walt Whitman. Oh, he's the one who brought us the captain, what died on the deck. It was killed. It was killed on the deck and he died on the deck, and yet it wasn't Nelson. And this one was, everybody's singing, from the woodman to just about everybody. Policemen, you name it, they're actually singing. There's a lady called Eleanor Smith in the paper today. You'll like this one, actually. She's loved her first McDonald's at the age of 91. She'd never had a McDonald's in her life. And she'd never tried a takeaway before her care home lockdown. Took her on a post-lockdown surprise trip. You imagine, a surprise... Where are we going? You're going for a McDonald's. Don't want a McDonald's. You're having one. And also a posed picture with dreary old Caprice. Not the brightest penny in the box. But she was on a scooter meant for little children. She was spotted flitting around London with a pink helmet on. Well, this is a posed picture here. I mean, I don't think she's supposed to be on something like that. It's a children's toy. Also, the TV presenter on why she posted that nude selfie. This is Ulrika Johnson. Ulrika K. And she says, for years I've been portrayed as a sex object. Now at last I'm owning my own body. It's just exhibitionism, isn't it, really? That's all it is. None of us would do anything like that. We're not those sort of people. We don't do the exhibitionist type things. But that's what it is. So, in other words, if she takes her clothes off, then, you know, people will watch it. Do you know, I actually fell asleep yesterday. It was the first one of Celebrity Juice. Even bigger pile of rubbish than we've had before. Jimmy Carr insisted on being on it. What for? I've got no idea. But Yorgie Porter is chuffed to be coming home to Hollyoaks as Teresa McQueen. But she's looking for a same-sex pairing on Strictly Come Dancing. Do you think all these people, these sort of, you know, people who are sort of on the periphery of show business, they go, oh, if I start mentioning that, eventually somebody will put me on it? Can't imagine why they put Victoria Derbyshire on the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here programme. She's not very interesting on the television, let alone on something which is free fall. And Yorgie Porter wants to do Strictly Come Dancing, you know, and she'll even do the lesbian side of it. And you think, oh, for goodness sake, honestly. It's just absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? And there's also, I tell you what, I told you yesterday, people were saying, oh, there's all these different things that you can buy in shops now, which people are very excited about. You know, turkeys are going to be the shortage this year. Tracksuit bottoms. Tracksuit bottoms, apparently, the latest things, because people like... Do you have a tracksuit? Luke, I thought you might have. Do you have a tracksuit, Corey? No. See, Corey doesn't got a tracksuit. Why have you got a tracksuit? A green colour. Oh, there's more than one. Oh, grey colour, black colour, green, yellow. That's it, is it? Sounds ghastly. And went quite hip? I think not. I mean, where do you wear them? Do you... Out and about? Out and about when you're going to a chav party? Or something like that? I saw somebody once, you remember onesies? I saw somebody getting off the bus in Kingston, probably about a year ago, and I remember thinking, oh dear, wearing a one... It just looked awful. Absolutely dreadful. Henry's back again. I don't know, I thought we'd barred him. He says, poor Clive having to do an extra hour this weekend. Why don't you mind your own business, Beaky? Honestly, nothing worse. Poor Clive having to do an extra hour. It doesn't matter. He doesn't mind doing it. He's good at that. Because, bearing in mind, later in the year, when it goes back the other way, or forward the other way, he gets an hour less. So that's good, isn't it? I'm so glad I don't have to do it. Matthew says, it's Twickenham Day for me today. Haircut, highlights, and a bit of Cooper's. Highlights? God, gone are the days where I had highlights. A long, long time ago, I think. It's also a great poem, Steve, but this is far better quality. A nature poem. 'Twas on the bridge at midnight. 'Twas on the bridge at midnight. Her figure stood a quiver. I kissed her, and her arm fell off and floated down the river. Thank you. Do you know, that's so old, that poem. People have done that before. You've never heard it before? It's really old. You can tell, isn't it? Who actually stands there a quiver? Nobody stands a quiver. So you can tell by the wording in it that it's fairly ancient, a brothel keeper to pay back thousands of pounds. She's gone to prison already. I think her name is Sun Loon or something. And she was running brothels. And she's just been fined a huge amount of money. I think they want £400,000 back. And otherwise you'll stay in prison even longer. Steve, says Monica, my very sleepy favourite Jewish cabbie. The other day the boys were very tired. I don't know if it's the weather, and it makes you feel a bit drowsy, doesn't it? Something like that. It sort of makes you... You're fine now, are you? Yeah. Oh dear, it's not good, is it? Watching an exercise class, yeah. But a Zumba, that is. Actually, one of my friends, the mother of my godchild, was going to Zumba the other day. She likes Zumba. I've never done it. It's just you sort of, it's that sort of thing, isn't it? For a ballet. Oh, right, lovely. Yes. The dance of the gigantic elephants springs to mind. Didn't they do that in Fantasia? They had elephants dancing. Yeah. And we never got enough of Storm Barbara. And the other... Too late. They missed it. No. I knew you would. If his girlfriend is subjected to this kind of reading regularly and still lives there, she must really love him. I feel for her, says Monica. Thank you. Poor Monica, honestly, this morning. Everybody's tired, aren't they? Imagine if you've got to go to work, though, and do a 12-hour day. That's a... Yeah. Put a tape on and go to sleep. We don't have tapes anymore, do we? Although I wish we did. So it's Henry says, poor Clive having to do an extra hour this weekend. He won't mind, because, as I say, at the end of the year, he actually gets it back the other way, which is good. Bernie from Indianapolis, Indiana, says, the debate ended here just about the time your show started. Now I can return to sanity. What a brilliant idea. In my case, it was getting up late. I apologise already, says Monica. Good. That's what we like. She always apologises. She's very good. Very good at things like that. We like a little bit of an apology. Also, the over 55s, you might be one of them, embracing the carefree lifestyle. Over 55s go, I can't be bothered to have a relationship, can't be bothered to do this. You do what you want to do if you're over 55. I think it's over 55, over 65 and over 75. And yesterday we had a big accident in Twickenham, and then I go to Kingston, get on the bus to go and try and find some pants, and they didn't have any pants. Well, they had pants, but they've moved them. So annoying. I hate it when Marks and Spencer's move things around. Nobody says, by the way, the pants you want are over here. They should have left them where they were. Very annoying, very aggravating. But anyway, and so I was only able to buy 3 pairs of pants, but it doesn't matter. But opposite John Lewis, there is a church, and there was a police car parked there, and it was cordoned off with that tape stuff. And then in the middle of the churchyard, by the path, there was a blue tent. And you know what that means, don't you, generally? It generally means that somebody's fallen foul of whatever it is. And the police were sort of guarding outside and everything else. A bit sad, very sad. So I thought yesterday was a totally disastrous day. What with this accident outside... it was over the road from, I think, Sandy's, the fish shop. 17 minutes past... everybody, 5:20 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Friday the 23rd of October. And the MP... I knew that the Daily Star would pick up, but this is very much a Daily Mirror story. The MPs snub the England Star's plan to feed hungry children, but guess what's on their subsidised menu? OK, here we go. This is what they've actually got. Char-grilled English sirloin steak with thick-cut chips, tomato, mushroom and béarnaise sauce. That's £11.77. This is in the this is in the House of Commons. Braised beef, red wine and onion pie with creamed potato and hispy cabbage. £6.41. That sounds delicious. Smoked haddock kedgeree with posted hen's egg and busted spinach. And that one is £6.41. Okay. Char-grilled lamb's liver and lamb cutlet with rosemary dauphinoise and green beans, £8.04. Tagliatelle with flaked salmon, white wine, cream, spring onions, fennel and tendril peas, £6.41. In fact, they're all £6.41, these ones. Traditional beer-battered cod with hand-cut chips with mushy peas and tartar sauce. Not mushy peas. Mushy peas are horrible. It's disgusting food. Peasants. Wild mushrooms and tarragon tortilla with red cabbage, slaw, char-grilled gem lettuce, and salsa verde, and tarka dal with roasted squash, cauliflower rice, and onion seed flatbread, £6.41. Tarka dal, I've had that, yeah, it's very nice. Very nice, very good for you. And very excited. Have you had tarka dal? No. Of course you wouldn't have, would you, really? They haven't got any Yorkshire puddings anywhere. They don't do Yorkshire puddings. Take up too much time, I think, to do a Yorkshire pudding. You've got to do the It's easy to go to Aunt Bessie and say, can you do some Yorkshire puddings? And she'll say, I've got 3 million sitting at warehouse. You know, give her those back. Stoke-on-Trent has been placed under Tier 2 restrictions. Nobody knows what that means, though. I'm happily saying every day, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 1. And people are going, what is it? And I go, what are you asking me for? I don't know. I've got no idea. I don't think the government know either. And there's a sugar substitute, tastes like the real thing, but contains 75% fewer calories. It's called Justo, okay? And it's £9.75 for a 1 kilo bag, which is about 5 times the price of a standard supermarket bag of sugar. But it's only got 75% fewer calories, 75% fewer. So that's good, isn't it, really? If you're sort of looking to lose weight, you know, and you're one of those sort of people who has maybe sugar on their cornflakes or something like that. So I can eat all of my cereals without any sugar at all. So just put milk on there. Your toast. Yeah, but what sort of toast are you having? Having wholemeal toast or peanut butter and Marmite? Right. You just really don't want to lose the weight, do you? I mean, I can tell now. You're obviously not serious about it. Definitely not. My friend Ian says, I went to Parliament when, bizarrely, Slash did an acoustic show there. Walking through the main halls, it seemed like everybody was drunk. Every other... Oh, I've lost it now. Wait a minute. Every other roof... Wait a minute. Every other room had a bar in it, and there was the most amazing finger food buffet handed out. It was like being in a high-end private club. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? I do love little canapes and little finger buffet and vol au vents. I used to love... I sometimes make vol au vents, stick them in the oven, and then sort of fill them up with sort of like chunky chicken and a white wine sauce. They were quite nice. Madeleine McCann's parents... We haven't had a Madeleine McCann story for a little while, have been told it's highly unlikely the prime suspect, Christian Bruckner, will be charged over her disappearance. Scotland Yard detectives say there is no evidence linking the German drifter to the crime 13 years ago. That's what I said. That's what I said. But of course they've been after more money, haven't they? After more money. They were hoping that that he would be the one leading them to where Madeleine McCann is, but he hasn't got the faintest idea. A family pal says Kate and Jerry had hoped there was going to be a breakthrough finally after 13 years. Why? Why? Everybody was saying definitely not. Definitely not. Can't have everything, can you? But I wonder if it'll stop them getting more money. Obviously, certain parts of it. I also echo Nick Abbott's sentiments that he's mentioned on air. He and I concur that in Parliament there's a bit of an air in it. What's that mean? I've never been to Parliament. There's some other bits that he actually wrote, but I've never been to Parliament. I quite know. Why would I? You've been? Was it a school trip? No. You just sort of phoned up and said, "Oh, hello, my name's Corey. I work on the Steve Allen Show." It was uni, right? I was invited to something years and years ago. I was invited to go to the terrace bar there, which overlooks the river. You know, they've got an exclusion zone. If you're on the river, you can only get so near to the Houses of Parliament. I think it's quite good. You ever been there? No, not surprised actually. I don't know. I didn't. For some reason, I didn't go to it. I've got no idea why. Why don't we go after the show? No. Again, you see, misconstruing that. You know, this is fun, and everybody sort of loves each other. No. When this programme finishes at 7, I don't speak to them again till Monday morning, and that's it. We don't sort of phone each other over the weekend and go, "Hi, Stevie here." Well, in fact, I don't need to say that because my name comes up on their phone and it just puts God on there, which is a lot easier. But you don't do that because it's the weekend and they need to recharge their little batteries, you know, so that come Monday morning they can go, ta-da! But they never do that. Steve, this week, 1091, London, during the reign of William II, third son of William the Conqueror. Oh, I'd love to have been around in those times. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you have loved to have gone back and see what London looked like and all the people walking? Oh, I think that must be fantastic. It must be like being on a Merchant Ivory film. You know, there. Sorry? You can do it on Google. What, go back in time? I'd love to go back in. London must have been filthy, but fascinating. Steve, once the coronavirus is over, will you be celebrating by treating the producers to a 3-course meal at a 5-star restaurant? No. No, absolutely not, I'm afraid. Absolutely not. No, there's no point. Sorry? No, not even 4-star. No, not 3. No. No, you're not going to McDonald's. No, I mean, to be honest with you, I see it as bullying. You know, people sort of say, oh, you know, will you be taking them out after coronavirus? Well, I don't think we're ever going to see an end to coronavirus, so that doesn't help, does it? I mean, I was thinking of taking one of them out, and you know, I don't want to take them all out, and so it'll be Thomas, and what? Honestly, talk about bitter. Whatever happened to Jake the pastor, or the pastor? Well, we heard from him a couple of days ago, actually. A couple of days ago. Rose says, vegetables are delicious. I love them, but they don't love me. I can't look at a piece of broccoli without getting bloated and gassy. Oh, right. I mean, I've never had that with something, actually. I mean, I like apple pies. I do like an apple pie. But unfortunately, I never kind of get there at all. So Jake the pastor, he'll be you watch. We'll end up having a text from him this morning, which is good. The only thing is you read the poem in a jolly voice and do your best to make it flow. You need to read the poem in a long, drawn-out, stricken tone, like the professionals do. I scan a poem very, very quickly, and then I sort of look at it and think, right, that'll... But I knew from the one we had this morning that it was doomed from the outset. I knew damn well that we were never going to get through the thing without sort of either guffawing or sort of trying desperately to make the blooming thing rhyme. Jack the Ripper, murder victim's relative, fears the brutal killing cursed the woman and her family for 132 years. This is Elizabeth Alford, who discovered she was the great-granddaughter of the fourth victim, Catherine Eddowes, after researching her family history. Can you imagine finding something like that? The bar on the river was where Slash played. Oh, right. We live and learn. I should have gone when I think about it. I remember seeing a documentary that they were made, I think Anne Widdecombe, and they were showing you her sort of Commons room and secretary, which I think she shared with somebody else. Also, oh dear. Difficult to find anything today in the papers which is of any interest to you, apart from Anderson Garcia Rodriguez happens to spend more than £11,000 to look like a zombie. He's got his hair all spiked up and he's got piercings through his ears, through his nose, through just about everything else. It looks ghastly, really. He's got tattoos all over his body, face, and even his right eyeball, a multicoloured mohawk, cheek piercings, and a split tongue. It's no wonder he's a local celebrity. He comes from Camden Town. It's no wonder people would be avoiding Camden Town. Come away, dear. I want to see the man with the... Come away now. They're very peculiar, these people. I mean, what do they do for a living? I don't know, I suppose here. He says, I'm a punk activist in love with freedom of expression. But you're kind of stuck with that look, aren't you, really? You know, the moment you get your face... Does he have his face tattooed? Let me just have a quick look. Yes, he has his face tattooed. And you think to yourself, it's obviously some sort of addiction. Steve, so if Time goes back on Sunday, will you be on air from 3 a.m? Probably, yes. But Clive will be doing 4 hours. Is it 4? Yeah, 4 hours. So he'll be doing a normal show, but then it goes back an hour, so he gets the extra hour tagged on, which is, he won't... Listen, he's been here long enough now, it doesn't make any difference at all. It really doesn't. We used to worry about that before, but now you don't worry about it. 2 pet pugs fell off a cliff the other day, quite a long way, 50 foot. They were chasing a bird. A lot of dogs don't like birds, and they chase them. And, of course, this bird just flew over the edge, and so they followed over, unfortunately. But the good news is that the dogs are okay. There's a lovely one here. This is a Siberian Husky. He's 9 months old. They've got the most beautiful blue eyes, almost uncanny. But this particular lady who owns him says, I'm thinking of getting a shirt that says, yes, he's a Siberian Husky. He's so cute. He's so cute. And this cute pup's rare looks have garnered him more than 20,000 admirers, which is what I like. I love those blue eyes. The blue eyes are fantastic on dogs. They look really amazing, don't they? News time. Let's get the latest news headlines at 5:30. Company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7 o'clock this morning. And somebody died the other day, and I'm now trying to remember who it is, because it wasn't a footballer. No, the footballer I mentioned earlier on, because he was about 93. This was somebody who died the other day, and it was very important, not just for this programme, but for a lot of magicians, because he was... where the dickens has it gone to? And I remember thinking, oh yes, James Randi died. Now, James Randi, you might not have heard of. He was 92. And what he did, he debunked the paranormal. He debunked everything, like Uri Geller, any of those sort of people. What he did, he exposed seers, S-E-E-R-S, who didn't see, healers who didn't heal, and many others. And it was interesting. The one that he was famous for was, in fact, I mean, he did everything from spoon bending, ghost whispering, UFOs, all that kind of thing. at once Elphin and Mesophospholin with a bushy white beard. I mean, he was known as the father of the modern sceptical movement, and he was famous, really, because he offered £1 million to anybody who could prove that they could do something. People were saying, oh, he hasn't got £1 million. Oh, he had the £1 million. He proved that there was £1 million sitting in a bank account if somebody could prove that they had mystical powers. And, of course, the one person at the time that James Randi hounded like there was no tomorrow was Uri Geller. Uri Geller claimed, as you know, that with the power of the mind, he could bend metal, which, of course, was a load of old hogwash. And so what they did, they put him on an American television programme. And James Randi was there, but they made sure, and this was the sneaky bit, that the cutlery that was to be bent was not anywhere near Uri Geller. James Randi had it, and he kept it, and then they produced it on this programme, and they went, well, here is the cutlery. Well, of course, nothing happened. 22 minutes they pursued this, I can bend metal with the power of my mind, and of course he couldn't. And so James Randi's money was perfectly safe, but he went to his grave still debunking all those people who, it was so big. Metal bending, I mean, it was taken over by the television. Every programme on the BBC was people bending metal, and it was proving that people were sort of cheating with it. But he also used to debunk. They used to have seances. Seances were very popular in the early days. People would sit in a hall and they'd have people sitting in these boxes. They'd have their hands tied, and yet tambourines would fly out of the top, and then coats and things like that. And there was one which was very famous, which was done actually not too long ago. It's still performed as an act at the moment. A post. And they tie a woman to the post with her hands behind her back, and they have a big curtain. They bring a gentleman out of the audience, and he stands there, and he walks round with the curtain. As he walks round with the curtain, all of a sudden he disappears. The woman who is tied to the post appears, and then and she's wearing his jacket. Then they take away the curtain, and he's tied to the post. And that's what James Randi used to debunk. The Victorians were very big. The Davenport brothers used to have a big show that went out there, and they would sort of demonstrate to people, here's somebody tied up, and they're under the influence, and all of a sudden things happen. Tambourines, as say, thrown outside, jackets change places. But the one thing that James Randi was famous for was offering £1 million if anybody could prove that they could bend metal with the power of their minds. And of course nobody could. Not even the great Uri Geller, who spent 22 minutes on a show because they wouldn't let him have the stuff before. So the spoons and everything else that he used to bend, and it was never knives. It was always forks, or it was spoons. I don't know why. The argument used to be, didn't it, of course, that, if you've got the power to bend metal with your mind, why in God's name you'd end up doing spoons and forks was anybody's guess. It makes you wonder. I mean, there's not physically possible to change the molecular structure of a teaspoon or of a spoon. It doesn't happen unless you physically bend it with the hands. And so Uri Geller was very good. But unfortunately, in this particular case, and this particular instance, was a show in America where they kept all the cutlery away from him. And I remember seeing another one where they had it, and they examined it under an electron microscope afterwards and found that the spoons and the forks had been tampered with. Nowadays, magicians are so much better. So much better. Did you know that chimpanzees get fussy about their friends? As they get older, they're a bit like us. We get very, very fussy about our friends. It's like, I was friends with this person, and then I'm not friends with them. And you do get, people who sort of want to be your friend, and all right, sit back in your seat. I got a thing from Will Manning the other day, who works for our sister station, because he's now got a private pilot's licence. Which is, but he can only do, I think it's, if I correct me if I'm wrong, I might be wrong. I think he only does light aircraft, so he could sort of fly like a Cessna. Yes, probably something like that. I don't think he can fly, British Airways or something like that. Well, you'd have to put a cushion on the seat anyway. You'd never see him, bless his heart. And I sent him a thing because he's not only particularly good looking, but he now has got a private pilot's licence. Me. Looks are fading a little bit, and still no private pilot's licence. I don't know. A friend of mine had a private pilot's licence, and we flew down to Southend, which was not one of my happiest days, I have to tell you, because my hair used to be fairly fine, and I used to use hairspray on it, and it was all right. What? It was all right if it stayed in that shape, but unfortunately, when we nearly landed at Southend Airport, it was in the middle of a hailstorm. And so when I actually ended up, he said, you'll have to run from here to the sort of the building and all the rest of it. No, not the hangar. No, the airplane went in the hangar. We were, customs and all that kind of stuff, whatever. I can't remember what it was. And I ran there, but all these hailstones stuck to my hair. When I got in there, it looked like they had my sort of measles on my hair. It was all little bits of hail stuck to it. But you do not feel the buffeting, as Will will probably tell you. When you fly these little light aircraft, they get buffeted around by the thermals, and you don't want to go through a thunderstorm in a little aircraft. But he's done it, which is clever, isn't it? Really. He's got far too much time on his hand, but he did it. He was sort of texting me the other day. I was texting back, usual sort of things. As you do, and then he stopped texting. Steve, you better off reading out a Slim Whitman song. Are you going to watch the new Borat film? No, it doesn't interest. I don't do. What's his name? Sacha Baron Cohen. Doesn't interest me in the slightest. I find him just so unfunny. But there again, that's, if we all like the same comedians, that'd be terrible. I mean, I'm the one who likes standard comedians. I don't do that bloke who does the Bake Off programme, Noel Fielding or whatever his name is, with the badly dyed hair, because I just don't find him funny. He hasn't come up with any funny lines that I've noticed. He's far too old to be on the programme, and he don't need 4 presenters. And so when it comes to Borat, and I understand a bit about the character. I understand that. Somebody says, do you consider yourself a comedian? No, I'm just a funny person. I'm just naturally... You get comedians who tell you jokes and stories. I don't do that. I'm just a funny person. Ha, 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 ha. I'm just one of those sort of people. I can tell stories, and I can make it quite interesting, but I'm not a comedian. I don't stand up on stage and go, there was 2 vicars in a lift. I don't do anything like that. That's not my sort of thing. Is that my best trait? What, being funny? I think if you're on the radio, it does help to be funny. If you're doing a light-end programme. If you're doing sort of a music-based programme, then it doesn't really matter if you're funny or not, because you only have to do this is, that was, name of the station and a time check and the weather. You don't need to worry about sort of injecting personality into it, whereas, in fact, I don't get a break on this programme, unless I get an advertisement or something like that. I talk for 3 hours, and the whole idea is you have to talk for 3 hours, but you've got to keep it entertaining, because the moment you cease to become entertaining, the audience go, oh, he's not very entertaining, and they go and listen to something else. But luckily, for the past 41 years, they have not done that. I mean, eventually, I'm expecting my very small bubble to burst, but no, I don't see myself as a comedian. I couldn't stand up on stage and tell jokes. I really couldn't do that. I can tell stories about things that have happened to me, but they've got to happen to me. I can't repeat somebody else's story. So everything that I tell on the programme is a story. But naturally, I'm a funny person. I can't help it. People just look at me and laugh. It's either that or cry. I can't remember what they do, actually, but they know. People think I'm funny. I don't think I'm particularly funny, but I'm funnier than most. So, who do I think's funny out? You and Corey? Neither. And why would you be funny? You don't have to be funny in your jobs, do you? You don't... No, I don't think you're funny anyway, no. Well, do you think you're funny? Do you really? Well, that explains a lot, doesn't it? Brighton, here we come. The millionaire's playground of... He is funny. Is he? You think he is? Yeah, funny in the other way, yeah. Funny, scary. He's not... I mean, the trouble is, it's easy to make him laugh. You just have to mention the word apple bobbing. And immediately, there you go, he's off again. He thinks it... He then repeats it. I can see him repeating to Corey, apple bobbing. And then he goes off into galaxies of laughter again. And we all go, what was funny about that? Apple bobbing, the bobbing of apples. I mean, he just thinks it's fun. He must sit at home, and it must be something coming up on the television that just makes him laugh. Because I very rarely laugh watching the television, but I do pinch from the television. I will see something on there, and I will sort of laugh to myself. But I'm better at making people laugh because I'm naturally got one of those faces, honestly. Anyway, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Friday morning. Steve, you are the best storyteller. I can tell a good story, actually. I do. I can tell a good story. It has, I've told quite a number of stories over the years. In fact, sometimes you can repeat them and you can sort of embellish a little bit. Do you remember the Parky show? When Uri Geller made Parky's watch stop? Spookily enough, at the same time, hundreds of viewers phoned the show to report that their watches stopped at exactly the same time. How do you explain that, says Michael? It was fake. OK? You can't stop. Well, I mean, I can. But we actually did it on LBC. What a shame you weren't around for it. We had a magician in the studio. We did it live, but we didn't tell people he was a magician. And he's well known to magicians, but on this particular instance, we decided to pretend that he had the power. And so we got somebody up on the line and we said, we want you to do a drawing, okay? And he will duplicate the drawing in the studio, okay? And so this person said, yep. And I said, have you done the drawing? Yep. Okay, now, this person in the studio, with the power of his mind, he will duplicate your drawing. And he did. He duplicated the drawing. This person, the other end, went, what? How is that possible? And I tell you how it's possible. No, I can't tell you how it's possible. Yes, I can tell you how it's possible. Why not? Because we did it as an experiment. We said as well, if you've got any watches in drawers at home, then bring them out, hold them by the radio and go work. If they haven't worked for age and age. And we had about 30 or 40 people say, my watch has started working again. Well, we knew that he was fake. The people at home didn't know that he was fake. So people will go along with it. I wish I could explain more. I can't explain too much more. But if you ask somebody to do a drawing, a lot of people do a drawing of roughly the same things. The most popular drawing is a house. Most people will do a house and it will either have smoke coming out the chimney or a little wicker fence or something like that, a door, 2 windows, because most of us can't draw. You can hardly say, so I've drawn a house, and they go, I've just drawn the Mona Lisa. That's not going to be happening. It's like thinking of cards. If I say to you, right, go through a deck. I mean, I've done this before, where you go through a deck of, you say to somebody, right, think of a card. Think of a card. And you got that card, it's in your mind, and I can then go through a deck of cards. There'll be one card which is face down. We'll take that card out, we'll turn it around, and it'll be the card you've just thought of. It's as simple as that. It's like if I ask you to think of cards, well, I'm not going to tell you, am I? I'm a member of the Inner Magic Circle. I'm not going to start revealing things. But there are cards which are more popular than other cards. A lot of people like picking Jack of Spades. Did you pick Jack of Spades? Yeah, it's uncanny, isn't it? Queen of Hearts fairly popular for Diana, but Jack of Spades is a very popular card. See, look, already he's amazed. He sits there. I have the power to read into your mind. Well, I can read your mind. It doesn't take long. There's not a lot holding it up. So that's it. You can do that. Also, 7 of Hearts is a fairly popular one. There'll be people at home going, I'll just pick 7 of Hearts. And that's what it is. I mean, I can even read the Tetley tea bags. I'm that good. People used to sort of swill it round. I can do it with the tea bags then. Very good. But it's the way you sell it. It's the way you sell it to people. And Uri Geller sold it to people that he could bend metal. That was what he was famous for. And also starting watches again. Well, it's just not physically possible. You can stop a watch. Or you can do, I used to do a trick years ago with sort of predicting a time that somebody had just thought of. It could be a time that they were born or a time that something else happened. Everybody's got something that's in their mind that stays there for a while. Or in Luke's case, doesn't stay there for a while. Ross Kemp says things aren't getting better with Barbara Windsor. He said she recognises him on a video link-up, which is good news. And... didn't Uri Geller mend David Beckham's foot along with sun readers in order he could play in the World Cup, says Tony? No. And also, he didn't... Uri Geller used to say, I think when Big Ben stopped, Uri Geller tells you afterwards, he then goes, I stopped that. And so they then had pictures. It's a page filler for the newspapers. That's what it is. And 84850... have you read The Truth About Uri Geller by James Randi? Even Uri doesn't call himself a psychic anymore. He calls himself a mystifier. A mystifier, which is quite good, actually. And great show as ever. Didn't Uri bend a spoon with his mind, says Bob? You can't bend a spoon with your mind. How is this physically possible? It's not. If I actually took a spoon and put it down on a table and covered it with a glass jar and got Uri Geller, he could no more bend that spoon than I could fly to Egypt and penetrate the pyramids. It just doesn't work like that at all. And, Steve, I heard yesterday that your favourite restaurant and one of mine too is unlikely to reopen, says Mike. I haven't heard anything yet, actually. I haven't heard anything. I did fear for certain restaurants in London. You know, people need restaurants to open. I find it very depressing. This pandemic thing has basically screwed up so many things, hasn't it? It really has. It's horrible. I don't even like to think about it. Don't like to think about it. Steve, where we are. Oh, somebody else telling me about Uri Geller. It's not possible to actually bend a spoon with the power of your mind. You know, it's nice. It's nice to actually think that somebody could do that. Steve, get yourself on the stage or in the audience down at the Bearcat Comedy Club at the Turk's Head in St Margaret's, one of London's oldest pubs. Live comedy's going through a hard time at the moment, needs all the help it can get. It wouldn't be me. I wouldn't even dream to think that I could entertain people up on stage. I can do a show. We've had a one-man show for some years now, and that's quite a nice thing, but all the people coming to it are fans of Steve Allen. Whereas, in fact, if you're in a comedy club, I remember going to a few comedy clubs in Twickenham, and it's soul-destroying. The worst thing was the hecklers. And there was one bloke who got up and he started doing his act, and some bloke started heckling, and you know what his best heckle was? Mate, give it up, you're just not funny. You know, and that immediately destroys people. You know, whereas me, I'd be back with, listen, they're looking for a site for London's 5th airport. Keep your mouth shut. You know, why did they put teeth in your mouth? Seats would have been better. Sit back in your chair, we'll plug it in for you. What you've got to do is you've got to turn the tables on the person who's done the heckling. But some of the heckles were actually quite good. But then the whole idea is there's not supposed to be a battle between you and an audience member. I mean, most comedians will tell you that they've had times where they died on stage. Where they go on stage, they'll use exactly the same material that they've used hundreds of times over the years. And on that particular night, the material will not go particularly well. Tough, isn't it, really? Steve, do you think you could have done Five's Company with no audience, like Loose Women or Question Time? Probably, because there was 5 of us, so we were actually on the set. It was, you know, it seemed to work, actually, especially when you're in at the beginning of a TV programme, which has been commissioned. We didn't get any coverage on it. When they had the launch of Channel 5, I think it was a whole group of other presenters who were established. We weren't established. We weren't known, really. The only person who was known was Esther McVeigh, but Nick Knowles wasn't known, Rodri Williams. We were all sort of people working in the business, but we weren't known as such, so we didn't get the coverage. I think we went along to the launch of Channel 5 and we just got ignored. But it didn't make any difference to us because we were having a bit of fun. But my God, it's hard work. Don't anybody tell you that television... radio, easy by comparison. You turn up, they turn the microphone on, and you talk. Television, you've got to rehearse everything. You've got to rehearse everything. If you have guests on to interview, you've got to talk to them beforehand, say, we're going to talk about this and talk about... Well, you see, I don't do that. My raison d'etre has always been, somebody comes in and we sit down and we just have a conversation. You don't need to rehearse a conversation. But on television, they like to know what you're going to be doing. And if you did a game, we actually played games on the programme as well. You had to then learn the game before the programme, and they had to see how you were doing it. Or we had learning how to ballroom dance, learning how to tightrope walk, how to do sumo wrestling. There was all sorts of things that were going on that you've got to keep in your mind, and at the same time, you've got to learn how to read an auto cue without looking at yourself on the monitor to see what you look like. Because there is an air of vanity that goes with television. Radio, there's no air of vanity at all. There can't be. Most people have no idea what you look like. I mean, before the advent of computers, nobody knew what you looked like. People used to write in and say, can you send me a photograph? And we used to send photographs. Now, you can go onto the internet and find 1 million photographs of Steve Allen or any of the other people. Is there vocal vanity? I don't know. Do I like this? No, I've never heard a programme of mine. Never heard a programme. I've never listened to a programme of mine. I've heard me reading certain bits out, but I've never listened to a programme in 41 years. Absolutely not. What a ghastly thing. I mean, I've done the programme. Why on earth would you want to relive the moment where you sort of did your own programme back again? Oh, no. Well, you can't go back and improve on it because it's done. That programme is how you were feeling on that particular day. By the time we get to Sunday, I'll be feeling different about things. So you do a different sort of programme. You don't, I don't think I've got a very sexy voice. Not like some people who've got voices down there. Oh, do we love Friday morning? Why do we like Friday morning? Because it's the start of the weekend. Why do we like the start of the weekend? I've got no idea. It's not as if we can say the weather's going to be fantastic, because I think, to be honest with you, we've had the worst weather that we've... Honestly, what a blooming year it's been. What with the pandemic, what with all the disasters, what with restaurants closing, and Andy Peters has come back again. Steve Allen Show at LBC. Joanne Webb is hilarious. It's one of the tricks of the trade, Andy. He must be up. If he's up this time of the morning, actually, he must be off to QVC today. He must be. I can't. Why would you get up? Oh no, he goes to the gym, doesn't he, as well? I'm so envious of anybody who's got any sort of energy at this time. I mean, I've got energy at this time of the morning for sitting here and sticking a pair of headphones on my head, which is not the most difficult thing I've ever had to do in my life. But then somebody else said, do you not like the sound of your own voice? And the answer is, it's not a case of I don't like the sound of my own voice. It's the case of I don't want to listen back. I do know of people in the business who do listen back to themselves, but I can't do it. And I remember telling you the story ages ago. We used to have, and Andy Peters will know all about these things, used to have air checks. And presenters used to, the producer would take 10 minutes of a programme, and then your boss would sit down with you and go through it. Well, I'd been doing it longer than my boss had been alive. And I said, I can't bear to listen back to myself. It's just one of those things. Some people can do it, and it's because you do it for a living. And I don't sort of subscribe to that. I don't think you can gain anything by listening back to yourself. So eventually we had to agree to agree that we weren't going to do it ever again, because it just didn't work for me at all. I can't sit there and try and analyse a programme, because the sort of programme I do, I don't know which way it's going anyway. I've got no idea. It's just the way that it happens, depending on what sort of frame of mind I'm in, if I'm sort of, bouncy or not bouncy, or somebody sends in something that's funny, and then I'll pick up on that. So I really don't know. Every day, as far as I'm concerned, is different. I don't know how I sound. I don't know. When I first started, I used to think that I wanted to sound like, those broadcasters who had those really deep, rich, chocolatey voices, because that's what I thought, because I used to listen to a bloke on the radio, and I was so disappointed when I saw a picture of him, because he didn't look at all as I thought he was going to look. I thought he was going to be sort of dark. Mind you, people who said the same to me when they first met me in the early days, they go, oh, I thought you'd have black hair. Why? I've got no idea. And obviously your voice sums up the way that people think you look. And then people would write in and go, oh, you don't look at all as I imagined. And then you'd meet people and they go, gosh, I thought you'd look different. What, 3 heads or something? But this particular broadcaster was bald. But he had such a lovely voice to listen to. And you think, because a lot of broadcasters, the one thing that you've got to have, if you do a speech-based programme, is you've got to be as natural as possible. You can't put on a voice, and go, well, it's, a big good morning to you, it's Friday morning, I'm Steve Allen. Because if you started talking like that, you have to keep it going all the way through. And somebody said, just be yourself. I said, I'll never work again. Imagine trying to be, because I wasn't sure what sort of being yourself was, and somebody said just be yourself. And I've other people have been given the same advice. Tell people a bit about yourself so people sort of know about it. But then you don't tell people every single thing. Andy Peters has come back. He said he's doing Good Morning Britain today. QVC on Monday. Air checks, hideous things. They were, weren't they? But he cried the other day. Didn't you? You cried. You see, I'm the same. We were talking about this the other day when I interviewed Ian Dale at the Exchange Theatre in Twickenham, and he also cries. And Andy Peters, when he did the last Going Live, I think there was a bit of an emotional problem. And you cannot explain to anybody why you get overwhelmed with the emotion of something. It's really. I was watching a clip on the television before the boys' time. Lucille Ball, who was a big star in America, huge. She had a company called Desilu, and it was the I Love Lucy programme. And she came on and they give her a standing ovation, and it's like 4 minutes. And she cries because you get so overwhelmed with everything. And if you do a job that we do, like Andy or like myself or like anybody, people get involved with things. And so if something happens, like you come to an end of doing a programme, or, when we did the End of Fives Company, what they had at the end was they brought in the whole team and they sat them all down in the studio, us, the presenters as well, me, Nick Knowles, Esther McVeigh, everybody, we all sat down. And so at the very end of the programme, we could say, listen, thank you very much indeed for watching us. See you soon. And we all waved, and then they crossed into this photograph of us all sitting down waving. And I found it absolutely gut-wrenching. I found it very, very emotional, because it's, there was about 60 people worked on. I couldn't imagine how many people work on television programmes. Compared to radio, Andy Peters will tell you that on television there's loads and loads of people. On radio there might be 2. I remember the late Mike Dickin picked up an award from Variety Club, and he said, and this is my team, and he brought on his producer. She was the team. She was the team. And I'm exactly the same. I've only got a small one. Team. Here. Sorry. Back to Peter Andre again. Can't help it. Every road leads back to Peter Andre. And you build up a relationship. Well, I mean, I don't. I try not to. And, because they then go, oh, it's great working with you, Steve, and all this kind of stuff. And you think, but that's what makes a programme work. If you love doing it. If you watch Andy Peters on QVC, or anything else, he is beside himself with happiness that he's doing a programme that involves food, and it's fun to do. It's fun to do. Why would you not? People say to me, why are you sort of like that all the time? I said, because A, I'm earning money, B, I have a job, and C, it's kind of popular. And it doesn't get any better than that. It really doesn't. I love it, and that's why I love the Friday. I love the Friday show. You sort of go home and you go, it's my weekend, because I get today, and I get tomorrow, and then I come back into work on Sunday, and then the clocks go backwards, but luckily it doesn't affect me. And so you do something that you love doing. So I think some people go into the media probably for the wrong reasons. I think people go, oh, I want to earn lots of money. And you go, but you shouldn't do it for the lots of money. The lots of money bit comes as a bonus. The rest of the time, it's you're having fun. I get free tea and coffee. That for me is like, that's a big deal as far as I'm concerned. I should imagine, as Andy will tell you, at any of the TV studios that he works at, they have runners. The runners will be the ones who go and get your teas, your coffees, your sandwiches and stuff like that. People look after you, because if you're expecting somebody to perform, then you feed them up. Although Andy's quite good about sort of probably not eating all the rubbish stuff. I think occasionally, what he does is, if ever he eats, rubbish food, I think it's payback time later on. I think that's how it works. But it's a great business to come into. But to have any longevity in it, that's the trick. And I wish, somebody said, oh, what's the secret to having a programme that runs for a long time? I said, I wish I could tell you, because I don't know. I've got no idea. I didn't go into the business thinking I'll do this. I mean, I was a good newsreader. In fact, I was a very good newsreader, a very fast newsreader, which they liked. Anybody on the news desk, the more stories you could cram in, the happier they were. And so that's why you do it. And over the years, I've had loads of producers. They do it for a while because they're always young. And they always, they're fairly ambitious, some of them. And, no, but you see, looks don't come into it on the radio, thank the Lord. If looks came into it, we'd all be out of work. Be terrible. They'd all be looking like Will Manning over on Capital. So terrible, really. You don't do that. What you do is you come in and you sit down with bits of paper and cups of tea and check your phone messages, and you just do a programme. And I don't imagine the listener. No, I've never imagined it. People say that. They say, no, you're my listeners next door. So if I say something that I think is funny, then I expect a reaction from you. If I don't get the reaction, that's why when we had all this lockdown thing that, loads of people did, there were loads of people on all of our stations who were working from home. And most of them found it quite difficult to do because you're having to perform to yourself. Whereas I need the reaction of somebody. So I did explain to my boss, I need the reaction. I can't say something funny and look in the mirror because I'm not gonna sort of get what I want back from it. So I was one of those people, one of the few. There were a few of us who didn't who didn't lock down at home. I came in, I was very good, I socially isolated, I distanced, I'd got my masks on, did my hand washing and all the rest of it. But people will tell you that it's like going on stage. That's why some of these shows don't work on the television at the moment with no audience. It's like going out on stage as a comedian at the London Palladium and there's nobody in the audience because they're not allowed to have an audience there, and you're doing it yourself. Doesn't work. But I can't tell you what it's like because I just like it, actually. I just like it. I think it's great. Andy says, Peters, I go to the gym to eat as much of what I like when I like. You see that? So that's it. It's payback time. When we went, I had to go to the gym for a raising money thing for ITV years and years ago, when Frank Boff was around. That shows how long ago it was. And we went to the Barbican Health and Fitness Club, and they let us train there and everything else so that we could be fit and lose weight and do all the rest of it. And you suddenly discovered if you were going to the gym and you were working out, you could actually eat quite a lot of food because you were burning it off. But some people are very lucky. What's the thing they say about Andy Peters all the time? How does he look the same as he did 15 years ago? And the answer is because it's just his metabolism. That's the way it is. He has to work at it, but he probably doesn't have to work at it as hard as some people have to. I mean, like the producer, he's joined a gym. He's never been to it. He's walked past the door. So he's paying to join a gym because he thinks you have to join a gym because his girlfriend's told him he's too fat. But he's not. I mean, he's not. You're going tomorrow? To do what? What are you going to do in the gym? You could do a cross-trainer. Oh, right. Why don't you just, get a pair of sticks and walk down the high street like that? You get roughly the same effect. A rowing machine. You can buy a rowing machine. You can go into most sports shops now and they'll sell you a rowing machine. Or just walk up and down the stairs at home. That's I should imagine Andy's got lifts, I think, in his place. I know we've got lift as well, which does make you a bit lazy of going up and down the stairs, but who cares? Goodness sake, honestly. Listen, life is too short. Life is really too short to start worrying about too many things. So I shall continue to worry about things because life is too short, but I don't mind. And it whizzes through because we're now up to the 23rd of October. Then it'll be... What have we got? We got Halloween at the end of this month. Then we got Bonfire Night. And they were talking about Bonfire Night on the television the other day. They were saying, you could have this for Bonfire Night. I'm thinking, I don't think people are going to be having bonfire parties. I don't think they'll be allowed to. Have to do social distancing and stuff. Anyway, it is 6:15. We do have the news headlines, and they're read to you this morning by Simon Comp. The other day, we were talking about Mickey Dolenz on the programme. He was Circus Boy, and then, of course, he was in the Monkees, and he was also the man behind Metal Mickey. And he featured a lot on the singing of the Monkees. There was a very good... I think my friend Ray Reynolds again sent me this one. And it was a documentary on the Monkees and how they found them via an advert and how they assembled them in America, the Monkees. And they thought, because I think you'll find that two of them took their guitars along and they went, no, we've already recorded the songs. They'd already decided what songs the Monkees were going to do. And so the Monkees didn't have any creativity in it at all. It was a great shame, and they picked out the songs, and it was all done. And I think that's why, they sort of became a little bit disillusioned. I don't think they made the sort of money that they should have done. In fact, at one point, they brought out Monkees dolls. And, in fact, I think they actually went on tour. They'd had a couple of hit singles, and it was like Beatlemania, but for the Monkees. And Mickey Dolenz, if you saw them when there was sort of as many of them as we got, because we lost Davy Jones... And Mike Nesmith had left because his auntie, I think, had invented Tipex. So money was of no object at all. But anyway, he still tours in America, says Noreen. And it reminded me to listen to a CD that Janice bought me for my 40th. Well, OK, she says 70th. Not possible. Mickey and Peter Noon chatting. So interesting. I took the CD when we went to see Peter last year in Skegness and he signed it. Vance, Peter's musical director, signed it too. He's on it. And when you did That Remembers Me with Peter, Vance was with him. Another loss, Derek Quinn of Freddie and the Dreamers passed away yesterday. It's not looking good for our musicians. They all seem to think it'll be a long, long time till they'll be touring again. The pandemic's affected absolutely everybody. I mean, it is awful. I mean, if it's true that my favourite restaurant might not be coming back, well, then that would just be the ruination of my year, as far as I'm concerned. Because you know me and favourite restaurants in town. Great shame. I mean, I'm hoping it's not true, but I understand how people. I mean, even Caprice has closed its doors. You know, never to open again. It's tough out there. No matter what anybody says, you know, people are really, really suffering. People, you know, pubs are closing left, right, and centre. I keep getting all sorts of email shots from restaurants saying we're still going. You can come in and you can do this as long as you're socially distancing. And I've been into restaurants before. And they're really struggling. They're really struggling. So when I heard that Les Miserables was coming back, also Jamie is coming back as well with full orchestra. They don't want you in, unfortunately, if you've got any of the coronavirus symptoms. But, you know, you've got to listen, you're seeing the decimation of the West End. You are seeing theatres closing left, right and centre. You're seeing thousands upon thousands of people put out of work. We thought it was bad enough when they started laying off at the airlines, and then British Airways go, 12,000 people. Like it was just a silly number to make up, wasn't it? 12,000 people. 12,000 people. Will you be going out trick-or-treating with Luke or Corey? I said, we don't do trick-or-treating. It's an Americanism. It's an American. We don't do anything like that. We don't even see... I don't want to go, thank you. But we don't even do carol singing, do we? I mean, how many times do you go round... You know, and you see people going around carol singing. We used to do it years ago, and you'd hold a little lantern, which had a little candle inside it. Did you used to do carol singing? I bet the neighbours hated you. Yeah. Ring ring. Good king, ring ring. Good king, Wenceslas looked out, ring ring. Why aren't they answering the door? Hello. They used to open the door to us, and they go, okay, sing the carol. Then you have to do the whole blooming carol. Honestly. While shepherds watch their flocks by night, all seated on the ground. Steve, you've been in the business a long time. I'm in Yorkshire, and Look North is our regional TV station. Yesterday, our main anchor, Harry, is it Harry Grattan, retired after Gratian. Oh, sorry, you know who he is. Of course you would do, because you're from up north. And he's 42 years he's done. I'm close behind. I'm 41. Has he been 42 years? On Look North. He really... Oh, he's brilliant. 42... Really, I saw a picture of him. He looks quite old compared to me. So he I mean, I don't know how old he is. Perhaps he started later. My friend Ian saw Mickey Dolenz do a show with Mike Nesmith in Phoenix a few years ago. They still sounded good, although Nesmith did a couple of solo songs and didn't do Rio, which was disappointing. I saw him... Oh, right, there he is, Yorkshire's favourite TV news presenter. And, oh, that's lovely. He became familiar to many as the voice of the Harrogate Bus Company's Premium 36 bus, so they sent a bus for him. That's nice. They've actually named a bus in honour of him. I'll probably get a doner kebab shop or something like that. I won't get anything exciting as a bus. That's good, though, isn't it? When you get people... You see, that's what people want in this business. We want longevity. God knows it's difficult to kind of get, isn't it, at the moment? Ghislaine Maxwell vehemently denied she introduced paedophile Jeffrey Epstein to Prince Andrew, despite the Duke of York saying she did. They can't make up their minds, can they, these people? They just don't know the truth. Why is it that people don't know the truth? Why is it that people can't tell the truth? I mean, in theory, you go into court and you put your hand on the Bible and say, I swear by Almighty God to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God, and then proceed to lie. What's the point? Why do they even bother asking people about that? Steve, I exercise a lot, says Conrad, but in the winter, and the football team went to the gym. I didn't like the running, seeing the same wall. Fresh air wins every day. Keep exercising. See, I don't do the exercise. I can't do the exercise. I can't do the exercise thing. Some people do it and they enjoy doing it and they get something out of it. I don't get anything at all. Nothing at all. Steve, could you take note of this? Could you ask Dua Lipa, Elton John, Cliff and the other stars to create a website so people can put a donation in for the music entertainment industry, which could be created in every country? Yeah, I mean, it's a brilliant idea, but it isn't just the musicians. It's all the people in the theatres, all the people in the clubs, all the people in the pubs, all the people working for the entertainment industry, people working in shops, people working in bars. I mean, it's everything. It's everything. You know, and just when you think... I mean, I was looking at something the other day and I thought, oh, that's nice. It's just turned into something else. They can't make a living. They can't make a living. Chris says, I remember the Monkees well. Had all the albums, several of the songs written by people like Carole King and Neil Diamond. Well, yes, I think Neil Diamond did a few of those. Another one here, which says, you could stroll around the studio rehearsing the script in the stentorian tones of Sir Ralph Richardson, Steve, says Dave. Good idea. Actually, there's a very good thing, and it's on the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, Christmas. And they've got an actor there, he's a British actor, and he's sort of narrating. He's narrating. They've got everybody on it. Hugh Bonneville was on a show. Hugh Bonneville, I interviewed for In Conversation, because we love Hugh. And he said he was going out to America to do the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. And I said, I watch it all the time. And it takes a while for it to come out. And again, you get a full orchestra and chorus, and it's in this huge building, and they do a big Christmas show every year, and they've always got a Christmassy theme, either Charles Dickens or it's just I'm going to sneeze. Pathetic, isn't it? Honestly, thank you. They said bless me, which you didn't hear. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, please say hello to me in Conquest Hospital. Thank all the NHS staff looking after me. I've broken my number one lumbar in my back. It is very painful. Oh dear, that's not so good, is it? Steve, they should rename your favourite restaurant after you. It's only one part of the name to be changed, says Monica, your favourite Jewish cabbie. Oh, I hope it doesn't go. Seriously, I really hope it doesn't go. Out of all the things I pray for in this world, that would be up the top of my list. So we're trying to explain to a junior member of the team, because he's too old and doesn't remember hoops and sticks. And I said, you must have seen a picture of kiddies on the road. They would have a hoop. It could be wooden. They then turned into plastic, and you would bowl it along with a stick on the top of it. It's exactly the same as running your hand on the top, but the stick would keep it going. And he said, well, how does it stay upright? I said, because it's moving. It's a hoop. And that's what kids used to play with some years ago. Or playing that piece of chalk. You'd write on the pavement. In fact, one of my neighbours has got two children, and they write all over the place with these chalks, but then you just wash it away. You just get some water on it and it just dissolves, so there's no sort of messing. In our day, the chalk, same sort of stuff that they used to have on the for the board in schools, when they would write on. But we used to cheat. They used to have, you remember the teacher used to have the chalk and then a rubber for rubbing it all off again. We used to put a non-safety match into the rubber, so when they went like that, it set fire to their rubber. No, remember that one? No, just us again. And it was criminal damage, it has to be said, yes. But that's what we did. It provided us with endless laughs at school. Not the happiest days of your life, but it was good fun for us. I thought so. You never did anything like that? Well, I don't think you could buy these matches anymore. And also, people don't use rubbers and chalks, do they? They use an overhead projector now. Digital whiteboards. And we used to do that all the time, didn't you? I can't believe that nobody used to do that. It was like we used to have pencil sharpeners, okay, which came with a blade in it, which was quite dangerous, and you would undo it. There was a little screw, and we would carve our name into our desks. Did you never do that? We used to and then you'd fill it in with a bit of ink. We used to have Platinum pens, which came with a little cartridge with a ball in it, and they would. Am I facing the right way or something? What is going on here? Everybody listening knows exactly. But for Christmas, kids would get Platinum pen sets, and it would be the thing with three little cartridges there. It was an ink. I was a good boy at school. Well, I wasn't particularly brilliant at school. In fact, I wasn't brilliant at all. I failed every exam known to man and woman and dog. Oh, we used to stick chewing gum under the tables all the time. Yeah. Although actually chewing gum when I was little wasn't as big as it was. Juicy Fruit came along, but it was mainly Chiclets. Do you remember Chiclets? I'm definitely facing the wrong way this morning. I tell you, it's like talking to a brick wall or feeling that a puff of smoke in front of you. Chiclets were, perhaps we got those in Hong Kong, but then Juicy Fruit we used to get. And that was quite nice. But we didn't really deal a lot with of chewing gum. The worst thing was I went to the cinema one. No, it wasn't. It was a stage show, and I think it was Evita. And seats in theatres, you have to pull down and think. But so I pulled the seat down, walked along, and I tucked my legs underneath. as you do. If you've got long legs, mine are not particularly long, but they were sort of long to me. And I was wearing a nice pair of beige trousers because it was summer. And when I went to stand up, there was something holding me there. And somebody had put their chewing gum under the seat, and it was now stuck to my trousers. So the only way to get it off was to pull it off bit by bit. But of course, that had been in somebody's mouth. I never thought about it. We could have spread the pandemic all by ourselves years ago. But that's where chewing gum came in. I mean, when you look at the pavements outside, you'll see blobs all over there. That's people spitting chewing gum out. That's what it is. That's why, excuse me, every so often they have to go out there with jet washes, especially in Leicester Square, and jet wash all the chewing gum off. I'm definitely facing the wrong way this morning. Kelly Brook, excuse me, is clearly in the... oh dear. Can you get me some water? Just give me a quick glass of water. Half a glass, quarter of a glass, I don't really mind, as long as it's cold. Kelly Brook is celebrating in the festive mood. She's posing on a car with a tree strapped to the roof. And it's 63 days to go to Christmas. 63 days to go to Christmas. And Kelly was posting for a Christmas campaign in a Surrey village. How lovely. There's something nice about strapping your tree to the roof of a car, isn't there? I think so. Bazooka Joe chewing gum, says Jez. Yeah, I used to love that. I love that. And Jackie... What sort of glass is that?
It's the only one I can find.
Oh, for goodness sake, honestly, it's like a wine glass. It's a wine glass. It's very decadent. It's not my sort of thing at all, but thank you, because I've got a little bit of a tickly cough this morning. Well, actually, only in the last 10 minutes. Why's he bringing in a wine glass, I ask you? Talk about dangerous. You watch. There's going to be a puff of smoke and this studio will vanish in a minute. So, I'm a former member of the Young Generation dance group. Says this one here from Jackie. And most of us are choreographers, producers and dance teachers. I've not worked since March because of COVID, and neither have many of my friends who work in theatre and TV, but have recently been offered my own show on a local voluntary radio station called Tring, which I'm assuming is in Hertfordshire. It's been an absolute godsend and great to be back in the entertainment world. I can absolutely relate to your passion, and if my show is anywhere near as successful as yours, I'll be very happy. So that's from Jackie. He says, send my love to Bonnie Lithgow. Oh, she'll be listening. She'll be listening. Definitely, definitely. It is absolute. I mean, I cannot describe to anybody listening, you know, if one of my favourite restaurants goes under, and I have a couple of favourite restaurants, one of them being the one which I'm praying to God it's not true, and the other one, of course, is Little Italy. And I just can't bear to even think about it, because it's been in my life, this other restaurant, since I came to London. And before. Terrible, really, isn't it? I mean, I don't want to think about it. I can get myself into a dreadful state. Also, in the paper today, 1 in 6 children suffers a mental health disorder, according to a report which highlights how lockdown has made depression and anxiety worse. There is the Mental Health of Children and Young People in England study, published by NHS Digital, found 16% of children aged 5 to 16 had a probable mental disorder. At that age. It's terrible, isn't it, really? Also, people are thieving. What are they thieving? Medical supplies to exploit shortages during the pandemic. There are no shortages, OK? There is no shortages of toilet rolls, no shortage. We nearly had it the other week, didn't we? A few people going out buying toilet rolls, otherwise known as the stupids. And there is no shortage of paper or anything like that at all. It's, 2 lorry trailers containing £10,000 worth of toilet rolls were swiped from a depot. And they also nicked the CCTV recording equipment. I mean, it's particularly bad, isn't it? There is no shortage. So what you've got to do is, I mean, most of that sort of stuff will be sold in markets. That's what will be happening to it. Church of England slated over the child sex pest bishop. This is sort of a trending story at the moment. And this is Hubert Whitsey, who died in 1987. They say he used his position to commit appalling acts of sexual abuse against children, young people and vulnerable adults over 15 years. It's come to light. It's been around a little while. Former rector in the Church of England, George Pitcher, could be a current rector, I'm not sure actually, talks about the Pope's lesson for the Church of England on same-sex unions. He's given a masterclass, he says, of how to stay ahead of the game. And he has, because the Catholic Church have had no end of problems of child abuse and there've been films made about it, there've been documentaries on it, and all sorts of things. It was a huge, huge problem. This is the first time that the Pope has actually supported equality for same-sex partnerships. It's not going to go down well with all the bishops from African countries. It really isn't, because they're not in favour of these kind of things. So there could be a bit of a rift taking place in the Catholic Church. But good for him. Good for him for finally accepting that, you know, this is something that needs to be sorted out, and sorted out now. You know, everybody has a right to happiness. Nobody doesn't qualify, I promise you. Also, the Duke of Cambridge is kept awake at night by politicians who failed to act on climate change. You know, I'm kind of not believing that, actually. I seriously don't believe that William lies there in bed going, I don't think the politicians are doing enough to help climate change. I mean, you know, is this in this huge palace he's living in London, or Annerley Hall out in, you know, come on, please. Also, 325,000 in Hong Kong could move to the UK in the next 5 years. Going to be very busy, aren't we, over here at the moment? Very busy. And also there's a new album, I think. It's from Brian May. It's called I'm a Woman. It features Brian May, and Woman is available to download from today. We love Brian May. We had a really, really good interview with Brian May for In Conversation about 18 months ago. And, of course, he's with lovely Anita. We love Anita as well. And I think he's just moved into a new house. I think he's in a £16 million house. I live in hope. I live in hope of these things. Also, mellow autumn in colourful glory. There's some lovely pictures. Mainly, they always take them in Richmond Park. They go there because they've got deer. And so they take pictures in Richmond Park. Also, a global pandemic won't stop veteran Nick Cross pounding the streets for the Poppy Appeal. He's a former Royal Military Police Corporal. Says he owes his life to the Royal British Legion after he suffered a nervous breakdown. He's selling them in Sedbergh in Cumbria. He said, but he will collect at a safe distance. He's PPE'd up and all the rest of it. He's spent almost a decade attached to the Parachute Regiment. He's 70 because you have to buy a poppy. You have to get a poppy. I'm starting to see more and more people wearing them on television. And that's quite nice. I favour the little metal poppies. And I know that at Waterloo Station, I should imagine today, there will be you get a lot of the forces going out there, and they'll be selling them at the station. And I always give generously, because if it wasn't for them, you wouldn't be hearing this programme at all. I'm going to tell you this story in a moment. We're looking to find two people. They're a callous pair. They robbed a woman who was dying at 84 after conning her blind husband. I'll tell you about the story in a moment. It's not pleasant reading, but with your help, we can find these people and we can get them behind bars. You know, I just want to be sort of, you know, quite clear where I'm standing on this. LBC News Time, 6:45. Nice to have your company, 10 to 7. I've got to tell you this story. It's only because it's winding me up and it's getting me very annoyed. This is a heartless couple who stole a purse and an iPhone from an 84-year-old dying woman after duping her blind husband and now being hunted by the police. Dorothy Crowther's husband, Ronald, 87, thought the man and woman were helping by ringing for an ambulance, but the couple crept into their home and stole cash and her smartphone instead. Dorothy, 84, had suffered an aneurysm and later died in her bed. Ronald and the family's heartache was compounded when they found out they'd been burgled. This is at a place called Briarfield near Burnley in Lancashire. Police are investigating the callous crime, which happened at 3 a.m. last Friday. Ronald had been married to Dorothy for 60 years, had been banging on doors to get help for her, and they've got a lot of stress. The thieves took advantage of them. Ronald is still coming to terms with things, but luckily, well, I'd say, firstly, the thieves wiped the door handles of fingerprints before they left, but they've been caught on CCTV. There is footage of them trying each door handle on the street. Lancashire Police said they're under investigation. I hope they find them very quickly, because it'll turn out that they're the scum of the earth. And people like that, I mean, you know, as if he doesn't have enough to deal with, they were robbed at the same time. So let's hope for Ronald Crowther's sake and their family that they find these two. There's a man and a woman. She's wearing a hoodie, but she'll be identified. Somebody will go, I know who they are. I'll tell you exactly who they are. And that's what you need to do. It's what you need to do. It's the only way. Stop these people before it goes any further. Scum of the earth, they really are. Right. It's nearly it, actually, for this morning. I was looking at the, you'll be hearing lots and lots of conversation today about Trump and Biden yesterday, and people will be having their say on whether or not they think it went one way or the other. I was watching it here, and to be honest with you, I thought that maybe Trump might have had the edge. He certainly seemed to be armed with all the facts and figures, but I'm told that Biden also had the facts and figures. He just didn't put them over as well. So let's wait and see, shall we? Shirley Bassey is releasing her final album next month. It's called I Owe It All to You. One of my dad's Christmas presents, a birthday present sorted, Steve. He'll be 87 next month and a big fan of Dame Shirley, says Laura in Shenfield in Essex. I hope the weather's good for this weekend. I have a feeling it's not going to be so bright tomorrow. Producer's got chicken Kievs, mini chicken Kievs to have, which he can have with, what do you have with asparagus? Oh, lovely, asparagus. Because when the garlic butter runs out from those things, you can, so just cook the normal asparagus, and then just sort of lay it across the plate. Oh, you'll love it. Chicken. And it's chicken, it's good for you. It's just white chicken. Very nice. Front page of the Daily Star today. MPs snub England star plea to feed hungry children, but gets what's on their subsidised menu. Well, I mean, nothing new there. Nothing new at all. We know that they have a members' dining room. We know that they get things cheaper. About £6.41 for a main, except for the char-grilled English sirloin steak with thick-cut chips, tomato, mushroom and béarnaise sauce for £11.77. It's even cheaper there than Gordon Ramsay's place. Also, let them eat steak with a nice béarnaise sauce, they say. Honestly, because this is Marcus Rashford's bid to help starving children over the school holidays. But they've said no. They've said no. They're not going to do anything about it. Maddie Hunt is set back. They've said that the man who they thought might be able to help them with information is going to be of no use to them whatsoever. It's highly unlikely. This is what the police have said. There's no evidence linking this German drifter to the crime 13 years ago, which is what we told you about 2 months ago when it was first mooted. I said, what evidence have they got? They've got nothing. Family Pal says Kate and Jerry had hoped there was going to be a breakthrough, finally after 13 years. Well, how much more money can we throw? 12 million so far and nothing. Produced nothing at all. So I don't think anything's going to go there, and now they're not going to charge this man. What are they going to come up with next? Going to have to come up with something else, aren't they? Also, The Sun this morning, His Royal Highness. This is Andrew, Prince. His name was blanked out of Dynamite papers released yesterday on Ghislaine Maxwell's alleged child sex trafficking links. It's just lies, and more lies in this kind of thing. Also, we know what's in store for you, Jess. The inside secrets of I'm a Celeb, and the latest name that's been thrown into the makeup is Victoria Derbyshire. Can't imagine why. Can't imagine she's going to add anything to it. But I suppose you've got to look for something if the BBC are going to drop the programme. And in fact, Marcus Rashford and his mum helping out at a food bank make the front page of the Daily Mirror. They say this is what compassion looks like, they've said. It's changed his life around, hasn't it, really? Guardian, Sunak forced to dig deeper amid anger at level of support for jobs. Boris Becker, and I don't quite understand, actually, why Boris Becker's being tried over here. This is over some bankruptcy trustees who've been looking into various allegations. But lots of people have their cases held here, which I've never quite got to grips with. The Times this morning, £2 billion lost to criminals in furlough cash fraud. HM Revenue and Customs have estimated between 5 and 10% of $39 billion in payments made under the Treasury's job retention scheme are likely to have been claimed fraudulently. Well, quelle surprise. Quelle surprise. Also, ministers to move north as part of a civil service shake-up. It's on the front page of the Times. And the Duke of York asked Ghislaine Maxwell for information about a woman making underage sex claims against him. So they heard with some US court documents. Her deposition reveals she received an email from Andrew about Virginia Roberts, who claims the prince had sex with her when she was 17. Never going to hear the end of this story. It's just going to run and run, isn't it, really? And in fact, the Daily Telegraph have done it. Ghislaine Maxwell, in her own words, on that infamous Prince Andrew photograph, her friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, and why she believes she's a victim. No end to it, no end. COVID cases, according to the Eye, up to 90,000 a day, and Test and Trace can't cope. That's 8 months into the pandemic. The PM insists he shares people's frustration and says we need to improve it. Well, ain't that the truth? And the latest place you can go for half-term is the Canary Islands and Mykonos. Mykonos, very, very expensive. The Canary Islands, not so expensive. But they've said that's okay. You won't need to actually come back and self-isolate, which is good news. Daily Mail, they're also running with Andrew's call with Ghislaine about the Epstein sex victim. Staying in rule does not stop the virus. So says researchers yesterday. Writing in a Lancet journal, researchers found that banning public events was the most effective standalone intervention. And has Anna Wintour found love with Bill Nye? Both 70. Has Nuclear Wintour found love? Actually, it's the first time I've seen her without her sunglasses on. She normally wears them all the time. In fact, she's only famous for that. I don't know what she does. Does she edit Vogue or fashion design? Fashion writer, I think. I'm not too sure, actually. All these things get beyond me. But, I mean, her and Bill Nye. He's another nice person. I don't know very much about her, actually. But I'm sure we will by the time we get to Sunday.